he's gonna get pretty much whatever he wants, wherever he feels comfortable. So I will be the one adapting together with Tessus, and we'll see how it goes.
Okay. Well, we'll get more into that later because we're still in the what did you do in your break type scenario. Now, Donk, you got
go to see us immediately.
You got number one on Face It again. What else did you do? Did you go on a vacation at all?
A little bit. I was just chilling at home and something like this. I wasn't using PC and the whole vacation, and that's it. I don't know how people cannot like get the number one on the Face. I'm not playing it.
So
you're winning when you're playing. That's the problem.
No one can beat you. That is the problem. And you do a lot of solo queuing as well.
Not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I played like 40 games out of 300.
Okay.
And solo queue, and fuck it.
It's better in Europe than North America, though, right?
I can the same.
The same. Okay. I saw that wasn't it you were number one, and then either Monesi or Kiyosaka was 2, and then the other one was 3, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a pretty crazy power trio.
I had those two guys in the practice room just trying to beat him in number one, but I think they also went a couple of games against each other as well, so it was very important for the ELO, but I think he beat them.
Okay. Well, isn't it strange though, because back when, obviously you've been playing the longest out of the 3, but when you were on the come up, FPL was the main thing that Face It was used for, especially for like aspiring pros and the pros. And now like Donk's changed the meta. Like I know FPL's changed as well, but no one's playing FPL anymore, or at least not the top tier pros. Like, do you play FPL at all?
No.
Why?
I don't know, it's boring. It's
boring?
Say. Yeah.
Isn't it better players that you'd play with though, or it's just it's not as fun? Because when I watch the Face It games you play, you're playing against like Hey 666, like it's just some random Russian kid who's like really good at Face It, but maybe not great at Counter-Strike, Team Counter-Strike.
I think I don't like FPL because it's trying to be some competitive game, and like people trying to act like they're playing pro match, and it's not enjoyable time, to be honest, because like they're trying, but it's like it's bad. And it's not really enjoyable to play. It's not interesting.
Okay, so when you play Face It, you're not playing to try and mimic a professional match. You're playing to what? Just 1v5 every round?
Yeah, just to enjoy. It's for me just enjoyable time.
So you're kind of playing Face It like 15 years ago we used to casual servers, like 32. They used like the 32 players. So that's the way he's playing Face It.
Pretty
much.
Kind of
crazy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm not even sure does FPL still exist. I think it's
only on the weekend or something now.
Yeah.
They've completely.
It has like
not enough players.
4 hours queue or something like this.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like.
So the FPL's dead.
Yeah.
You could say so.
You're not playing a lot of Face It, are you?
I don't play Face It
at all.
No.
What do you play?
TM mostly.
Okay.
I think it's a myth. I mean, it's obviously you have to be responsible in terms of keeping up shape. But if you know what works for you and you put in the hours, I think you can do whatever. I think I have played Face It for 4 years.
Okay. Wow.
Since definitely before I joined the Face, I stopped. Since then, I think. I don't know. I just don't find it enjoyable for myself. That's just the reason. I rather connect to deathmatch, play I don't know how many hours, because I can play like 3-4 hours of deathmatch easily in a day. Not with breaks.
I was gonna say non-stop.
Arms gonna get tired because of spinning around so much. But I take breaks. But yes, I don't know. I just don't want to commit to a game. Now that's easier actually because it's not MR15. The games are shorter. I don't know. I just don't find it enjoyable to commit to a game where likely not gonna enjoy it if playing with random people. So. That's the main reason. Okay.
So, Nico, you were playing with Kisuke and Monesi. Obviously, it's good to get some repetitions with a new player under your belt. Was that the main reason you were doing it? Like, do you like to play Face It outside of that environment? How do you find it?
I have periods where I play a lot of Face It and when I cannot play Face It. So it's very random and maybe also dependent on my form as well. But at this start of the season, I just play because I want to get back into the game. Because I think when you play DM from a break, sometimes I can play a lot of DM, but still go into the practice, and I would feel like I don't know what I'm doing. So this is why I play a bit of Face It at the start of the season. But I never queue alone. That's a no-go. I cannot really cope with people. I don't know, doing random stuff and just not communicating and stuff like this. So I always try to go with 3 or even sometimes 5 stack. Even though it's a bit harder now to find a game with the 5 stack. But Face It is random. I think I enjoy it when I play in good positions. But now, like I played with Ilya and Maxim, and I have to kind of take a step back and like go anchor the site. I'm like, what am I doing on Face? It's not fun at all. So it's a tricky Face It.
That's Rops's every day, mate.
Exactly. I understand why he doesn't play. Like you don't gain anything out of it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess like anchoring and Face It is not going to be the same as, it's not going to be against Execute. Yeah, okay. I see that. So you mentioned deathmatch is the main, well, not the main way. Did everyone here play deathmatch? Because Zaiwu doesn't play deathmatch, right?
Zaiwu is a bit unique in that sense, of course.
It's weird that do you think deathmatch in terms of just warming up the wrist, right?
I can tell you that he played some deathmatch before the major final.
Oh, okay.
He wanted to win the major.
Okay, all right. So when he really wants to win, he'll play some deathmatch.
Yeah.
But so everybody here plays deathmatch? You play deathmatch?
Sometimes.
Sometimes?
Yeah.
So what's your main way of warming up or practice?
I don't have warm up. I'm just playing.
You just jump in the server?
Yeah.
So you don't go on like aimbots or anything?
No.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, look, how many hours, let me ask this question, when you're in the flow of things, like over the 2 weeks, how many hours would you normally have?
Right now I have 150.
Okay.
50?
Yes.
So for people like playing at home, that's a lot of hours, right? 150 is a lot. What have you got?
Maybe like 80, 90.
Okay. Yeah, and that's still 40 plus hours a week. Yeah. So you're just playing all day?
Yes.
Yeah. So team pracs and then Face It.
Yes. And some like demos.
And some demos, of course. Yes. Yeah. Do you always watch like POVs, or are you like using Skybox, Edge, or anything?
I don't like to watch Skybox because I do like to watch how the people like picking, strafing, and something, all of this stuff, so I can pick them.
So you're looking for the micro, Okay. So you're mainly playing Face It, playing scrims, watching demos.
Yeah.
So what about you, Nico? In terms of your warm-up for a match day, how are you getting ready? Because back in the day, you had people who sit there and do like 3,000 aim bots and that type of stuff. What do you do? Do you have a routine?
Well, obviously it depends when our game is at what time of the day. I always try to squeeze a DM session whenever I can before the match. Otherwise, just aimbots, or I use the new one, the CS2 stats.
Yep.
This is the one I use because I can make them move a little bit, and I feel like I get better warmed up on this map. So this is what I use. Okay.
And are you doing anything outside of deathmatch? Are you a refrag user? Are you doing anything? Because you're like, out of the 3 people at the table, I'd say you're the most geeky, but in the nuanced way, right? Like you have everything kind of refined to a science. That's what I think about when I think about ROPS, like a scientific type of guy. So is your warm up the same way?
I know it can look like that outside of the picture, but I keep it very basic. Like aimbots usually as well, just before a game, and as you have limited time, you kind of stick to that. Maybe you have more time. You're in a hotel room, then you can play on internet because you don't have internet connection when you get to the setup. Then you play deathmatch. That's for sure what I can do. And I think you mentioned like Skybox, of course. Sometimes I do look at Skybox, for example, because it's a great tool. But it's nothing that's it's like a two-way lane. Like you can really do some anti-strat and find some peaks or things or timings that can work for you, but sometimes the enemy plays completely different, so we have to take that into account, and that's not going to be a fun time if you prepare something and then like you throw it out of the window. So yeah, you do a bit of everything and just keep it a balance. And I think for myself, before I get to a game, it's just most important I get to feel the setup, make sure I'm comfortable, because I don't want to play a game where like I know like I don't know that this height is not correct or stuff like that. So I just make sure everything is comfortable for myself, and that's enough.
Okay, so nothing crazy, no intense routines, no spreadsheets filling everything out. Everyone's pretty straightforward, but still different. Now let's get into a fun one. Now we all know setup's a personal preference, but if you boil it down, the top players are probably all within a range, unless you were like Woxic a couple years ago with crazy sensitivity and everything like that, and he's left-handed. So what's the resolutions of choice at the moment? Are you still a native?
Native user.
Okay. You're one of, like, they're growing. The native users are growing. You're kind of leading the campaign for the native users.
I mean, listen, if you don't use 16:9, I think it's a disadvantage as usual.
Well, these two don't use 16:9, right?
I am now.
Oh, okay.
Something new. But yeah, I mean, it's a question of field of view. Like you see more on the sides. Sometimes, I mean, it has happened many times in my career where I tell my teammate, "Yeah, you saw him," and then he gets the kill because I saw him with my resolution. You know, that's the advantage. Obviously, it is still personal preference to some extent. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, you've migrated. Why?
I mean, I use 1610 for majority of CS2, and I want to try something new, and I cannot go back to 4.3. I tried multiple times, and I feel like I'm too slow for 4.3.
Okay.
So I tried the 69, and I feel good on it. And as Robin said, there's plenty of advantages in my opinion. Like I was playing and I was holding like an angle, some off angle, and then I could see a flash coming somehow that I cannot see in 4.3, and I dodged and I killed the guy. I was like, the fuck, like how is this possible? So I think there's a couple of cool things that I enjoy with 69, and I like that the game is a bit slower. I feel like I can actually hold an angle, and I feel like I can also pre-fire a bit better. I don't know, just 4.3 is so fast. Like I don't know how like these kids can be so good at it.
I think you got the key word there, the kids, right? You know,
yes.
How new is this change of res?
How new?
Yeah, when did you decide to make the change?
After I came back from the break, yeah.
Okay, so you like refresh, you know, again, so it's a bit of a reset.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like you're just jumping back in from day to day.
No.
That's cool.
I'm committed to it.
Nice. What about you, Donk? What are you using?
1280, 960.
Okay.
4x3.
So stretched?
Yes.
Okay. Wow, I don't know. Some people still using black bars, man.
No
back
way.
in my day, we didn't even have, wider screen monitors. It was just, the CRTs, the real boomer days. Yeah. But you listen to these guys, right? And Nico, who's migrating, you think, I can keep up with it. I'm a bit younger. Is it fast for you?
It's fine. No, I was trying Full HD in CSGO, and like a few days I was good, really good, and then I was fucking trash. So I said to myself that I won't move to native resolution.
Okay, all right, so it's not a change. You're happy with your res?
Yes.
What sensitivity are you using?
125, 800.
Okay, nice. So that's probably on the high end. Is that that's on the higher end, right?
Above average.
Is it?
Average, yeah.
Above average.
Yeah. Okay.
For sure.
What are you using?
I'm on 400 dpi and then 1.77.
Okay. All right. So yours is kind
Mine
of
is
high.
on the lower end because it's like
400 DPI. Yes.
700ish effective DPI. I think it's called.
Yep.
EDPI.
Okay.
But it's low. I think Nico, are you lower?
I'm using 1600 DPI, 0.45. So that's 1.8.
I think we're the same with Nico.
Sure. Yeah. Do you feel like so obviously you're still clearing a lot of angles and you're moving around a lot, but you're on extremity positions or you're anchoring sites. Obviously sometimes you're having to go in first, like, depending on scenarios. Do you think they have higher sense? Well, especially Donk, because you're always in the action. Do you think that's why you need to have a higher sensitivity?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
I just want to be fast, and that's it.
But then it becomes harder to control, but you don't have any issue controlling anything ever.
Yes.
So, just easy. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. It's one of those weird balances, right? Because the lower your sense, maybe the more stable your aim can be. But the ability to flick into fights and do everything kind of starts to get taken away. Is this, for you, Nico, over time, is this still par for the course where your sense has always been, or has it changed a lot?
It has changed, definitely, especially in CS2, as I was trying to increase the sensitivity in CS2. And
because the game plays quicker, you think?
Yes.
Okay.
And also because I was kind of getting more into entry rolls as well.
Okay.
So there would be a bomb size where I would entry and I cannot even clear the angles because my sense was too slow. So I started increasing the sensitivity, trying to see if I'm going to get better, and that's what I used the past 6 months. I used similar to him, a bit lower than him. I used like 1.15 or something around that area, and obviously I did not play that great, so I tried to kind of find a middle ground now, and so now I'm on 1.8 400 DPI ish, But I think in this game you have to be fast, in my opinion. At least that's when I look at the best players right now in the game. They are all very quick. So this is what I try to also implement in my game, and didn't work too great. But you need to give it a real shot, and maybe there are going to be improvements on a long term. So we'll see how this season is going to play out.
Okay, so we got the res, we got the sensitivity. So everybody at home is going to be using the new settings when this comes out and drops. Now, one thing that I wanted to ask a question of, and maybe we'll start with you, Robs. If you were to describe your play style as a player, how would you do that?
I mean, many people say annoying just because they know I'm in a spot lurking, but they don't know when I'm coming. I guess annoying can be an answer.
Okay, look, I would say methodical.
Yeah, methodical. Yeah,
measured.
Of course. I mean, classic. What people say as well. I mean, just because it's the way you peek at the peak angles, measured. Like obviously there's. Just taking these decisions, but that goes for like any position. I don't know, doing some fancy grenades.
Do you guys think Robs is annoying?
Yeah.
I'm not playing against him like position.
Yeah, true. Yeah, look, that's fair. But you would say yeah?
Yeah, I think mostly because I think he's one of the few like anchor lurkers that kind of base the game around himself. A lot of them are kind of passive and they let other guys, do the work. But I think Robin is one of the few players where he puts pressure, even though he's in like an anchor or a lurker position. So I think this is what, at least for me, stands out the most.
So this is when we watch your games, right? You're more active in these spots. You're very disruptive. Like on the CT side, you're not just sitting there waiting for things to come to you. You're making sure you're ruining defaults or slowing things down, or you've got your own peaks and your own plays. So it's like that's what I think, or I'm hoping that Zwei brings to like Spirit. Because when I watched Zwei on Namiga, he was a bit more active in some of similar positions as to what you would play on the T side as well. He backs his aim a lot. So I'm curious to see what happens with Zwei. But I've just gone on a tangent. Donk, if you were to describe your play style, do you have any words that you could use for that?
I don't know.
No? How would you guys describe Donk's play style?
A machine. I don't know. I think he's very straightforward.
Aggressive.
He's aggressive and he's really good at multi-killing people.
Unstoppable force.
Yeah.
I think anyone could say the same.
Okay. If we break it down, it's like don't go kill, right? But it's not as simple as that, is it?
Sometimes.
Or is it?
Sometimes.
Who knows?
Who knows? Well, this is it. You want to let us in? You want to give us any secrets? Any tricks of the trade?
No.
No. Okay.
Why should I?
It does feel like that sometimes,
Yeah.
It is as simple as that, because I mean, when you're as good as that, it's gonna look like that,
Robin has a strat that I will go kill. Drop to him hero AK and he's go like underpass at the Mirage.
Okay. All right.
Exactly.
What about you, Nika? You give us some more words to your playstyle.
To my playstyle, I don't know. I feel like my playstyle has shifted over the years.
But you've always been flashy, right? And you've always been like your aim style has always been you're more of a tapper. Right, maybe you're becoming a bit more of a burster because of CS2, but you're not known for crazy spray control. Like the fights when you take them and you're in a position, you're able to delete everybody on your screen. So, is that how it feels when you're playing?
Yeah, I mean, definitely in CSGO, I was going for more one-taps. It was easier to clear angles. I think I had a very similar playstyle to Robin. Even though he was on a lurk, I was kind of in a pack sometimes. But I still like to, clear my angles, take the duels that I want to take. I don't want to kind of play... I want to take the duels that they want me to take, kind of. So I always try to dictate the pace of how I want to pick people. But in CS2, it just became a little bit harder. So I try to be a bit less unpredictable, because in CS2 either players got so good, or I don't know, someone just, I don't know, like everyone is moving all the time. You cannot it just doesn't feel the same way to play. So if I were to describe my play style, I don't even know how I would describe it right now. You tell me, you probably know better.
Well, that's my job, I guess, is to talk about the way. Do you guys have a way that you would describe Nika's playstyle?
It's also very measured. I think Nico was one of the pioneers of peaking angles, clearing angles back in 2016, 15. I think that was the way that he brought the game to another level. I think as well.
Well, this is it, right? Because obviously you've had to continue to evolve the longest. Rops is the second, and then you're the fresh face. But you've come in and just kind of blown everything up. But with Nico in the early days, it was like, oh, there's this AIM star, but he's also, very good at all the other necessary requirements. Then Rops came in, and this is when I first started doing this job. And it was in an office just down the road, and he'd come from being called a cheater, goes to the Faceit office, and now he's playing on mouse. And I'm just watching in Go TV, I'm just watching Rops, and it's this kid who's just clearing every corner. Like, it looks agonizing for somebody like me who likes to wide swing and run in first. He's clearing every corner. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. Like, he knows every single angle. And then you come in, and all of the stuff from the people before you is kind of already ingrained in you, but not like, and you're still so mechanically like brilliant with all the angle clearing, but you're rapid. You're just bang, bang. Things happen so quickly. So like the evolution of the game over a 10-year period is nuts, but it's like all of your things combined is like why we're seeing players like him and Kiyasuke and stuff today. And it's then, to your point, like players getting better. They have done, because the knowledge of the past is kind of, it's people, you don't need to learn it anymore, right? People have seen what's happened, and they just kind of, that's the way the game is played today. But with what I've said there, do you guys think that is a reasonable statement, or do we think that CS2 is just actually a worse game?
I think it's completely true. I mean, it's funny because I think about it a lot as well, and I just going back to your statement, like I watched back some of the stuff from 2017 when I was playing FPL and I was doing the things that people said I'm cheating or whatever, and I don't know, I just look back and people were just bad.
Yeah.
Yep.
People were bad at playing CS. Yeah. They go FPL, they queue, have a beer after, like it's not even serious during those times. So it shifts a lot, the meta, the skill level of players. It's going up and up, and it's true that every year that a new superstar gets born, I think all of them have the qualities of the past, and they have each of their own new as well. Yeah.
And they bring something new, right, at the same time. So not only are they using what everyone else has gone through the trials and tribulations of, they bring the next level of it, and that's kind of where the bar gets set. I wanted to ask a question to the table. Do we think that riflers are more impactful in the modern game than AWPers? Because it always used to be AWPers, right, as the most impactful players.
I would say yes, but it also depends how you use your riflers, obviously.
Okay.
If you have someone like, him or me to some extent, where like we are taking the resources to ourselves, going for entries, like this is kind of where you base the game around. So then obviously you're going to have more impact. And I think in CSGO was probably a bit more balanced. But
with riflers and AWPers?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because obviously AWPers were just really, really good in CSGO. Obviously they were definitely the most powerful role on the team, but I think riflers could still, the good rifles that were having enough resources, they were like trying to become one of the best, they could still have more impact than the AWPers, in my opinion.
Okay.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel that way?
I can agree. I think I can speak why I think also riflers are more important. It's just because, like, as Nico said, like getting an entry I think means so much nowadays. Like teams are really good at capitalizing, let's say a 5v4, and it's much tougher to win a 4-on-5 on the opposites. But that then comes back to if you have like a nice op on your team, you can maybe win that 4-on-5. But then again, yeah, just I think playing from an advantage nowadays, it's CS is becoming more and more calculated. I think where like the teams make really good decisions and they can just win the round based on a small advantage like that. So yeah, just having a great entry fragger is very beneficial for any team.
Okay. What do you think, Donk?
Yeah, I agree. I just think the riflers have like more resource to like use their skills, I would say, because like Opers get used to just control them up, and the Refers going forward and taking some space, so they have just more space to show themselves.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, 1xBet, Zowie, Nord.
In the center of the studio is what everybody is fighting for, the coveted Intel Extreme Masters Cologne trophy. Vitality were the most recent squad to be etching their name into it, having hoisted it in 2024. And whilst incredibly prestigious, incredibly beautiful, they made no secret that they weren't content with only hoisting one trophy within a calendar year. Cut to the beginning of 2025, Spinks is removed, ROPS is added, and since that very moment, they quite literally haven't looked back. We're talking a 35 series win streak when we look at best of 3s and best of 5 games, and also 7 consecutive trophies. And now they have the opportunity to be making it through to the playoffs today, as they'll be taking on G2 on the A stream to round out today's proceedings. They beat Astralis yesterday, which does mean Astralis are now on the brink of elimination. They'll be going head-to-head against Furia as our last game of the day on the B stream, not before GamerLegion and 3D Max also fight for their life in Cologne. It's all going down at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2025.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, a crazy day of games, of action today. Stage 2, day 2, I can confidently say. And we're going to be joined here. Yanko, I got Sponge. What's up, man?
You sure it's day 2?
I'm sure it's day 2 today.
Day 5 overall.
I felt if I really nailed it yesterday, I could set myself up for a good day 2 of this. Yeah.
No Stabby and Yawn here just yet.
I know, that was a blunder. That was a rough one.
That was fun, though.
It was a fun one. It was nice having Hooksy step up right in the moment for it as well.
So Hooksy step up, that 1v4 was wild. That brings me to my next point. And my
Did I
first
activate a
point
trap card?
of the day. We have the Hooksy 1v4, the Yabby Dig round, the Tessus Dig round, the Mazinho 1v4, the Tessus 1v3 on the pistol with 1 HP. Did I say Tessus? I meant Mezzi. Mezzi 1v2 on the pistol round and overpass. We had a Hunter 1v5. I'm probably missing a couple.
Okay.
How many clutches and highlights have there been, boys? It's wild.
Well, here's the test. Are you a glass half full kind of guy or glass half empty? Because is it bad Counter-Strike being played by the man advantage teams, or is it really good Counter-Strike being played by the individual?
Jason, you should know, as a man that dabbles in analyst work as well as commentary, that a commentator will say this is fantastic Counter-Strike.
It is fantastic Counter-Strike. You're correct.
Right, so there's been a lot of highlights.
The Yabi 1v4 was really nice. That might even be my favorite. It was so crisp with the... it was reminiscent of the Nico sort of round he had a year or 2 ago also at Cologne, right? But always nice to see those Deagle highlights.
There's too many Deagle rounds coming out. Every time I see him, it's like, why does my Deagle not do this? I've never had a good Deagle in 20 years. Yes, it's all about me.
You're a sprayer.
20 years of Counter-Strike. I've never been able to use the Deagle.
You're a sprayer, not a tapper, Jason.
It's true, except in Source. Source Deagle was king.
I think the most upvoted thing of yesterday was Kiyosuke getting a 4K ramp.
It was
a rifle round.
Great. It was really beautiful. It was one magazine. It was very efficient.
I'll be honest, I don't think it compares to the others I listed, like the Hunter 1v5. Oh, that one is like Furia with some massive misplays. But still, to see Hunter be able to capitalize on that was great. Really fun day of Counter-Strike yesterday. I enjoyed myself.
Fun day of Counter-Strike, but as we get deeper into Stage 2, we have one big question that we're all asking ourselves and all trying to figure out into Season 2 of the year. Can anyone beat Vitality? Can anyone actually do it? Like this?
No.
Okay, well, Yanko's coming in here with some... Oh, look, they're 60...
You mean anyone not Legacy?
Well,
not Dumao and Lato, the chosen ones.
True, that's
that are going to bring Brazilian Counter-Strike back on top.
They're not here, but if they were...
Astralis couldn't beat them yesterday, right?
They did come close.
They did. Well, it was a 2-0.
Close-ish on the first.
With those clutches from Mezzi on Nuke, it definitely kept them apart. And I think one of the key factors was it wasn't a ZywOo carry performance. I think that you turn to Mezzi, you turn to Rops, and you turn to Flames for a little bit more impact than ZywOo within that series. Device had ZywOo's number in a lot of those rounds. And then Apex, well, with the shaved head, he was still talking some trash, which is good. Some of it was uninspired. Some of it was pretty good. So
he's warming up into the year, right? Don't peak too soon.
Yeah, but this is the team we heard from Freya there before we got into things. 7 trophies in the last season. In my opinion, we're in the Vitality era. That's a debate for another day. It's the Astralis dynasty. It's the Vitality era. But right now, this is the best team in the world without a doubt. They're the major champs. They're the world #1, undisputed. And yeah, we're in their umbrella right now of the question that you just posed.
Yeah, if anyone can beat them, where are we looking?
Yeah, just... First of all,
first and foremost,
I think also that game yesterday is a perfect example of why Vitality is the best team, right?
Sure.
Because how many times will you see Donk have a bad, not above and beyond game and Spirit still win?
I think statistically speaking, there was that graphic.
Yeah, there was the graphic the other day, yeah.
Very rarely.
Very rarely, right? Like it's the same for Nico, Monacy on Falcons, same for, you can go down the list really with players, but yesterday, ZywOo had and Rops too, they both had a pedestrian series for their standards. It was Mezzi and Flamesy who were the 2 highest rated players and had the most impact, right? And I think that's what separates them. That's why we see all these other teams sort of try to upgrade, right? And try to get there. And, who will be most likely to challenge them? I mean, you sort of have to say Falcons, right? Because they were the closest ones in the first half of the year. And then now they've signed the biggest prodigy we had really in the market at the moment. Well, I don't know if he was even on the market, but Falcons got him anyway.
They made him on the market. Yeah, they created the market.
Look at that. I thought that was a graphic on the screen. That's actually over here. That is, that's a lot of data.
So their Vitality is 60-16 in 2025 against all the teams that are here.
That's pretty good. And now it's 35 wins as far as best of 3s and best of 5s are concerned, because what Yanko mentioned with that best of 1 to Legacy. We forget about that. Best of 1s are only at the majors for some reason in Cologne.
It's a nice little twist, I think.
Isn't it? Yeah, we like to keep that flavor.
We'll talk about that tomorrow.
And Overpass being a factor yesterday, they picked it, so that's cool. A bit of a statement of intent. Like, our map pool actually got stronger thanks to Valve removing Anubis.
We actually have only powered up.
That's fun too.
That's also crazy because who can beat them? No one can. I mean, you feel like no one's going to beat them in the next month or two.
Yeah.
Because Spirit made changes, Falcons made changes. Okay, if anyone will beat them, it's like Maus or Mongols, but that ain't happening. So, and in theory, their map pool might have just gotten stronger somehow.
Yeah.
They might be even more difficult to beat. It's like Valve is really rooting for Vitality.
I want to go back. Let's I want to talk about the Falcons thing because we breezed past Falcons.
Well, they ban Overpass, so maybe that's okay.
And I guess the question is, were you impressed enough by Kyosuke in the first day to feel like that's a ramp up period?
Now I'm going to say Kyosuke. You can say whatever the hell you want. Everybody's allowed to say whatever they want, but look, whether or not he's the solution, I don't think yesterday was enough to be able to tell that. Look, in terms of his performances, I think he did a good job for his debut in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. We learned his positions on 2 maps. Obviously, Nuke, he got to take the ramp position on the CT side. Nico stayed outside. But on the T side, he was doing the map control on Yard. And then on Mirage, he was playing short, so in combination with Monacy as well as Nico over towards middle. And then on the T side, he was actually the mid-control player, and Nico's on the extremities. I like the change more for Nico.
Oh, dude, I was going to say the same thing. We had him on the desk after that win, and that was the only thing he talked about. He was like, having Kyosuke on this team just frees me up to now do whatever I want and take my time and play.
Bait a little bit more.
Yeah.
Well, it's not baiting if he comes in and kills everybody, is it? You love seeing Nico get to come in through apartments after the information's there, and it's like, oh, there's one ticket, there's one jungle. They're now both dead.
There was a round, I think that's exactly the round. I think there might have been 4v5, and then Kyosuke makes a move from underpass, gets 1 kill. Nico comes from maps, gets 2 more, and between the 2 of them, they get 4 kills and bring back a 4v5. And if you look at that round, like that's how they're going to win games, right? It is going to be guys being able to bring them back from round disadvantages, or just players being able to step up individually, right? Similar to how, you know, G2 with Nico and Monesi and Hunter would win games, or FaZe in 2022, right? Like that is going to be the strength of that team.
It feels like Hisuga's going to have to share the spotlight a little bit more so than a Donk does at Spirit, or maybe did at Spirit, right? We're going to see the changes with Zwei today. It's Zwei Day. Yesterday was Kyosuke Day. Oh, slash
Zwei Day sounds really nice though.
It does. It's got some alliteration going on there. But look, I think the depth of Falcons is something that needs to be looked at as well. Like TeSeS changing positions has clearly given way for obviously then Nico. That's a cascading issue. Yes. But that TeSeS had that massive Deagle round yesterday. Kixon had a couple of rounds on the CT side of Mirage, back-to-back anchoring A now, where he had some really good impact. So you're seeing the depth of the individuals, and I think it's strong signs early, but I suppose it's about expectation setting. In Cologne, first event of the season, is this where we expect them to win? I don't think so.
Well, I think you just touched on a lot of the strengths that we saw at Falcons yesterday. For me, I saw a lot of weaknesses as well. We talked about it on the desk. I think like their retakes were really struggles. They were really discoordinated in a couple of retakes. Was that one on ramp room where the two players came down ramp? Yeah. And it's like those kinds of miscommunications and disorganizations. I expect them to get cleaned up as time goes on, but that basically means you can't beat Vitality at the
first game.
First game.
And you know what that is?
Said it's going to improve as time goes on.
You know what that is? That is them playing like 100 Faceit games in the last 7 days. Nico, Kyosuke, and Monesi, and they're like, oh yeah, this is just like, you know, muscle memory from the last 10 days, right? And then it goes horribly wrong. I think even this whole event, you're going to see that probably for the most part, but it's after the first couple of events where you're like, okay, now you need to see some improvements in some of these errors need to stop happening.
Okay, so Falcons they're not going to beat them at this event, but down the road,
they might beat them.
They could.
Okay, here we go.
They could. I'm not going to say they will, but they could. I like Na'Vi. Now I want to make sure people in the back here, because I think if you listen to me over the last couple of weeks talking about the Makazi edition, I would be saying, oh, I don't think there's enough to move the needle, and it's nothing about him as an individual. It's the team of Na'Vi probably not having enough oomph. But I like some of the changes that we saw yesterday against that of FaZe. Yeah. Right, getting to see Ancient, they move bit over towards B. Makazi gets to play middle. Ima gets to be the A guy. So some of those changes I thought were nice. On the T side, Makazi given the space to be the mid guy, which is great because he's that shiny new toy. You wind him up, you let him go, and he just goes out mid and shoots. And people think that's a very important position. It is. But if you get him out to mid and he's made the kill, made the space, at that point, Alexi or Ima can take over the calling, right? Ima felt like he was floating a bit more. Sure. Alexi playing B lane. Then they went into Mirage, which he didn't need to do anything crazy, but he was serviceable there. Yeah. He was playing extremities on the T side, and he was playing short on the CT side, so that's a pretty good position to be. And then Nuke, well, that's where they dominated FaZe and made FaZe look a little bit silly, I thought. So a good confidence-building win for Na'Vi. But in terms of returning to the conversation that you're bringing, can they beat Vitality? Too early? Too early to tell?
I think so.
When will they ever beat Vitality? Like, what makes you think they'll be able to beat them? Like, their team play will get on such a high level that they'll be able to...
Well, so for Makazi, like, I thought that he brought more than my expectation was to the team, because one of the things was the vibe looked better, and that's that's a player change. That's not a Makazi exclusive. Yeah. That's any new player coming
Maybe he cracks jokes. How do you know?
Maybe. He could be a funny guy.
He's a pretty funny guy. I talked to him in the lobby.
Yeah?
He's got some jokes.
Drin Shakiri.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Shachiri.
It was close.
Close.
You said the magic name. FaZe. Always a fun team to talk about in this context.
Like haha funny?
I said fun, not funny. Oh. But yeah, haha funny.
Funny how?
Yeah, exactly. But this team, now with Brokey back in, Brokey looked pretty good yesterday. He did his classic clutches. He did his classic pull some bullshit out in the chaotic situations. Not the most cleanest game overall, but FaZe is always a team where you always just wonder, is that magic going to roll back? Is it just going to show itself for no good reason?
I think it's just... And Kerrigan is vocal about this in interviews. You know, he thinks it can work with all the roles and everything, but this needs to happen and that needs to happen. I think the more time passes, we're seeing that it just can't work. They can't make it work, right? Because we're talking about this.
It can't work.
It's also important in the context of FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan isn't a team that wants to be in the top 10 or in the top 5.
Yeah.
FaZe Clan is a team that wants to be out there and lift trophies, right? And they haven't been necessarily all that close to one when we look at the events where all the teams are there, right? Like sure, they were close to beating Vitality in Katowice in that group stage game, but you know, when you look at them go up against a team like that, a Mouse, Falcon, Spirit, you don't really see them being able to overcome what these other teams are able to bring to the table, because not only do they have guys like Donk, Monesizaivu, Rops, and so on and so on, the team play from FaZe just isn't there.
Isn't there yet.
It might never be.
Yeah, you're not getting that same feeling of like a hive mind of 5 players who just all have the same idea, doing that individual kind of style.
I don't want to give my opinion because everyone calls me a hater.
You don't have to give your opinion.
Thanks.
What
I'm here for.
Do you have a different opinion you'd like to give?
About FaZe?
About any other team.
Let's talk about Mongols.
You can open up the field. There we go.
Mongols.
Yeah.
Yesterday, obviously, they only played 3D Max. Sorry to the French. That wasn't meant to sound so disrespectful. They played 3D Max. That's a team
You're fine, mate.
You should hear Yanko's been saying.
And I thought that, obviously, Ancient got a little bit closer than it should have. That was a map that they were pretty dominant on within the first half, but then it was brought back in. Was a couple of clutches. I touched upon the Mazinho one. But for me, for Mongols, making the major grand final, picking up some big wins against, sure, maybe not the biggest teams in Austin, but still, I think those are confidence-building wins, and I think it's going to unlock that next level. For me, the Mongols project is about the building blocks, and now they're at the point where they're standing with the rest of the big teams, right? They're a top 5 team in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now that Senzu's unlocked on the stage, we need that consistency to be followed through here in Cologne. And look, for me, I really hope that we get to see them in the playoffs, but it's going to be a tough group. Group A is a group of death. They get a free punt at Vitality, don't they, today?
No, they play Falcons.
Oh, that's right. It's G2 versus Vitality.
I think for Mongols in the last year or 6 months at the very least, the most important win for them has been against FaZe in the quarterfinal.
Oh, sure.
Because that was the game like that Mongols would choke, right? You're going up against a team that you're objectively better at than, but they have the more experienced players. There's aura around them with Simple and all of that. Senzu's going to be the worst rated player again. He's going to disappear. No, they take them down. Senzu is the best performer. He had a great playoffs. So I'm very excited coming into this season for the Mongols to see if that means they've broken through that glass ceiling, right? Like, because if that is the case, then the conversation gets a lot more interesting, because they're a team that shoots very hard, has really strong fundamentals, is great at punishing mistakes, doesn't have nothing too fancy, you know, not too much finesse to their game. So that's a very exciting team to watch play.
Sorry, I need to elbow in and be a host. What's up?
I knew you were going to do that. Breath in. The breath in was, Chad, it's your time to leave.
Yeah. No, I wasn't going to say that. We're not even there yet, but we're going to be leaving. You're going to be kicked out soon. I just want to get to Spirit before you leave. I want to get to Spirit and Zwei Day.
Well, look, we know Zwei's potential from Nemiga, and we know what type of positions he plays. And I touched upon it earlier in terms of Donk maybe not having to share the spotlight as much. We know that Shiro isn't the most aggressive, but
keep it in. Just think about 3D Max.
So Zwei will be added into the mix as another option, I think, for Chopper, right? I hope that they use him so he has a bit more initiative. He takes some fights. He takes some aggressive space on the map with the positions he's playing. Very excited to see him going up against Heroic, which will be going on the B stream.
You are?
Well, I'll be doing the A stream, so I won't be watching the bit, but I will watch it later. But I think that it should be a fun game, and I want to see Zwei finding that impact early, because then that will add another layer to Spirit that might have been missing in the previous season.
I think it's is the firepower upgrade, and it's a clear and obvious firepower upgrade. Is it enough for Spirit to become a contender, right? Or does their game need a little bit more variety? Do they need this? Do they need that? I think we'll have to wait to see. It was clear and obvious that they needed to make a change, and I think we'll have to wait for a year or two and see, did they make the biggest...
year or two?
No, to see if they made...
How much time are we giving these people?
If they made the biggest blunder ever by letting Kyosuke go, right? Like, not about all of this, but, you know, just such a talent. You could have had him in January, now you don't.
I'll mark the calendar. We'll come back to this in 2 years. And
we'll made a 3-year bet a couple of years back. So
hey, I'm a long-term type of guy.
All right, we got to get out of here.
Why do you hate Mouse, though? Why can't they
get out of here before things get off the rails? I love Mouse. We're off to a break.
And Liquid.
Before we go, remember,
North America.
The Intel Extreme
New Jersey.
In Krakow are starting next year, so make sure you get your tickets. Your tickets are available to buy. You want to be an IEM Krakow and a great legacy built in Katowice. But we're going to do the same exact thing in Krakow. When we return from the break, we're going to dive into Mao's Liquid, our first match of the day.
Dzień dobry, Krakow.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Like against the sky.
on to earn the spot in stage 2. For you, what were your initial takeaways from competing in stage 1 of Cologne, and where the team maybe did well, or some things you want to be working on?
I mean, it's still a really new team, and we just need to get more practice. So it's going to be some ups and downs. And I mean, because in the beginning, but I think we came back pretty good with 2-0 both games. So it was really nice. So yeah.
How comfortable are you feeling yourself in the Heroic jersey? Like, if we use a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not comfortable or 10 being the most comfortable you've ever felt, where would you place yourself and why?
6.5, I think. I mean, it's still it's new. Been away for 6 months. So, I mean, we're a new team. We just need to find each other, be on the same page, etc. So, yeah.
Is there anybody particularly on Heroic that's helping you, increase that comfort level and get more kind of integrated with the team environment?
I mean, everyone, especially Linus and Tobis. They're a big part of it, so it's really nice to have them as well.
And finally, just talking about your opponent today, there's been a bit of a roster change on the Spirit side of things. We've got Zwei in the server. What do you know about him? Have you ever played against him?
Yeah, I think I met him before in Metasport. I think he's a really good player. So yeah, they have the pressure on them. They're the better team. So we're just going to try to do our best and things like that.
Thank you so much, Nilo. You can go ahead and sign the wall. Good luck in your game.
Hello everybody, welcome in. We continue on here with day 2 of stage 2, of course, and our first visit in with Spirit here today. Excited for that. Should be a good game. They are one of the teams that's also made a move. I think a smart move from them as well. Everyone expected Magix to be on the chopping block, and I think they've gone the right way. They're up against Heroic here, and this is the team that, started off a little slower. They've obviously looked quite good, but I think we were expecting quick and easy stage 2 for them, but it wasn't quite the case.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, honestly, in a game like this as well, you probably have to say that they're maybe even looking on Zwei a little bit and saying, right, you've played against these guys a few times. What do you know about them, right? This is how things have panned out so far. Vitality 2-0, big for them over Astralis, but a great game there. G2, of course, we call that game. So they'll be meeting in that next round. Falcons and Mongols also making their way through as well, all in 2-0 fashion. So setting up a lower bracket things in Group A, which is quite a spicy. GamerLegion 3D Max, bit of history there. Astralis Furia as well, bit of history there. So should be a pretty interesting lower bracket as things progress through Group A. Over and towards Group B as well, Na'Vi booked their spot for 2-1. Makaze's debut, pretty good all in all fairness. That FaZe Clan side fell a little flat last night, so they're looking to bounce back in the lower bracket. Aurora, of course, a 2-0 over NIP. I think relatively to be expected as well, and simultaneous games going to be happening. Mouse, Liquid, and Heroic Spirit here on the B stream. So exciting time to see who'll be joining Na'Vi in the next round and Aurora in the next round in the upper bracket, and who's joining FaZe and NIP in the lower bracket side of things. It's all getting kind of spicy, even though it's very early doors, especially with teams like FaZe Clan being your first round lower bracket. That's absolutely brutal, right? As a team, you can get down there. So sort of you wanted to be avoiding them, but it's kind of difficult, and that's the beauty of IEM Cologne, especially in this stage 2.
Yeah, for sure. And the way that the sort of format has changed, and using the double elimination means that teams can check out quite quickly. And even if you do have a good series here or there, or a good map here or there, it's not really going to be enough to save you. You don't have time to scale into things. And I think that's where this matchup gets slightly intriguing, because Spirit are as yet to play. They're also another team that's kind of hit the player break as much as they possibly can. So, yeah. I think that Heroic, therefore, are going to have a little bit of that warmth that we like talking about.
Of course, there's the new boy as well, as why I think it's a really interesting time right now for Spirit, where we know they've got the firepower and looks towards kind of Shiro, Dong. We know Zonte's going to be a real decent stand-up player, but it felt like with Magix they were missing that cutting edge. They're going back to being a real contender for trophies, right? They're in that conversation at times of making deep runs, but actually lifting the silverware, that seems to be really eluding them now. And I think now with this move for Zwei, it's an injection of firepower. It's a young player that Chopper can mold in towards his style of play again, and it's an exciting prospect for Spirit to try and work with. I think wise, a fantastic pickup. One of the best youngsters that we had coming in towards this year, alongside people like kind of Grix and Molodoy, for example. So it should be quite spicy. But if we talk about head-to-heads, this one's quite interesting. Tanir and Dong, both relentlessly pacey riflers that are going to come and try and take over in towards this game. And this is the real test for Tanir as a rifler. Of course, he's had quite a few in his tenure throughout Heroic, but you're looking at an IEM Cologne stage 2, looking to push through and stay alive in the upper bracket, and you're against Dong. This is going to be the test for him as a rifler in terms of how he overcomes individuals who are just frankly much better than he is.
Yeah, both Terminators in their own right, so I think it'll be a lot of fun to watch and see how they compete against each other. I feel like similar-ish playstyles. We do have the Veto here as well to roll through, and I think that this is, again, just going to be tough for Heroic, really. It's hard to pick an area in order to punish. Ancient maybe feels like somewhere you could go, but Spirit have had so much time off at the moment, you know, and the overpass coming in maybe indeed helps them out. It will be an Ancient pickup for Heroic. Makes sense. It's just that lowest rep, lowest experience map outside of overpass, which people are a bit scared to pick, and of course the permabans and everything. So kind of the only area you can punish them. Still feel like Spirit are going to be expectant and ready for that. And then Heroic themselves have a couple pressing points. I wouldn't necessarily say that Nuke is one of them. So Spirit just kind of going with their own game and just playing that, really, not thinking too hard about it.
Yeah, I kind of respect it for Spirit. This is actually how they approach the majority of their vetoes, where they just say, I don't really care what these guys play. We just care what we play, right? And Nuke being that map, very, very decent one for them. Obviously good for Heroic, but you're still going to favor them, right? They've got to have that confidence of coming in. I feel like when you look at this, Mirage is a decent decider, the handshake, and that is what we're going to get. If it's any other team, really, the veto process for Heroic looks a little different. They actually want to be picking into Mirage. It's their most played map and actually one of their best maps in the pool. But the issue is it's probably one of the only teams you can't really pick into with Mirage, right? It's a map which Spirit absolutely love in their own right, and they're so difficult to break down as well. So understandable this is the handshake as a decider. If we get there, though, is a different question. Of course, with this new look Spirit, we're looking to see whether they can really make it a very good run in towards Cologne, proving just their worth, right? And starting to kind of integrate Zweian towards his side and look relentlessly overwhelming, especially for sides that are kind of in that tier 1.5, you know, just outside of the top 20. This is the type of size that, you know, previous Spirits, when they were back at the top, they would decimate. And towards Ancient, it is, of course, the map pick of Heroic, but it's a map in which we've seen very little from Spirit. But again, at times, when we have seen it, it's not been terrible. You know, even when you're looking all the way back to Astana, that's a pretty good win over Astralis.
Yeah, it's very true. And I think that, you know, again, it's a team that's very, very hard to predict, very hard to sort of know what they have been prepping and how Zwei comes in. I think an interesting conversation, sort of borrow a point from the A stream, the pre-show there, and Nico in particular, is that, you know, Kyosuke, he feels, has freed him up a bit. I think that's kind of what we're hoping Zwei's going to do for Donk.
Yes.
There's not as much pressure on one person to perform. If he has a bit more backup, usually it's sort of can Shiro help out as well on the AWP, but they were also talking in the little podcast before the stream got going. Donk was saying how rifles are far more important and just feel like they dominate the game a little more. So a bit more rifling power on Team Spirit is always going to be good. And if Donk has slightly less pressure and a bit more freedom to maybe, you know, take a few questionable risks or plays and things, but you have Zwei there to bail him out or trade him or help him, I think that this could be a really scary looking Spirit.
Yeah, exactly. It is all about kind of, I think, the prospect for the Spirit side, right? It's the what can this kid bring to the table. But for those of you who kind of have been in tune with the tier 2, you know that Zwei's a bit of a monster. His time on Amiga, he was pretty damn sick, right? And this is a guy who was quite consistently making really solid runs. You know, we saw this side going, you know, all the way back from Amiga when they had kind of Flammus in this side. He looked really good. And then, of course, Zwei came in to sort of replace him and fill those boots. I think he did it expertly, arguably even better in a way as well. The Amiga side now look a little lost without him, as you would expect, right? It's big shoes to fill. And also to mention this, Zwei's only 17 years of age too, so still very, very young. And that's what makes his side quite interesting. We're also probably looking a lot more as well, and something that might get unsung a little bit is actually now Shiro being a bit of a secondary voice, right? You know, as much as, you know, Donk obviously does like to get vocal himself, you're looking at this side in terms of actually the lack of kind of, I guess, just maturity in this side, right? It's three very young players, Ontix, Donk, and Zwei in themselves, and Shiro's got to now step up and be maybe a little bit more of a leadership figure in a sense, and now's a perfect time. Grix, this event from Grix so far has actually been pretty damn solid, no two ways about it. 1.37 KD, 75 ADR. We need him to shine here, Scriff.
Yes, 100%. I think, you know, again, Heroic are trying to play around with the taking of chances and things like this. And at the moment, they're sat in this, what we like to call gatekeeper spot. We've had teams like Big, we've had teams like VP be around here in the past. And it generally is the case for a team like this that, you know, put them up against someone you expect them to be or that they're sort of even with, and they'll look pretty good, right? Once in a while, they might have a little drop here or there, losing out to NIP, for example, to open up stage one. Maybe not what they would have wanted and what was expected of them, but they severely struggle when they're trying to punch up. They're not really a team at the moment that we expect to be beating Spirit, maybe even bringing it close. Yeah, and you can tell just by watching, you can tell just by how some of those other matchups go, that's like they're not quite ready to break through the ceiling, but we are ready for the Counter-Strike. That is for damn sure, and they're straight out middle here, an absolute bloodbath. 4 versus 3 in mid there, and it will be the T's to take control just about. Chopper still here, as is Shiro on the Julies. I don't think, they're going to expect anyone on A. Lovely little move here, and Chopper with the flick surely has done enough. Shiro goes completely unchecked. And Spirit reading it perfectly. A great pistol setup from them.
What a read, right? What a read. Because they take that initial aggression, but it subvertly kind of pushes them in towards that A side. 2 players there to meet them. Chopper hits 2 nice shots as well. Really, really well done. Very impressed with how kind of Spirit have reacted there. Nothing to kind of gain in a sense, unfortunately. For that, a Heroic, no bomb plant, sure, a couple of kills, but they are going to go for the force. That was quite a bold call. Mach 10, Tech 9, and a singular Deagle. Zontix drops a molly, and they bound behind as well to try and soften them up, but he will fall. Donk needs to step up, and he also gets shut down at just 1 to drive by Tech 9's Mach 10s on the move or causing issues.
A lot of damage there from Shiro. Chopper will manage to capitalize on at least one of them. Zwei coming in to back up. Chopper goes down in Donut. Pretty big area to be taking control of. And you look, what is there available? Not much, actually. We don't have a kit here. However, the kills keep coming in. And now it's just going to be a 10-second hold, you would assume. They go for the tap. Is there a kit? No, but they're able to get onto the bomb in good time. Looked a little panicked for a second that they were trying to find a kit. So on and so on. But yeah, Spirit will hold there for the retake.
Just making sure as well. But yeah, well played. Decent round from Heroic, right? A little quick, catches both Zontix and actually kind of Donk off guard in a way. But a bump on few kills, it's nice. It's not sort of the round, though, that we can kind of constantly be throwing in there. They've got to find ways to sort of find the gaps in this Spirit defense, which so far, yet 2, but a buy of some sort's going to be coming through. We've got Galil's on the board, an AK-47 and a Deagle for Youngster. So at least something to bring to the table. The only thing that really worries me actually for the C side is Util. They don't have enough to set themselves off like a double pump execute. The Util they've got, they've just got to use it. Double molly smoke, double flash, and already that smoke is being used as well, and I think the molly's just gone as well. So that being said, all those Util being expended towards B, the bomb's going towards A.
Slow encroachment here. It is just Don keeping an eye on things. Good timing from Chopper, but he misses completely. Nice find from Donk here. Can he keep them in it? Oh, it's Shiro, I think, who might just have done enough. He locks out the bomb plant ultimately. And now they're a bit split. They've chased after guns. But yes, the control of this A bomb site has now flipped. The CT's feeling a little bit better about it. Just got to be careful not to lose the fight out. And they know there's one in Donut. I think they're unsure of where that next man is coming from. Smoke just to get the bomb back. A little bit of a classic. And they're going to try and rotate around to hit B. Looks that way. Zwei with good timing here. Zwei with very good timing, but he's just not confident enough to take the swing, so they'll get past him. And the B bomb site right for the taking.
It's going to be a full 2v2 retake. Bomb will be planted, and
Bomb has been planted.
looking at this youngster now, Zwei's actually going to go the long way. The Spirit aren't playing together on this retake, and Shiro's so patient, not peeking, waiting for Zwei to get in position. And, well, here he is, shoulder spotted, 4-1. Molotov will come down. That'll force them into the hands of Shiro, who pounces and delivers. Grix, Core, Nilo, all on his shoulders as well in this post-part, looking to try and find a header, tap on towards the bomb as well. He doesn't know if they're sticking just yet, but he's mollied out of position. They'll stick, and another retake coming through in the 2 versus 2 for Spirit. A 3-0 start. Heroic getting bomb plants, and sure, they're now getting loss bonus as well, building up. But it's Spirit who are still seeing these rounds over the board.
Yes, and this is kind of the extra 10 to 20% that we feel the Spirit team has got. A lot of that is the big man Donk. You know, he finds 1 kill in that round. It's a nice trade, but then he gets that second. I think that's the unexpected kill, and that's something that, unlike many other players at this level, he's able to do pretty consistently. When you think he should be going down, he just doesn't. They're back in, though. Another investment here, not quite as deep. And they have managed to spread their economy pretty well, to be fair. Hero AK doesn't find anything, but maybe has created the space to grant another bomb plant. So retake simulator at the moment for Team Spirit. That is for damn sure. Going to be a big fight here over towards Slant. Got to be careful. Keeping your guns up. Oh, it's a team kill. Tanir, just get out of the way, man. Let me get that AK in there. But all of a sudden, through the carnage and the team kill, they've got themselves a 2-on-1. Chopper, I think his position is known because he dropped the planter. Again, no kit here. Able to isolate slightly, but Tanir moving around, not stopped creeping. And indeed, Chopper has no idea. Big round. It's actually 5 kills for Tanir there on that one, but all the same, huge Hero AK pickup.
Yeah, it's a massive round from him. Hero required, and he actually only cracks open things as well. And Grix, you just get in his way, pal. You gotta move. Don't be disturbing him. 5 kills, 1 of which is your teammate, but we'll give him a kind of a pseudo ace in himself. Round 1. And Heroic are putting pressure on. The fact that they were quite consistently getting bomb plants is actually a really good sign. It means that the executes on towards the sides are successful. It was just the post plants that were letting them down. That time, though, not to be. And you put yourself in a really solid spot. And because each and every round is actually being quite expensive for Spirit, you see the knock-on effect now. And we'll buy to seriously work with, to be super scary in a round like this. Donk up close, needed something, youngster. What a reaction. Finds Donk and flicks on towards Zontix. That is A open for the taking. Bomb down, and if you're Spirit, you probably just save here.
Yeah, maybe give us the youngster replay there. I want to see that.
Like it was a laser sharp flick.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, he is looking pretty sharp, to be fair. Has yet to be on the board, but this round he's come alive. Just needed an AK, and I think with the amount of half-buy type situations, force-buy type situations that Heroic have had, he's just not had his own AK yet. Either way, will be the round locked in. Spirit still got the lead, but Heroic feels like they are closing the gap quite fast. And, you know, we talk about the likes of a Donk getting super aggressive and Spirit enjoying the fights. I think Heroic are a team that really enjoy taking fights, that pack mentality. You've got to bear in mind that, yes, they, you know, came together in this team's a couple of additions here or there. But this core has been playing together for a long time now. So they are so comfortable. Yeah, youngster, super sharp.
It's a lovely little adjustment. Slow start for Zontix. 0-5 for him. Need him online, especially trying to anchor towards the side. But as a whole, quite the position that Heroic now find themselves in, because they know that money should be broken over towards Spirit. This one should be a simple one. 557. double half armor. We've got a smoke and a flash invested in by Chopper. And that is about it. That smoke will be used as well to try and slow them down. I do wonder whether they just brute force their way through B. It looks like they are. They're going to send it in. 5 seconds up close. Can be scary. This is why you don't really brute force against Spirit, because they've got the firepower to shut you down. It doesn't matter that it's pistols. We're down to 2 in a matter of mere moments. Heroic. How are we letting around like this slip? Nilo finds one, brings it back down into a 2 versus 4, but there's still a lot of work that needs to be done.
Okay, so you look at a round like that, and we often ask, what happens? How does it come to this? And I think just failed utility from Heroic, it felt like. Still a slim chance to get in. Maybe revisit the utility idea in just a second. The double stack slant, though, is hard to beat here. Grix can't deny Donk. And they will take the minimal buy in their favor, but yeah, there was like an attempt to break the smoke at ramp. I think the nade went too deep. Then there was a flash over the top for the entry guy, and it ended up blinding him, or there was a really good counter flash from the other side. Yeah, I think it was a team flash that initially screwed the first man through that smoke. So just a complete mess trying to get in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Heroic. That's a real gut punch of a round, though, to lose like that. Spirit going to call for the timeout, but it actually will... I feel like for me, it's going to make Heroic sort of, in a way, be a little bit tilted, right? You got a bit of time now to think about how did we let that one slip. It was 2 5.7s, 2 bits of half armor, smoke and a flash. That's just what Spirit brings to the table. It's why you cannot afford to take your foot off the gas for even half a second. This is a side that will punish you no matter what they've got. The tilt turn, it's of course gifted a bit of breathing room back over towards Spirit, and of course the opportunity to extend this Shiro in towards an AWP. And an AK save for Donk. Such a scary prospect. Donk CT side AK.
Really needs it. Shiro on the AWP is also something to be a bit scared of. We'll spot one there up towards Shelf. It's a great flash. He opts to stay, doesn't really want to give the wider angle around that corner. So very collected by Shiro.
It's quite smart. I think he's scared there's a Shelf player there. He stays tugged towards that cubby. The Shelf player range can't catch you bounding round. And he also resets himself from the flash. And he's just a little fortunate there was nobody close. Resmoking towards red. A much slower, calmer move here by Heroic as a whole. However, not going to start well. That is your big firepower down, and Donk has the chance at 2, but he can't quite find it. Shiro, he might. A missed shot, but a no-scope that connects, and one in response from Griggs. 2 versus 3 now. Post-spawn going to be set up.
Plan down. Grix. Oh, man, he takes one, but Chopper's real quick on that. Youngster, however, in the 1 versus 1, surely you give him the favor here against the IGL of Spirit. Decent nade damage onto both. Force back for now as well. Chopper, not many options. Just has to run straight in and hope that he can hit the shot. And that's exactly what he's looking for. Hopefully an open angle from Youngster, but no, he's just playing the bomb. Super safe, and there he goes. Quick as you like. Big win for Heroic.
Yeah, that's a massive round to scalp away, especially considering it was a 2v3 in that post-spawn specifically, but opening 2 kills went the way. Oh, Spirit, massive. That no-scope that connects by Grix, Fortune favoring them there a lot. You can see what it means. You can see what it means. That's a huge round to scalp. And look at the investment now coming through for Spirit. A AWP for Shiro, and a few upgraded pistols. Now, this can still be very, very precarious when you have to consider the firepower that Shiro alone can bring to the table, and the deagle of Donk. Heroic, a prime opportunity to finally properly tie this game up.
Nilo contacting in, little flash to work with. But Heroic are certainly holding their own, which is great to see, you know, dropping a couple difficult rounds to stomach, but not crumbling. I think they're hungry for this one, and they're certainly playing like it. No one really presenting on that Spirit side, so this slow encroachment here from Nilo is as yet not finding anything.
Yeah, not loads on offer, at least for now. Jungle Bees on 6. Oh my god, leg spotted, smoke down, Donk Deagle. Uh-oh, not again. We can't lose to another slightly lower buy, surely not. Molly will take Donk a little bit, force him over towards the box. They might even just cancel completely on this A-hold, and that is the right call.
Shiro. Trained in. Needs to be the hero here, and he might just be. Donk's also found the kill in towards middle, and Shiro keeps him coming. Oh, no. Again, Heroic. I've been doing so well, but it is just these lower by, looser kind of rounds that work so well. Shiro with a big 3-piece, but they just don't know what to do about him, you know? Like, first guy goes down, fair enough. Second and third, they don't get any util out. They don't bail away. They just kind of dry swing into him, maybe feeling it's their only option with a low clock like that, but still just little protocol issues maybe from Heroic.
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, man, that's such a rough one to let slip again, considering how you've already lost to a primarily pistol by once. To do it twice is quite egregious now for Heroic. Sometimes we want to see them just play a bit of a pack, and they're too easily isolated. They were spotted in that corner, but good respect being shown here. Don't want to overfight. Shiro can be posted on the corner. Has the support of a rifle at 2. He misses his shots. Why doesn't? But Grixal stuck on the left-hand side. There was no escape for him, and Shiro makes sure of that. Molly down to follow. Numbers kept here by Spirit. 4 versus 3. And no chance to pick up upgrades as well for Heroic.
The AWP does pull away. So a little bit curious here. Chopper in a very difficult angle to beat, of course, but, you know, Nilo is maybe the guy. Shiro is back. He's been changing his angles up quite a bit. Dynamic at the moment, but he loves that cave area. Youngster remains crisp. Just waiting patiently. Shiro tries to take his legs off, but does not find them through the smoke. So the 2 versus 2 here, I mean, certainly the guys that you want. Shiro and Donk looking to hold it. It's just Shiro, man. It's just Shiro. He's the only guy. 3 in the previous, 4 over here. Goodness me. And it's all from the same sorts of angles. He's controlling Cave and B.
Man, that is so quick, some of those shots he's hitting. That's Shiro back to his best, right? When he does things like that, so spectral to watch. I mean, it's kind of one of those scenarios when Shiro's doing this well, you continue. I mean, even Donk as well, similar kind of kills, but expected of Donk in that sense. It makes up for Sontic still yet to put anything up on the board. 0-8 for him. He's still struggling to get going. I mean, that swing on towards him as well was pretty egregious. He should have got away with that. He should have got that kill. So, feels a little in his own head for now. Donk fighting up through Red Room. Don't really want to test that as well if you're Heroic. Without the proper util, armor, or even weaponry, it's not really a worthwhile fight.
Gonna try B again, I suppose. Man, crazy game. Zontic's yet to frag, and yet Spirit still looking pretty damn good. Svi holding his own. I think what we wanted to see is tier 2 stalwarts ourselves, just to see another regen do well, you know, another 17-year-old phenom. Oh, Chopper. Shadows maybe spotted here. Svi trades out. I don't know. This looks a little dicier than usual. Maybe not expecting so much to come in. However, it's Donk, of course, for 3.
Just making sure. Just making sure. Supporters why keeping him alive as well. Supporting him and shutting things down once again towards B. Heroic going to call for their first timeout. 7-3 down on their map pick as well, no less. Once again proving just how dominant this side can be. Man, what a showing we're getting. What a spectacle. Donk's looking electric. He's absolutely flying. Shiro's obviously having his moments as well. And unfortunately, on the flip side, we're not really getting that same level of impact. You know, we look to probably Tanir and Grix being the two main guys we want to see really kind of flourish. And yeah, we're just not seeing that. Neither even up to double-digit kills. Nobody on Heroic is right now. Tough spot indeed. Four-round buffer. Penultimate round of the half as well. Rombu's going to come through, and Zontix, he's going to stay tucked in the corner. Zwei deals a lot of damage towards LNZ. It's all feeling slightly unconfirmed, but the spam will catch him with a fadeaway bullet.
Just saw the top of his head there, I think, as he was taking that jump peek. So he knew what was up. They have lost control of the site, and they have lost Donk, which always catches your attention. Zontix the next to fall as well. So 4 versus 2 looking pretty good here. Zwei doing his best. Shiro's still alive as well, by the way. And he has homing bullets right now. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. He just can't miss, even if he wanted to. Molotov comes in. Tanir going to be forced out into the open. Shiro does drop, but Zwei is able to make sure that this dream stays alive. Nilo, or maybe just goes unspotted. There's not a lot of time left. He takes one. He knows the other's not on the bomb. No need to get aggressive, and Nilo will find the clutch.
Well played. Well played. Zwei and Shiro, they've already pulled off one pretty spectacular retake on that B side. This time they get shut down by a Nilo double. They get so close here. I feel like that one swing shot from Shiro that he missed, the only one that he really missed, that's the one that maybe could have cost him a little bit. That's a big round for Heroic. 4 rounds in the first half. While it's not fantastic, it's absolutely workable. There's foundations there. We can build upon this. Far from out of the conversation on their map pick. Still quite the road to recovery, without a doubt. But they can make it a 7-5 at the end of the half here. Loving life a lot more. And they're going to go to the old tried and tested. Why not back to B? Doesn't start well, but a quick trade. And Zwei will also get caught as well. They line up though for Donk. And he makes it 3. Of course he does. Who else but Donk to delete them from B? And shut down the end of this half. 8-4. Spirit close it, and they do it in style. What a showing. Heroic, they're in a little bit of trouble. There's some foundations there, but we need something quite special if they are to bounce back in their map pick. This is looking like the Spirit we know and love. And the new boy is Zwei looking clean. We're going to throw it to a break. We'll see you soon.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it.
just so saucy.
It's so creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, not a bad half from Heroic. It is their pick. It is meant to be a bit more of a punishing map, but it's hard, mate. I think they're missing a little something there. Do you know what it is?
Donk.
Yeah, I think they're maybe missing Donk. If they had one of those, it might be a bit closer. Zontic's just, as you said, straight cardio out here, having a great time, but when you've got Donk just doubling up, maybe you don't need him.
Yeah, Zontic shutter runs from spawn and back. He's just happy to be there. Or maybe not so much, as we see with the facial expressions. He's just there. But who knows? Who cares right now, right? They don't need him. And not even just Donk as well. Shiro, some of the rounds he's had were absolutely electric at the half. So, Heroic need somebody just to give them an extra edge. And Tanir is, of course, the guy we're looking towards. And not a bad first half. 10 and 10 for him in that first half. But we need that extra edge. We need the ability to go 2 for 1 each and every round as Donk brings to the table. A slow roll here by Spirit. The bomb going to rotate back over. Zontix, 0 and 10. Yikes.
Yeah, we'll see. This
point,
could
just
be
full send, kill us the whole map, man.
Yeah. Exactly. You do get to a point where you're like, let's just see if I can win the map without getting a kill.
Bobby Vi
on the entry here, trying to just keep them at bay, not getting too greedy around the corner. I mean, all 5 of them around that corner. They're looking to burst in together. They will move through the smoke at the right time, though. Shiro's found his way in behind. He's got 4 to get through. Oh, he's bumping into a guy. Forcing forwards, will take the head of one, but surely his days are numbered from here. Smoke's got to go down soon. The knives are out. He finds a head through the smoke. There's no kit available. If he can find this kill, maybe we are on. But no, Grix will deny him. And Heroic win the pistol.
That was nearly full troll by LNZ. Knife into
almost
smoke as well. Oh my. I don't know if he also ran out of ammo as well. I know obviously
I think so.
That Shiro did, but I'm going to assume he did, right? But that nearly gave an opportunity for him.
And if we see, I think he got the knife out and then Shiro immediately headshotted him. So I don't know. There's a bit of correlation, causation, all that sort of stuff. I think he was probably just a dead man because Shiro locked onto him.
Oh, well, 8 to 5. Big way that Heroic needed to start. You get a pistol, and of course, if you can follow up with that force by round behind it, that's why we normally say 4 rounds is not actually a terrible foundation to get, right? You get 4 rounds, or if you get a pistol and a force by behind it, it's a very manageable deficit to work with. And Heroic are on the brink of that. There's 2 towards A as Spirit are thinking about popping through here. All expectations are that they will. Here's Tanir and Nilo as well. 2 of the more prolific riflers on this side. Zwei just completely overlooking that close corner. So he goes down for free. Now they've just got to commit towards A.
Nilo on the edge of this smoke. Tanir ahead of him on the UMP. Will take the head of Donk, but Nilo's gone down in the meantime, so bomb plant will come in, return on the investment. Tanir a little low, dodges the bullets for now. But an A1S retrieved is always going to be good. Molotov to keep them at bay. Trade there from Zontix. There will be the flank out from Shiro as well. He's in another clutch situation. Couldn't do it the last time of asking, but this time doesn't look so bad. And he's just avoiding the eyeballs right now. Calling their bluff as well on the tap. Not taking the peek. He knows there's unlikely to be a kit they've lined up, but Tanir keeps his cool. Oh, man, it's so close here for Shiro. Denied a second clutch.
Oh, yeah. That is a chaotic round from start to kind of the end there. Credit to even get that bomb down in that situation. Tanir puts immediate pressure on, but also good news, Zontix gets opening 2 kills as well, so he's back. There he is with that Tech 9. But yeah, well played from Tanir. needed him right at the end. We said this is the guy we're looking towards to make the big difference for Heroic. And there he is, stepping up in a huge way. So a second timeout going to be called by Team Spirit. They do, of course, have the opportunity to bring stuff to the table, and they will. Khalil's across the board. Chopper, just a Tech 9 for him as he prioritizes utility. Spirit. That bomb plot alone giving them a bit of life in towards this round, but a conversation before we get to it, just to see what the plan of action is, because you lose this one, you're sort of gifting up this lead that you've built up, and it will become, once again, quite an even game at 8-all.
Layer out mid here for Spirit, just behind the utility, but the smokes are good. So they will scare them away from mid and try and use this control to their advantage. Looks to be an A split. And there's only Grix here. Tiny bit of support from Tanir. Finds himself on quite good timing, actually, as he will join the contingent. Grix hidden away at the keen AWP angle here, of course. Desperate smoke. Tanir goes down way too easily. And they have really let them slip the net here. I think he just completely gets caught off by the donut move.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good now. They have, like, no info. They know there's one guy in main, maybe two in donut, but there's a couple players unaccounted for, which I don't really like. The flash is decent, but the trades are better. And that will be the round secured for Spirit.
It's just a simple play, right, as they move together. And unfortunately for Heroic, a real oversight from them. The remaining two of Youngster and Grix. Surviving is imperative, but unfortunately, not a guarantee, and Dunk will make sure of that. Youngster.
So yeah, clean round, I suppose, overall. Sure. I think pretty happy with how that's turned out.
Also, really positive to see it's a timeout instantly into success as well, and the plan they had from the get-go works beautifully. There's no complaints about it. I mean, that's all you really want. And Heroic really trying to respond in their own kind, right? They want to take a pause to try and find their way back in. It's a 3-round buffer they have put themselves on, and also they've got this awkward thing of money, right? We don't really have the chance to bring a lot to the table here. M4 invested in by Youngster. I do, of course, saved, but I do wonder really whether there's anything invested around it, right? Are we going to go for that force buy and immediately try and shut down this slight snowball that Spirit have, or do we take a step back but essentially let them build up even more of a lead and get ever closer to taking their map? It looks like option one. They're going to force buy here. I actually understand this sort of decision. It's, do we try and chain multiple rounds together and come back from a huge deficit, or do we try and shut it down here and now?
Oh, Chopper, keen find as they try and get some aggression going here. Tanir traded quickly. Not looking good as Heroic have tried to pull off a Hail Mary round. Spirit, although not super ready for it, I think it just doesn't have that much venom to it, this attack. They're able to just play their default and get the trades. A keen find from Chopper in the beginning probably turns the tide, to be honest. Youngster now finds himself alone. They don't know about him, so he should be able to save nicely here, but Spirit hammering this one in, making the T side look a bit too easy.
And an ult there as well. And they can pick up later if they need. They're just really making sure. Bomb will now finally go down. Yeah, for Youngster, it's all about the save. Hope will be recovered by Shiro. Something tells me with the loom around that corner of Zwei and Zontix, they might not survive here. They might send a couple of bodies looking. They don't have loads of money. They definitely have enough to send one or two to have a look for a heart. Now Youngster is a known quantity, and surely we gotta have a look down. Zontix will also fall as well. Youngster takes a lot of damage. Do they send Chopper in after him as well? No, the nade'll do it. Shiro. Nice little Hail Mary from deep. Sees him off. Of course, he was already tagged, so smart play, smart comms. Double digits now for Spirit, 10-6, and they're oh so close to the finish line. And unfortunately, once again, Money in a bad spot. Money in a bad spot. He can have a laugh. He's 22-10. He's still loving life.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is always the question as well. It's like, you know, Death Taxes and Donk playing insanely well. I think everyone always thinks whether this is going to be the off tournament or the off game. And sometimes towards the end, maybe, he's not like 150%. But in games like this, he's always delivering.
Yeah, teams of this caliber, right? He just punishes. He knows he is mechanically just the best in the server by such a long way that he can just sort of run around, hold W, and he'll at least get away with a couple of kills around. It feels like every single time. And so far, all that has been the case for him. 22-10. Shiro. Going to be tested by the pistols in a moment. Does seem to be a little careful of it. Doesn't want to get caught off guard. Has ball around the corner, though. And in they come. It's going to be Zontix and Donk. The Molly. Yeah, that's going to gain you a lot of info. And there's Donk to take some freebies. And he'll take them all day.
Oh, a little bit on top of each other. Donk says, get out of the way. I've got more kills to get. A bit of discipline does come to him at the end there as he notices he's low. Doesn't want to take any more chances. So, flawless rounds come through. It looks like Spirit are going to be able to net this one. Ali's just chilling. He's happy with what he sees, I'm sure. And now moving forwards, there is a lot of pressure on this heroic team, I think. Map 2 is going to be tough for them.
Absolutely, man. I mean, it is one of those things, and we spoke about it, where there's options where you could punish picking towards heroic, and I just think it's such a show of self-confidence for Spirit where they don't. They go in towards nuke, map which they, of course, also play as well, and they say, we still feel like this is the one for us. Testament, in a way, to just how good Spirit can be. 2 rounds away now as well, but Chopper and Zwei, with the first 2 to fall, the 5v3 ensues in favor of heroic. Maybe life still left in this side somehow.
Youngster takes a little bit of fire. He will be able to create space for the bomb plant in my mind, unless there's a spam that comes through or a break in the smoke. Is that a friendly break? Was that not a friendly nade? Shiro gets an assist as well. So maybe a little bit of a whoops on that one. And it will kind of become pandemonium now. The rest of them fall. And it's a flawless response from heroic. So right on the line of being worried, of being scared, they do manage to just keep them off of 12.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, just as they're about to hit that kind of moment of saying, right, there's no return here, they do extend that lifeline just a little bit. They're all played. And doing it flawlessly, I think, as you mentioned, that in particular for me is one of the most important things. They've obviously already had quite significant troubles when it comes towards kind of economy throughout this CT side. They've been broken. Even when we're finding success, it's quite expensive, right? And I think for them now, finally, we get a little bit of leeway and a bit of runway in towards opening the door to trying to tie this one back up and give us a chance of taking our own map pick. It will force Spirit into yet another timeout, so they really are seriously discussing this, and I think that's probably quite testament to heroic. They're in a position where it feels like they're on the brink of making life very difficult for Spirit here, and they just don't want to give them any sort of leeway. We'll, of course, have a buy back in, but long-term finances aren't fantastic for the Spirit side, and I think they all realise that.
Big round here. Spirit maybe having to dig a little deeper to figure this one out. Can't just rely on Donk to get 4 kills or Shiro to make Cave an impassable location.
Well,
the other side sometimes you can. Sometimes you can, but I think on the T side you need a bit more direction. And there you are. I mean, come on now. Nilo drops Shiro in a fight that he should never be winning. Donk is here slipping through the net. Oh, and imagine, but no, Tanir will deny him away and get that man advantage. And again, just trying to get these thick and fast trades in, but Heroic in the right places at the right time. They're looking good. They're matching up.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, how does Nilo even win that? The flash that comes through, it feels like it's so ineffective kind of both ways, and just getting the lead. I'd love to see both angles of that in a way, especially Shiro's, just how quick it was. 2 versus 2 specifically on the B site. They kind of set these duels, they give themselves a chance here, and damage dealt towards Youngster. Molly down, need to add further pain towards them, but it's now 1 versus 4. All down to Zontix, who's been slow and quiet throughout this game. He's now going to step up in a huge way. Trying to phase through the smoke. He's stuck inside of it. And I think they know. They're holding for it, and Youngster will close. Huge round. Only the 1 casualty. So, last 2 rounds, only 1 person going down for Heroic. Really positive signs. This CT side has got some serious hit to it, and Spirit are feeling it.
Yeah, they are capable. And this is where the Ancient might come alive for them. I think as well, you know, when we caught them, it felt like their CT side was maybe a little better. They also have a couple of players like Youngster at the moment, Tanir as well, who can just sort of take over a half and start flying all around the map. And relentless aggression, you know, it's funny they play under the Heroic banner. I think that although a completely different team, they still do have that Heroic energy to them. It does seem like maybe the management over there know what type of team they like picking up, because there is a lot of proactivity on this CT side.
Just the pistols for Spirit. Really deciding what they want to do. And this does feel a bit like one of those sort of timeouts about calling a timeout. They've also got none left as well, Spirit. They've used all 3 already. So back in towards mid we go. Donk and that illustrious Deagle got to do something quite special here. And good timing on the smoke, actually, in all fairness, from Tanir. That'll just slow them down. Sure, if they want to take Red Room control, they can, but it leaves them so limited in options about where they go from now. We're hitting that 40-second mark, and Spirit still seem kind of indecisive. It looks like a mid to B split, sure, but getting through and towards B site itself is a different task.
Looking easy as they do drop the Red Room control, but ultimately able to find the kills. Okay. Youngster is feeling himself for sure. It is only against the pistols, but still it looks cool and crisp. These are the words we like when looking at a heavy rifler like him. So let's see. We're definitely on here, man. They've brought it within 2 rounds now. 1 more rifle separates them from evening up the scoreline. Spirit don't know where the game has gone. And this is getting out of hand.
Yeah. It's your own game. Buffer zone, more or less at this point, eradicated. All down to this gunman. If Spirit lose this, theoretically tied up 11 apiece as money gets shattered. So this round so important, and it does not start well. Donk and Zwei. The 2 prongs of firepower on this T side for Spirit cut down short. Now 5 versus 3. With still 1:30 to work with as well, Spirit. That is such an early way to throw away a lot of the chances of this round.
Yeah, this is really not looking good now. You start to worry the scary drop-off here from Spirit. Perhaps one that might get studied a little bit in the near future. And now Heroic just sat tight, far back from any area of action, any area of danger, not looking to give any fights across at all. Boost comes in, Shiro can't find the frag. That'll give away the location of 2 players now, so as the round goes on, Heroic getting more and more sure of what's happening.
Moving in. Zontix, you've been quiet all game. Now's your time to make up for it. Time to shine. 30 seconds. Towards the B side they go. And there is at least a pathway to a plant here. Stand itself, you'll take. Flash round. They can get a somewhat safe plant. Chopper tagged. It's the only thing they've got to worry about. Posters there. If Shiro can hit just a couple of these, they might get a bit of a chance here. It's awkward swing. It's massive. And what a find. A couple of kills that come through for Spirit, but it's only minute consolation kills. Heroic. What a resurgence from them.
Yeah, here we go, man. Absolutely crazy stuff as they've managed to pull this back and pull it back in really good fashion, mind you. And there you go. I mean, the energy at an all-time high as well. These guys, as we said, been playing together for a long time now, and these are the types of matchups that you can indeed live for. You and the bros keeping it together as they look to push and find a crazy comeback against one of, you know, the most relentless teams, and particularly duo of players, both of them, Donk and Shiro, doing what you expect them to do. And yet, here we are, 11-10, set to be 11-11 if everything goes to plan.
Yeah, you're right. Fair play. Heroic. I thought they were dead to rights. Quite a while ago, in fact, and anything but it seems. While we called upon Tanir, it's been youngsters doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Recently, he's been looking fantastic. 2-0 in opening duels. Tanir 4-2 as well, so they're so happy to say fights. Griggs is going to be called upon first here. His shot second. It's good. Molly down as well to get support of LNZ. He's ticking in his own flames, are running out of ammo, and somehow still alive. And Donk and Chopper want more. They drive by and they're going to find an important kill. Hang on a second. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it gets a little weird. There are 2 members ready to go. Good timing from Tanir. Here's the reload, and that's his mark. That's his cue. Youngster will take down Zontix. 11-11. They fend off a bit of a scary moment in the middle there as well. As you mentioned, you know, could have cost them 2 rifles retrieved, one of them an AWP, but no, denied before they even get anything done. Oh, man. Heart rate raising here, I think. Spirit starting to really sweat. And Heroic believing in themselves to steal this map away.
This is getting spicy, man. We get the full distance and potentially and some in this map, and this is just to open the series. Griggs has come alive a little bit himself. To hear that move late in towards cave, so heads up from him. That's the level of aggression you need to break down Spirit, and maybe this debut won't be as good as they thought it was going to be. Today in the backlines has the opportunity at 2, but Donk head on a swivel will trade. The fact that Tanir gets all the way there, though, is still worrying signs. And they might get proactive down towards B round. They're setting up for this.
Yeah, worrying in the sense as well that they've now got to be wary of A. Is there another guy that's pushed in? Do they have all the information, right? It's a very, very scary prospect.
Chopper's alone.
8 push down ramp. Bomb. Yeah, Chopper fully alone. With nade out, easy kills on ticks. Oh my goodness. Youngster has come dressed as Donk today. Goodness me. And I mean, with that, it's got to be the lead now for Heroic, unless 32 HP. Come on now. He's not that much of a machine. He will go down. And Heroic take the lead.
Oh my. What a recovery from them as well. That's now their 6th round in a row, Heroic. And it all starts here. Tanir getting in the backlines, but it's that drop of the bomb by Youngster. And actually, the heads-up play to think, I'm going to carry on swinging. I want to make sure everything's clear. Look what it means to him. Exactly. They are 1 round away from recovering an 8-4 deficit in towards the second half and taking this map, their map pick, taking an advantage against Team Spirit of all teams, no less. They're so close. Vibes seem high. Final pause taken as well. Lindsay for Tobers. This is where their money's made, right? You know, you're looking at them. We've got one last chance to break them down. We don't want to let this get reset as well into towards overtime. That's where opportunities are going to arise for Spirit. We've seen it happen time and time again. Teams slip up here. Money gets reset. They're back into the AKs and the orbs and all the rest, and they go back to running away with things. You've got to close it here and now, I think, for Heroic. If they let it slip, I don't know if they can do it in OT.
Mid control coming in here for Spirit. No one around on the Heroic side, like at all. Not even in Donut, not even holding CT or something. So they are just completely giving up mid. There's a tiny eyeball on it. Youngster watching the red room walk out. It will be Donut though. 4 in from here, 1 from main, so this is it, so to speak. A nice smoke down, but is it going to be enough to keep them at bay? Nilo is on the other side of it here, melting a little bit. There's a good flash from somewhere that works in his favor. And he will find 3 through the smoke. Zontix with a double trade back, though, has somehow kept the dream alive here, despite the individual heroics of Nilo. Oh, goodness, this looks kind of scary. Grix ditching the AWP. He wants an automatic weapon for this one. They do have kits and plenty of utility if they get it in the right place. Double donut. Bomb planted for them. And Spirit now just have to try and play this bomb as best they possibly can. Both players worse for wear. Molotov comes in. It's a bit too deep. However, the tap is there. Zontic takes the first. Shiro will go down. And LNZ knows all about him. And Zontix cool as a cucumber. Ooh. Is there enough time on the defuse? I don't think there is. It's awfully close. It is awfully close here. But he just... Oh, man, the circle was full. The circle was full, but it still goes off.
No, the internal clock off by a quarter of a second, if that. Heartbreak for LNZ, but survival
he went a bit early, I think.
For Spirit. Yeah, I think you're right. That is so unfortunate. Nilo does so well to give them a chance, but Zontix, his double, just to give them space back into a 2 versus 2, and in the clutch. At least he can laugh about it, but no laughing matter now as we're heading towards overtime. We're reset, and like I said, this is where I worry a little bit. Everything back to a complete level playing field. And all the nerves and the pressure that are on the shoulders of Spirit are once again whisked away for a brief moment. Youngster, I love the push. Chopper, are we aware of this? The answer's no, and he gets 2 as Zwei follows suit 6 feet under. A quick response, Shaw and Shiro, and those are the seconds somewhere. Guns up would be everything, but Youngster, his timing internally is excellent. Finally, he falls, but his job's done.
Man alive. Still feeling the repercussions of that previous round. Heroic, though, back with somewhat of a vengeance. It's Zontix, who out of nowhere woke up to be the hero in the previous. And he does a little here for Heroic. Sorry, for Spirit. But Donk, he's going to have to, of course, clutch things up and do the heavy lifting. Quick move round. Not going to be expecting Tanir. Does have his gun up. Tanir may be playing this to perfection. We'll see. It's a game of chicken, game of patience. Tanir goes up first. Donk is still not ready. It's mid-air from Tanir. Are you serious?
I gotta say, though, right now, for this Spirit side, it feels like way too often are we seeing them being caught off guard. Moments like this, they're just not even that uncommon. Another one, right, where guns are up for Shiro. If he has the AWP out there, I'm sure he has the reaction to be able to find it, but he can't. Yeah, Tilta, that's for sure. Just gotta shake it off. A good moment in the TAC timeout for Halley to re-enter the fray. They used all 3 of their attack timeouts quite early in regulation for Spirits. They had to call for an existence timeout at one point where they sort of just chilled in towards spawn for a bit, and you can see where they would have loved one late in towards that game. They call it early again here. Halley got a few things to say, but Heroic lead again taken by them. This CT side for Heroic has been excellent. I mean, 7 out of the last 8 rounds. The only one that they lost, of course, the one that took us to OT.
Oh, nade doesn't quite make it into Cubby. Yeah, it bounced off the wall. If it had cleared the wall, he's a goner. LNZ, meanwhile, has his play from Cubby. Zwei with the transfer across to get Youngster's head. Oh my god, and they're still mid. What are they still doing mid? You know, this is an overtime round through and through. It's just pure carnage. Free day, man. These are my favorite kinds of calls. If you got any OG like jailbreak players, the free day call, just do what you want, and I think that's exactly what Spirit have had here.
Tanir, what have you got? Smoke down, back turn, but Zwei was so ready for the fight. And Grix, you got tagged up so early to kickstart this round. Should have been dead to the HE, but it missed. He's now forced into a 1 versus 2. He's going to push the smoke. He should be caught. He should be dead to rights. And he is. Spirit, bite back. Can't put down this dragon just yet. Much better round, though. Trading, I think, was excellent. Finally going to play in the way they want. I don't like that they still were a little tentative about committing where that bomb needed to go, but all that matters, another round on the board. Dogstar cracked it, of course, into the old 30 bomb as well, which a regular fixture for him, if we're being frank, but always nice to see. Young's not too far off himself.
It is true. And he's had a couple of flashy moments. Young star. Trained in. Weird angle here. I don't think they're going to be expecting him. He is alone, though. Yeah, and going down a bit too easily. Not good for the B site. So Spirit, taking them a while, but they've started to get the read. But these guys love a good aggressive move, especially late round or mid round, and it has worked beautifully. 2 kills come their way for free. They capitalize on the third, sending the Rottweiler in, and there's nothing that these A players can do.
Yeah, unfortunately it happens. And then see today, we'll get the back line to see any kills that they find, but it's not going to make a difference. No real chance. Of course, you give it a go, but realistically, what do you do here? Well, that, apparently, is 2 on a platter. And they'll gobble them up. Time ticking, though. We've got to make a move, and they want to actually commit to doing anything here. Shiro posted. LNZ pulled out the pistol. It's Shiro who closes it. 14-13. Lead taken back by Spirit, and that's now where they've got to kind of keep it, right? We saw them collapse earlier with that incredible run by Heroic, but that was all on the CT side. Carlshaw minds back to the first half. It was an 8-4 half by Spirit on the CT side too. Statistically, and all signs now point to them being well in favored to closing out this map now.
Yes, I mean, this is it. You said as well, didn't you? If it went over to the overtime, Heroic would struggle. And that certainly seems to be the case. Sort of that release of the pressure valve has really done well for Spirit. And also just the fact, you know, you kick off on the CT side, you don't have money to worry about, things like this. Heroic, unfortunately, not able to quell the nerves, I think, going into the OT.
He looks at him closing towards Red Room. He has the support of a youngster. Deep nade that'll come through. And a flash in which does not bother Shiro. Tanir, the first of 4. That's a very, very important kill to get early. And he spotted the head of another. He knows that Grix is around this corner. He gets a poster. Grix could be in trouble here. How's the reactions? Not good enough.
What a monster. Oh, he misses that. If you find that frag, he gets a little giddy. He does get a little giddy on the repeaks there. And Chopper's gone down as well, by the way, to a really weird sort of move. Nilo through Red Room, gets Chopper, now he's dropped back, so they just don't know what to do, and all 3 of these CTs are split. So we have 2 dominoes falling at the same time. Meanwhile, Zontic's up high. Maybe going to need a bit more than that, and he will indeed get it. Very well held Bomb has yet to be located, but only 15 seconds to get it down. Not many options for LNC. He gets so lucky. Zvi is facing the wrong way. Even then, I think it's a bit too tight to get into the bomb site here. It's going to be mega close, and he just unfortunately can't do anything. Donk comes round to stop him planting. Zontic's too far away, and Spirit will just get it on the board. Little close for comfort, but
yeah,
still get it.
Considering how the round started and how it played out, you know, Shiro's aggression, the kills he was getting, the fact that it comes down to that kind of 1 versus 1, and it is the clock that wins it, much closer than I initially assumed it would be. Credit to them, and great effort. But now, Heroic. Chance comes down to this. Tobis. New coach calls back on the mic, and they're 2 rounds in the hole and looking to stay alive on their map pick. An 8-4 half to start in favor of Spirit, which they did an incredible job of recovering to. 6 out of the last 7 rounds in the regulation. Overtime for them, of course, but they had to close it in regulation. Getting towards the OT here, I think, has been, like I said, the great reset. It's where Spirit can and have many a time stepped up in such a big way. And we're seeing it here. What have you got for us? Well, Grix things up. God. Nilo's a lucky man to still be alive. That's for damn sure. And Chopper, he wants to get active here. Chopper wants to get active and it'll work. It's Tanir to fall.
Yeah, he's backed. Zvi behind him, so the 2-man push down ramp, pretty effective. Donk, meanwhile, over on A, drops instantly. Not what they wanted. Keep the control, find a kill. So now a retake. It's a lot of low HP bars, of course, on the Heroic side of things, and this is for the map that they worked so hard to come back into, just to have it taken away at the very final moment. That may well be the case here. Chopper looking good as he's coming alive in what could be the final round of Ancient here. Slowly but surely, the noise comes in. The bomb is ticked pretty far. That's the one thing that Heroic have got going for them. So just doing their best to try and play that bomb. Smoke goes down. The flash is good. And Zontic's too far away to even get on the bomb. So there you are. Heroic survive 1 more round.
It's a nice round, nice call as well. It's quite simplistic in its nature, but it just works, right? The individuals hit their shots. You're looking at probably Donk a little bit as well when he loses that exact fight there. It gives them a lot of space to work with. Post-bomb, excellent again, and Heroic are showing there's still signs to work with. He's baffled by how he's lost it, but that range to an AWP. Grix is sharp as hell. Unky may be the best player in the server, but some heavy hitters on that flip side. They give them an opportunity, they will punish. And they have. Tanir finds wide. Carnage through that smoke. I mean, even he doesn't really know where he is right now. It's Zontic's up close, and he has a support through Donut. As Donk will tuck back sight. They're going back towards B, but Donk's actually hightailing it. He's going the safe rotation back towards Red Room. Just misses the chance for the first. He does get the trade relatively unscathed and pushes the smoke there, Nilo. That feels so unnecessary. An AK on offer at range. Donk as well, tapping them down, but it's Zontic's make it up for a poor first half and showing he's come alive late in towards this game. And this round could have sealed the deal. It's Grix, a 1 versus 4 required for the new boy on the block. The young Orbo has to go huge, and he's shut down by the experience of Shiro. Recovery by Spirit, and they'll take Heroic's map pick of Ancient. What a way to do it.
Man, that work from Heroic. It felt like they were out of the game super early. Then they bring it back. They took the lead 12-11. They fought tooth and nail. And then, what, quarter of a second less on the bomb makes the difference?
Yeah.
And they just couldn't keep it going into the overtime. This is kind of the brutality of it, right? You lose a round in such a fashion, then you've got to keep playing. You just don't have time to talk it over, to process what's just happened. Absolutely mental. Couple of rounds in there as well where I think they will be disappointed, losing out to pistols and things like this, you know. There's definitely some rounds that they didn't need to lose, and obviously in the end it could have made a difference, but goodness me. I mean, a fair try, and showing some depth, some mechanical prowess from this man on your screen as well, against, you know, one of the best in the world in that sense. So there are a lot of silver linings for Heroic. They're not expected to be the victor here, but still, they will be really, really, really feeling let down by the fact that they would not find that one round.
I do think, though, just by making this close, you've taken Spirit to OT. I know it's going to be heartbreaking to lose, but there's got to be some part of you where it's confidence as well, saying, all right, we've actually got a chance. That was so close. And if we're being frank, they should have won that in regulation. Like you mentioned, that quarter of a second on the bomb, that's sort of round that kind of keeps you up at night if you're LNZ. Poor guy, right? He just plays that half a second quicker. It's won, but ultimately that's Counter-Strike as well. A lot of positive to talk about, I think, for Spirit in terms of their recovery. I think Heroic coming alive on their T side, good signs to see, and hopefully they can do it as well in towards Nuke, which is going to be required from them all the way in that second half. But they've now got a real uphill battle, and I think when you look at it as well, Nuke, we know it's a map in which Heroic play, but Spirit have picked into this for a reason. So I think it's really positive signs, right? Youngster's looking fantastic. Taneer's hitting some nice shots. Grick's hitting some nice shots as well. I think LNZ's making some nice calls. But on the flip side, they played half of that map 4v5 and they still lost, right? And Zontix, he did come alive towards the end, and I'll give him his credit. He was lights out towards the end, but it was at the end where it was the only time he was really in the thick of the conversation. So that's probably still going to be a bit of a tilter for Heroic. I still see Spirit now taking this 2-0.
It's actually a very fair point that you make, though, right? If Zontix, maybe we're looking at like a 10-2 first half instead of an 8-4. It's hard to say. It is hard to say, right? We probably have to go back and have a little bit of a look, the old unlucky or bad kind of thing as well, you know, like would certainly be good to check out. But it is a fair point that you raised. However, we did also see the sort of other side of things for Spirit, that when you have Donk struggling a little bit, maybe when there isn't as much Shiro take over a certain area of the map, Donk focus on everywhere else or go for the retake, they did start struggling a bit. So it is something to keep your eye on, that if Heroic can figure it out once again. But I don't know, man, there was also a lot of, for me, super loose play from Spirit, and then it started getting a bit close and they were like, wait, maybe we do need to dig a bit deeper. You know, we saw, didn't we, like Hallie's just chilling, sat back and whatnot, letting them go through the motions, and then maybe that letting them go through the motions kind of got out of hand slightly, and that's how Heroic were able to pull it back. And you know, the one side we like talking about heartbreak, you look on the Spirit side of things, actually they're incredibly lucky to get that game to overtime, right? It's not really down to them even. I think that they lost, it was like 3 versus 2 as well, so they lost a round that they had the advantage in, and for all intents and purposes it should be Heroic's game, but it's just that one little beat that Heroic has missed somewhere else in the round. You know, someone taking a second with their flash or missing a shot by one bullet. You know, they just needed an extra bullet, something like that. So that's also the other side of the argument, that Spirit really do have to watch themselves, because a lot of mistakes crept in there now.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. We're going to throw this one to a break. Then when we are back, it's Nuke coming up next to see whether Spirit can seal this in 2, or can Heroic push us towards Mirage, that great decider, as we've called it. We'll have to find out, but first, of course, a break.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter. Right, then, that's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback! Oh my, what the f...
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest
to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
As far as Overpass goes, have you been tinkering? You've been running around? Are you happy to see Anubis go?
Yes, of course, because I guess Anubis so broken map. Yeah, it's broken map. Yeah, because you can win with only 1-2 tactics, and also you don't have a lot of space to realize what you do in the city side, and a lot of advantage from T side there. I had that map, and I'm really happy that they removed it, and the Overpass also really good, also for us, because we have good players on that map, and it looks good.
I mean, Anubis had CT aggression. Overpass has a much different, more Counter-Strike version of CT aggression. It's nice to see that back.
Yes, because Overpass has more space to take information, make some moves, make rotations. It's not map like you come into B side from 2 sides and do split in 1 second. You know, yeah, it's a lot of it's harder. You need to take more space from T side, take more space from CT. It's more interesting to play like good teams play each other, because every time it's mind games and something like that. And
we've had some legendary Counter-Strike matches on Overpass. What about you personally? You've been playing much Overpass. You excited to see its return?
Well, I do like Overpass, and statistically Team Spirit had great stats there, but we have played only 3 maps before it got removed. And I think Overpass T side is the same as broken as Anubis City side.
Okay. But explain, elaborate.
Well, what's the problem with Anubis City side is that if you lose space, and in critical situation, if you lose someone and you play 4v5, it's almost unwinnable. Yeah. And I believe it's the same for Overpass T side. If you try to take space and you lose someone, it's very hard to replay the round. And I think it's unplayable 4v5 on like 50 seconds left. It is very hard, but I still believe there is a little bit more space, and if you're a good micro player, you can still find kills easier than you can do it on Anubis. But it depends, because on Anubis you anyways have late timing when there is 0 nades usually for city side, and it's not going to be that way on Overpass city side. So I'm not sure. I think it's the same broken on city side as Overpass on T side. So the changes pretty much won't change anything. People won't be good with Overpass.
This is Male Aura Boot Camp. These players have paid $18,000 each in a desperate attempt to boost their aura.
I want to be a better man. I want to be a better entry fragger. You're a piece of shit. You're decent. You're a piece of shit. You may not like it, but this is what peak male physical form looks like. Which one's your leader? Me. Jesus Christ, you make Brolin look like Nelson Mandela. You have to wear your failures like a badge of honor. Are you a bot? No, I'm a bot. What are we gonna say in the pre-match interview? We're gonna fight them in-game.
We will kill them in-game. We put here the corpses.
In-game, right?
Yeah.
I can see why they benched you.
Bro, don't be saying that on broadcast.
All right, young star, what are we gonna say?
We're gonna f them up.
Okay.
They're overrated.
Get in there.
I trust each one of my boys to smash them.
Hell yeah, now go out there and give that interview.
Any final words for your opponents?
Listen, we're gonna... Oh my god. We're gonna... We're gonna butcher their corpses.
Right. Okay. Thanks for that, youngster.
Hello, I'm Zway, and I joined Team Spirit in July of this year. I knew it like 2 weeks before official announce. I think everyone knows that I'm good friends with Donk, and he told me before Major that Spirits are interesting in me. If they show not best performance on Major, they will make changes. 80% that I'm gonna be on team. I don't think that's a really big difference between top 5 team and 30 in like in game. I think it's all about experience in big events and just mentality, like how you prepare to the game and thinking in the middle of it. I don't think I feel that much pressure because I was already in friendship with Chopper, Shira and Donk, so I'm just joining a new family. I don't think I feel really much pressure.
Welcome back in, folks. We're getting into map number 2 here. It was a long first foray out for these two teams and very back and forth, very hard to call. It is all the way to the end. I mean, Spirit's high at points, but I'm sure towards the end, Heroic were not necessarily fully down and out, but a little disappointed with the way that it finished. We're hoping they can bounce back, and we are indeed, I suppose, expecting them to bounce back here now, going into a map that they're not too afraid of.
Sure, right? I mean, we're looking now and hoping that Heroic can basically just brush this off and say, it happens, it is what it is. And I think even down to those kind of small moments like LNZ and kind of the defuse where it comes down to the wire, you can laugh it off rather than it really kind of sit and dwell on your mind. That's the worst possible thing I think you can do in kind of a spot in a situation like this for Heroic, is let that linger and say, if I just did this different, or if something else went right, we could have won that. You've just got to say, it happens, we move forward. All that matters is the present, right? And that's what I'm hoping for them. And they've got more than enough, and they've shown more than enough to be able to sort of still be a real threat heading in towards Nuke. As you can see, while it's a pick by Spirit, it's not a bad map for Heroic at all. This is a side that have actually picked up some very respectable wins under their belt on this. As you can see, it's 4 out of 5, but wins over kind of at this tournament alone. We saw the win over NIP earlier, right back to the start as well, which was good for them. Of course, the series maybe not so much, but as a whole was good. The only loss they've got to was in Fisher Playground, which was to Big, which granted is actually kind of concerning because Big are a little rough. But back to Dallas, we got wins over kind of Falcons, for example, in OT, which is super positive to see. Wins over Bet Boom as well, and sure, they're going for changes, but a win under their belt nonetheless. So there's still definitely confidence to work with there. But for Spirit, this is a map which, when they play right and when they play well, they're so hard to stop.
Yes, very true. And I think that is kind of what they're looking at here as well, right? Like we looked to it, we were like, oh, where's the punish pick? They could go Dust 2, they could go here. But they just went straight in for something that they're happy with, that they feel comfortable on, and looking to play their own game. It's a point that we made ahead of the break. maybe did a bit too much of that on Ancient, right? And that's what allows it to come back so close. We're hoping that they have a better foundation here on Nuke, and it should be kind of more of that first half of Ancient at the very least, just pure domination on the cards. We'll see though. LNZ up close, finds the first head. So there you are, the keen start for Heroic. Donk does eventually finish him off. Grix meanwhile out towards CT, so there's a lot of fights happening across the map here. Still hard to tell what the plan is, where the bomb's going to go. Shiro up towards Heaven, he's been heard, but it's good control to have.
In behind, should have been punished early, but thankfully Shiro is there. Gets a second as well on towards LNZ. Now all on the shoulders of Grix in a 1 versus 3, and how do you even fathom the chance of getting up this ladder? Never mind. Give him the defuse a go. He tries taking a couple of fortunate pop shots, and he very nearly gets it. Shiro 2 points of HP, but it rounds around all the same. Spirit start well on the T side or less. Sort of exactly what you want to be seeing, right? Get out the gates early and try and set up that strong lead that they had in towards Ancients.
Looking good on the replays, as it feels a lot of those kills were inevitable past a certain point. Heroic actually in with a force buy here on the CT side of things. It does feel like Nuke as a map is very much in the meta that teams like force buying on the CT end. I mean, maybe Inferno is the other one, but I don't know, we're kind of anti the force buys here on the B stream, I suppose.
Yeah, I'd agree. I just feel like the success rate is so low, but...
yeah.
You're right. The Eagle shot for Grix. The first and the second just whiz by onto Donk, and Shiro sees him off. So outside control taken. And it should be a relatively simple one to see over the line now. Now you've got this control, you've got a wealth of options to work with for Spirit. And they could even just leave. That's why I tucked it. Unorthodox and often cleared as well. Attention, of course, can be drawn elsewhere. If anybody goes looking for information, that's why I gets gifted a freebie. But Youngster job's done. And Nina not getting anything just yet.
LNZ, they jump. They jump and it will draw his crosshair. Still got Tanir in a weird spot. Bit of help out from the back of the site, but that's all they're able to get. Super, super clean. As they will roll through the motions there and just keep their heads together. Not losing too many players. The motion's not riding too high just yet. They are, again, looking to just take a strong start here and keep Heroic firmly out of this game. It was a few upgraded pistols here now, but nothing much to speak of.
Yeah. So far, very simple stuff for Spirit. That should be more of the same in towards the next round. Not a huge amount that Heroic can bring to the table. They love a consolation, and one spotted pushing through lobby. I got to keep an eye on that. This one should be an easy one. Spirit not going to give it kind of that due diligence though, right? They're going to make sure that they do try and figure out where the gaps are. We already saw way back in that first half where an advantage for Heroic on the pistols for Spirit, but they went for a very quick round towards B. They got punished, right? And they lost. And I think Spirit are competent enough in that sense to make sure to not repeat the same mistakes. And comes the U-Tool to try and give them that coverage. Ontix gonna send himself in. At the same time, they're trying to move through to split it towards lobby. And look who's here. Shiro. He's running out of ammo. He has to pull out the Glock, but in that time gets caught. Zwei has the chance of kills there. It's a team kill from Grix. And that'll close it. Just the one consolation on towards Shiro. His job was done, though. And a simple 3-0 start for Spirit. But it's this round here for Heroic. Full buy to come through. And a must win. If you don't, Spirit can start seriously pulling away.
Yeah, it could get very dangerous indeed. There you go. There you go. A little bit of something. Shiro, I think, certainly a player that's had to work on controlling his emotions, let's just say that. And he's looking good, looking hopeful here so far on Nuke. Fast move outside for Spirit. There's a lot behind it as well. Zontix, meanwhile, in the lobby, has found himself a cheeky opener. Grix, though, he's got a great angle here. Oh, a little panicked with the jump, but he still lands his shot first. He's able to back off and stay alive, so evening things up. He will be pushed out of the game, at least for now. Tanir trained in. This is such a weird round to deal with, right? Reading where these players are at, what they're up to, what the plans are. It's a lot of work here for Heroic. Very mentally taxing.
Yeah, you're right. Shiro, down lower. That's a lot to work with here. Information that can be relayed over. Nothing really on offer for Zwei, though, on the flip side. Very isolated in where he stands. The AWP of Grix. How quick's the flick? Oh, it's close. It's very close indeed. So I will drop a nade on top. Only small amount of damage, but he should have stuck around for seconds. That'll cost him his life. Bomb goes down. 2 versus 4 setup. Surely this is a first for Heroic.
You would assume so, but they move in tentatively. Shiro looking so sharp thus far. Can he keep it up? There's not a lot of time left on this bomb, man. But neither of them find kills, so it's going to work if that's the case.
Wait. Oh.
Little panicked. Yeah, no, they're all good. Make sure that Youngster gets on it and everything. But yeah, you read it as well.
Yeah. I was worried they're going to spend too much time running around. You know, I don't want one of those issues once again. But thankfully not the case. I really don't think Zwei should be sticking around here. It's this kill that I think is where you see them falling so flat. Also as well for Shiro, he's holding 2 angles. Double doors open, single doors open short, but Zontix is deep in there. And he's got to cover ramp. No chance. It will be a first for Heroic. They want to get started. And they have to get started in this CT side much quicker than it was in towards map number 1. Of course, they didn't give themselves enough room to work with. 8-4 was okay, but it required a lot of things to go right in that second half, which, granted, they did. But they can't rely on that. He breaks open. Grig's going to try and fight behind it. He's got the advantage at range as well, Grix. No AWP on the flip side for Shiro. But still with an AK in his hands, very scary. And you mentioned that previous round. So far, he's been very good.
Yes, indeed. Tanir looking for the first fight here. Actually pretty happy for it. Oh, man. Zontix on the other side, Tanir on this side. You know, you'd expect some sort of a spam, but just feel the pressure. Even this early? Hello? Chopper. I heard an AK shoot and Chopper took a dink.
It's Youngster. Yeah, he tapped from backside. But it went through the wall is where the dink comes through.
I see. Okay. Okay. Well, a little bit of damage done onto him. We'll see if it makes a difference. Grix.
Oh.
We'll find 2 on the AWP. He's the only one to have found any kills so far, though, for the CT end. Utility to keep those Heaven players away.
Oh, yeah.
Grix has got other ideas. Goes flying in. Oh, he can't find another. Imagine.
No way.
I left incredibly low, so it's Nilo. What is going on? LNZ is thick. Close to the action here. Can he find this final kill? Yes, he can. And my God, a mess of a round. I think it might have been team damage on Chopper. I noticed on the kill feed, but I don't know, man. Absolutely mental stuff.
Man, what a way. Nilo, so lucky to stay alive. And granted, he's not really the one kind of seriously called upon in that round, but just his presence alone is keeping attention drawn. Grix, that move is excellent. More play by LNC. Big celebration for them as well. It's a 1-round deficit and an early timeout by Spirit. For them, of course, bomb plant is nice, but left a little low in terms of the funds. I mean, I say that we do have AKs for 3. Zontix will pick up Galil. He actually trades there. But yeah, an important time to kind of discuss a little bit. Heroic are 1 round away, and they are bridging the gap at quite the rapid pace back in towards this game. Heroic for them. And forwards across the board, AWP for Griggs, which is starting to really light things up. And early Util was looking to set the tone of going quick. Dunk gets outside control with Shiro. Despite there not being crossroads, they're down already, and this could potentially catch them off guard. Sure, some steps would have been heard. Well, they expect it at this pace. Dunk, how quick is your aim? Very, as always. LNZ, down he goes. We're moving towards B, and Dunk is out. He's looking for a second here. Ahead spotted once again. Dunk might be doing it alone here. He has support of Griggs in the back line, but Griggs got to hit his shot. Dunk nails another. Of course he does. He's taken over this round. And the 3 remaining for Heroic. They might even be tempted to save. Youngster Tanir, they answer with back kills of their own, but a 2 versus 3. Bomb gonna go down as well. It's Carnage, it's back and forth 2 versus 2 now. Might still be legs in this for Heroic.
It's very possible. Grix does find a key frag as maybe Chopper getting a little giddy with it. Shiro, scary angle for him to work from. Oh my goodness, that is quick. He spots out the second as well. Just jump, peeking a little here, trying to draw attention and find that head. Not loads of time left on the bomb. Draw him in as far as you possibly can. Oh, yeah. And Shiro will win out. What a map this guy is having.
Yeah, he is electric right now. Shiro, so cerebral in terms of his play. Just he knows he's got to play the clock there. Dunk, he starts this round though. What a way for him. 2 huge kills to give them such good coverage, but it's Shiro the way he shuts things down. And the fact that he scored a ball in that clutch is still a little concerning. But a round win is all that matters. 11-3 for Shiro at the moment. What a performance. Still finances to fund the buy back in for Heroic, but long term, that story's not there. They lose this round. And there's no saves behind it too. That will break them. It'll bound open that smoke, and just to see if there's anybody lurking inside of it. Outside presence is a bit of a priority here for Heroic in this round. This could be really, really dicey. Didn't even clear close left. Donk, he will, but ineffectively. LNZ up close does well. Shiro, quick reaction. Looks for a second. He's tunnel vision in. Needs to be very careful here. But thankfully has Chopper in support. Oh, that was precarious for Spirit, but they survive. A bit of a scare.
Yeah, and I mean, as more and more of these moments swing their way, it's going to lock Heroic further and further out. So you do have to be careful. You do have to remain as hot on the heels as you possibly can, but all the attempts being made here are just falling completely flat. And they will all go down. Again, it's something that I think is in the Heroic DNA. The Spirit have read very quickly and are also very capable of fighting back against, and that is the mid-round pushes. Dry walks into different areas to try and wrestle back a man advantage or indeed solidify one. So maybe a change-up required from Heroic here.
I think you're right. A little bit frustrated there for Dunk, but it's still not been a terrible performance by him, but it's probably just more by his standards, right? This is a guy who was so good. Map number 1. 32 and 22, 1.5 rating, 110 ADR. I mean, he was unstoppable. And he wants to rekindle that flame a little bit. It's Shiro doing the heavy lifting for now. A lesser buy for Heroic, and the pack of 3 are moving through B ramp. And in all fairness, they've crunched it towards lobby. There's no one here. They've got a lot of information. Zontix, this is so heads up. So stick around just in case anybody's lurking in the backlines, and he actually might be gifted a couple here. Do they clear him? It looks like the answer will be yes, but lazily. Speaking of lazy, so was that spray. Zontix, how's he not got away with at least one there?
Yeah, certainly not got his eyes on the crosshair initially. Shiro also panicking here, doesn't quite know where to look, calling for a bit of a bailout. Chopper comes in. However, they will lose him to yet another flank. So decent damage done here. One more kill would be really, really good. If Grix can get out with the AWP, that would be great. Gonna need to find both of these kills, and he will. Okay, he might actually be on for the round, to be honest. He feels confident for it. Spy's got himself in a good spot, though, and thankfully saves it. But goodness me, Spirit, there's a couple slip-ups in the past few rounds.
That is the definition of a sigh of relief as well. That slipped quickly. Timeout, first one taken by Heroic as Tobias enters the fray, but oh my god, that is so close. And, you know, potentially even ever so slightly a bit of a confidence booster over towards Heroic, thinking, hang on, we've just done something a little bit gimmicky and we've made that pretty close there. Zontix, for him, gotta be getting away with one there. Thank God the support comes through for Shiro, but either way, a very scrappy round, an ugly round, and Grix, this shot here, stunner, absolute stunner. Assuming AWP was recovered, and it was. And there's a buy back in place for Heroic, but it is now 6 on the T side for Spirit. Generally speaking, when we spoke about it, I always would say 5 rounds C side, you're actually very happy with that, and that's very workable. Anymore for anymore is good. Bold move by Donk, and LNZ ready for it. Will they be ready for Zwei? The answer is no, at least in Tanir's case. But a second round that corner, which he cannot deliver on. The bomb is also here quickly, and Shiro nails a shot, but he can't get out. Catches his head on the ledge. Chopper and Zontix. What have you got for us? Well, Youngster on a silver platter, that's for first. The second is there, but the body shot man only deals that. Needed the headshot to find LNZ, and Chopper thrust into a 1 versus 2.
Gotta get the bomb back is the key thing here. I feel like he is unknown. Nilo not paying any attention. Yeah, not thinking about it at all. It's not like he's switching up the angles, going left, going right. Is he going to get timed on? Maybe they start to think about something a little funky. Oh, he will just get that sense of timing. And I mean, it's why they pay them the big bucks, folks. Nilo knows. And he will find the kill thanks to the great little read there.
Yeah. Very chaotic round, though. And sometimes as well, we know that Spirit can be a side that are really good in the chaos, but opportunities just given over to Heroic. Too many easy fights for them to take. 6-3. Get up towards 4 again, as we said, so similar to kind of with that first map, and it's a workable deficit. Anymore, you're pretty happy. You just can't allow Spirit to run away with this. I think even for them, if actually they're able to get up towards 8 on the T side, it puts them in such a strong spot, especially statistically speaking. I'm going to move towards outside. Going it alone here as well, of course. Got the util to give him space to cross, and he will. Makes it safely. Same for the bomb just as that smoke was fading, but in just enough time for safe passage.
Yeah, there is a lot of space now for Spirit, it feels. But not acting upon it. Donk down below. Just holding and, you know, area denial at the moment. 45 seconds left on the clock. What are they going to do with this? Heroic seem to have an inkling that they're down there, so they've got a man ready and waiting. Mini squeaky door smoke thing coming in. Not sure if that's the exact lineup, but it'll kind of stop Spirit in their tracks, confuse them a little. What's going on? What's this smoke designed for? 25 seconds left, and They're on their way back up fast. I don't know, man. This looks pretty damn shaky. 2 players on the site itself as well. Lots of angles to check, and you see 3 chiming in fact. Now double out heaven. It's just not going to happen. 10 seconds left on the clock. All you have to do is wait here. The bomb is in such a good spot for the CT end. And Spirit have not given themselves enough time to break in there.
Yeah, way too slow. And well played for Heroic Fashion, not falling for any of the traps either. They just sit back and they wait, and the fight's come to them. Nicely worked, nicely isolated. You see, we're moving in with just shy of 20 seconds on that clock, and with no real time to get proper coverage. And let's see, getting loud. That's what you want to see. He's actually having a really good game individually for himself. He's leading by example. So a second timeout taken for Halley. It's something that we spoke about a little bit in towards Ancient, about how all 3 timeouts were used actually really, really early for Team Spirit. And it did become obviously a bit problematic later down the line, especially when that streak came through for Heroic, which they were unable to properly shut down or slow down. They've used 2 already in this first half, despite it still feeling like quite a good first half, but a lot of onus being put on them and building the right foundations. With it only being a 2-round game, they want to see things over the line. They're going to go for the force as well. So a bold call. Hero AK4 dunk. And Tech 9's around this with armor. A massive decision to make here as well. To buy here rather than buy next.
Donk boosted up on top of Red. He spots a leg and then a full body, but can't find the kill. So robbed of the opportunity to find that first. They are once again looking for a slow downstairs approach. And they may well get it. Nilo. With the molly. Well timed, but they are ahead of it. He's got to respect that. Yeah, he's just kind of chilling with his knife. Thinks he's safe, but he hears him coming. Head on a swivel. Unfortunately, only 1. Donk's also taken out Tanir. So all of a sudden, this looks like a really good round. They've got control of downstairs. They've got the plant in. And I don't know whether Heroic can really do too much about this. Nice little Molotov there, but they're still going to have to win out the fight. And with Shiro on a rifle now, it's a very scary combination. Chopper has also got an AK for good measure. This is the key fight. Donk wins it, and that's the round.
Yeah, as well, also, as Chopper's mollied off close, and the spam that comes through, they actually think they've killed Chopper, that close angle. They haven't, so he's actually still lurking around there. Not that he does anything, but even if they tried to go in for that retake, it would have been an oversight on that close angle that Chopper was playing. So that was already a secure round. Well done by Spirit. Just the one save, Morel and Z, and it's a luxury he'll take. Money isn't exactly flourishing either on that CT side, and they want to make sure that they can fully buy. Nilo's got more than enough to invest into. He could potentially swing an AWP coming through if he wants, but it's got to be some sort of a drop. So yeah, they're not even going to go for the AWP. Rifles across the board, MP9 and a FAMAS to round it out. 7-4. And the opportunity at 8 is really there now for Spirit. A lovely post bomb. They're sticking together. That buddy system that works so excellently makes things so difficult to crack your way back in towards that site. And I like the tempo change. You're catching off the B aggression. This is a tempo change, though. Donk, is he ready for it? Of course he is. The second, however, maybe not so much. A FAMAS tapping through. The third was on offer there, but Shiro cuts him down through the flames. And a little push there, but Shiro will get down. He's got all the B side, all the lower control to himself.
Yeah, the old classic, they never expect 2 in the same position.
Yeah.
And it may well have worked well enough for Heroic, we'll see. Yeah, Shiro down, Zontix lurking late, super late, to be honest. The fact that he's opted to go towards Hell and not, try and get down the vent or something. But he could cut them off here. He could very well cut them off. Yeah, spots 1 and takes it. That's all he was after. Surely got to be another coming in from that angle. They definitely know that now, but he will look to join his teammates via the safer route. Shiro hidden away. The gap close will begin. The Molotov forces him into a fight that he doesn't want to take, to be honest. He falls, and 2 in towards single door. Player on the bomb. Get it broken. Get him off it. And they will indeed just about find it. It's Zontix that really does it all, to be honest. The break of the smoke, the double spray down, the kill of the lurk as well. Really big round from him.
Yeah, absolutely. Stepping up in a big way and having much more impact comparatively to the first half over in the map number 1. But an 8-4 again for Spirit. We'll see if they can close it in 2 here after the break. Welcome back. A 8-4 half set up here by Spirit. And inching closer and closer to the 2-0. However, Scriv, we already know from an 8-4 half, things aren't always as plain sailing as you would assume. They were made to work with that in map number 1, going all the way in towards overtime and go the distance in that first OT, no less. So, let's see if it's more of the same. Heroic on the T-side. What have they got? It's Shiro up close. Julie's 2, the 3. He's looking to shut them all down. He gets the support of Zontix and Chopper. And it's leaving one man of Youngster with everything on his shoulders. So this T-side pistol round amounts to naught. And it's flawless from Spirit.
Yeah, perfect way to start things off. And I think should now set them up just really, really nicely, especially with the way that the pistol had gone down there. It was the CT side where there was just a brick wall that Heroic really struggled to get through. So I do worry for them without a keen start, without an opportunity to gap close. Not even a bomb plant, right? So hard eco here. Buy into the next, and then that feels like your game life is on the line with that buy. So if you don't win it, it should just be an easy Spirit 2-0.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, a low investment, and they're just gonna take this slight existence timeout. Moment to discuss. A bomb plant would be nice here. We're not expecting really anything too special, if we're being frank, though. They're going to group over towards B. Two players here to meet them. This could be a bit of a bloodbath. Money to be made here, but it's Shiro. So clean from him as well. Zontix can probably upgrade in towards that rifle and scoop it back up, but Shiro, light work for him. Unarmored. And he's so damn crisp. So damn simple. That's 10. Double digits, 10 to 4. Surely the beginning of the end.
Yeah, Zontix kind of ditched him there as well. I just want to point out, you know, he got a bit nervous and just dropped down the ramp where Shiro stood his ground. So I think that's maybe what they're joking about a little. But yes, do or die very quickly here on Nuke. As you can see why Spirit have picked into it. Again, it continues as one of those things, you know, you can't lean on the previous season's stats all that much. Maybe this is a map that they've really begun to shore up, thinking that the kind of legendary Dust 2 stat line that they had maybe going to work against them into this series and the bigger matchups that they will be facing. So, at the moment, certainly looking like it's enough to beat Heroic, whatever they've been doing here.
Yeah, you're right. This gun round feels like it holds all chances for Heroic in its hands. If they don't find this one, Spirit can push all the way up to 12 before there's a response, unless, of course, Heroic in that decision just forced buying the rest of this map out. But either way, it's not a good spot to be in. But they've been given the luxury of a run towards B. Zwei going to shut it down short, though, onto LNZ, who's now going to call from the grave. And Zwei quickly down here. They need to break open the smoke. The bomb hasn't crossed yet either. This gets a little funky. Tap on towards the bomb. No. The nade will try and shut it down. Shiro finds one, but Zontix dropped. Opening that single door as well to try and bait out a fight. And he's biding his time. That Molly might have wanted to bank around the corner a little bit further, but Nilo, he's now smoked out. This becomes really dicey.
Donk on the other side. He is very low. Just waiting patiently, biding his time to see if there's any funky moves here from Heroic. But as this smoke goes down, it's going to be forfeit. But no, Donk, he still wins out the fight. Can his teammates pull their weight here? Yes, they can, but there's no time left on the bomb. I think Donk was your only guy with a kit, and unfortunately hidden away in that smoke means he's too far away. Somehow he's lived it and Shiro has died, but all the same, it will be Heroic with that all-important round.
Yeah, absolutely. They needed that. And sure, it's still quite expensive, so it is going to have knock-on effects, but all that matters is that patience game that sees it over the line. I mean, of course, you can see, look at the repercussions of that being quite expensive. 3 Galils and a Mac 10. Compared to what is a pretty conclusive full buy on the flip side. Advantage still heftily in that Spirit core, but it's one step at a time for Heroic. Sure, 28-8, by the way. That man is an unstoppable force right now. 3 out of 5 players on towards Spirit in round number 16 are still on single-digit kills. Shiro's on 28.
In towards the A-bomb site they go. However, the hold looks pretty solid here. Heroic have tried to pick up the pace. They've actually managed just about to pull it back. Zontix, he's pulled pillar to post. There's too many targets for him. Needed to stay alive there. Shiro, meanwhile, has moved in from heaven. Youngster does have a Molotov for this. He's actually retrieved a smoke for it as well, but he's going to opt to get the bomb plant inside that. And Shiro just waiting patiently, looking to play the surprise game. If he can. No head spotted. Slowly edging forwards. There's nobody below him, so he's going to be using a lot of time. Now, silent drop. Maybe. But no, he's opting to stay up high. And take the fight.
Oh
what is the speed of that? Tap on the bomb. To near too fast. He was ready, but just couldn't get his particulars in order. And again, Heroic, by the skin on their teeth, will take another.
Yeah, that's bonkers, man. That's such a fast shot. Still showing just how good he is. But we are now needing the others to step up. All played by Tanir. Patience from him. Tap on towards the bomb, and he doesn't falter. So MP9s across the board. The force by 4 Spirits. Heroic are chipping away at this bit by bit, give themselves a bit of a chance here. There's life still left in them just yet. And we saw the exact same thing happen in that map number 1. When it felt like they were dead to rights, they found life and they spiraled and chained rounds together so well. And that might be the beginning of it once again here. I mean, I think they can find round number 17, especially if they can do it without taking too much damage themselves. They put themselves in a really decent spot about that conversation of tying up the game again.
Yeah, surely not 2 maps in a row from Spirit. It would be kind of wild. Grick starts well. Still 4 MP9s. Oh, make it 3? No, okay, a little quick. Make it 3, but from a different fight. Nilo will go down. It's a slim upgrade. They've got good information as to where these remaining players are at, but Heroic still want to go A. Dangerous, guys. Chopper at the back end of sight will be traded. I don't know, man. Still feels a little risque here. The smokes will keep them at bay, and now a decision to be made as to whether you hold what you have or still try and go for this on Team Spirit.
Oh, Zontix will need. Oh, that's so smartly done. Oh, Zontix, that's so smartly done. Last man is Tanir in the back lines as well. He's going to get up, but he doesn't clear him behind. Zontix, a quad clutch for him. Zwei not even required. And the AWP recovered too. My, oh my, that is a beaut. And that is a tough one to let slip if you are Heroic.
Timeout. I should think rightfully so. Yeah, man. Damn, these moments. Oh, well. Not super happy there, Donk, but all the same, trying to keep the game together here. It's Heroic. I don't know, I think you may well have let the map slip through your fingers with that.
Yeah.
In all honesty, a round that you should be winning on multiple counts.
Gotta be said as well. Once again, just how special that was from Zontix. I love that nade and swing combo as well. Beautiful. Knows his angles, knows his lineups. And now having that form. Second best player on the team so far. It's still very heavily being led by Shiro. When they shut him down as well, the Spirit side do look beatable. We can never discount them. Dong towards outside. Spots one. Needs to keep his head targeted as Dong spamming through the smoke. Finding LNZ. Fortune favoring him. You can't be jumping to peek him. Or Tanir. Maybe you can. In the head-to-head, we said he has to fight fire with fire. And in that round, he does. That's a cracking little double shot.
Yeah, good to see him having those moments. He was potentially the player we'd look to completely match up against the likes of Donk. It was Youngster on the previous map. Tanir's not quite had that explosive impact that we have seen him have already at this tournament. So, you know, reality sets in sometimes that you've got a bit more work to do to match against these monsters on Spirits. Youngster falling. Trade is there. Shiro, yeah, if it was a real gun, he probably gets caught there. So very, very lucky that it's just a Tech 9 that was watching him.
Griggs. Good angle up close. 3 here. They've heard the steps of 2. Not got loads of util. Double flash and a smoke. We've got to start thinking about going now. And Molly goes deep. And there it is. Nice find for Grix. Only for one, though. Quick trade will come through. A little tap on that corner. Messy fight for Nilo. But unfortunately, so little Shiro can do it. He misses his shot and he tags Tanir on the second. He should just survive all the way back here. Yeah, he luckily does. Same can't be said for Tanir, but Heroic, they survive as a whole in the map and the series in this game. Not dead just yet. It seems to be the story of the side. Unlikely rounds and making them stick. Fair play. That's a really nice post bomb. Very standoffish.
A little bit of frustration setting in.
I can understand it for Donk as well.
That and gets in there.
He's lost some awkward fights. That last one there, like, that is a tilter. I'd be tilted.
Indeed. But, you know, it's one of those, isn't it? It's like, do you keep it together for Cologne and the spectacle? I think there's a lot of players that might, but it's something that's a bit unique to these kind of young up-and-comers. Depends on how you get it read, but, you know, the Kaisuke interview yesterday where he's sort of like, I don't really care about the tournament, I just care about playing the game and winning, you know?
Yeah.
Seems to be quite a lot of confidence, let's say, to some of these guys. And I think that can sometimes spill over into, like, an entitlement that you should be getting the kills, you should be just winning the rounds because you're so good at the game.
Yeah, the old nonchalant gimmick.
Well, maybe a little bit, yeah.
Give it up, buddy. Well, let's see if Heroic can bring this back. Shiro will not expect LNZ up close. That's the AWP down. That's the big man down as well. Just shy of the 30 bomb. B-side's open.
Just like that. Might just be the round, to be honest. And with a full spend here from Spirit, I would imagine a save as the digits get tapped in. So yes, it all becomes a hunting game now. Tanir is head honcho of the hunting party, so can he find a weapon to take away? Looks like not. He's also kind of thinking maybe I shouldn't give my AK away for free. So he's going to get himself into, well, a kind of hiding spot here that can also be a save spot for the CT side. So curious to see how it unfolds over there, but the real round that's happening is down on B, and that round's been won by Heroic.
Tanir. One more right at the end as well. Oh my. Nade. Oh, he nearly gets two for it as well. Zontix was flustered by it. How many just peered their head up, and how they kind of don't spot each other for that long, I have no idea, but you are right, Heroic. Slowly but surely getting towards this point as we soar in towards Ancient. They still have that narrative building on their shoulders. Can we actually do this? 11-8. To do in regulation would require a flawless run from here, which is a big ask. Got 5 in a row, but I'm not going to complete this count. They got 6 in a row over towards Ancient, so it's definitely in their repertoire.
Well, let's see. Big Donk on the A1S. Can he do any damage here? He's kind of in the right spot, although he is smoked off, so we'll see. But they're ready for an outside move of some sort. 2 down secret. Donk watching to see if anyone gets excitable around the smokes themselves. Zontic's hit. Hot feet. It'll be Chopper spotted first. Zontic's on the MP9 expecting the fight. Now maybe gets a bit scary. Smoke starting to go down. Donk catches them moving back. He's not quite quick enough for the headshot there. A dink lands on Nilo. Little chunks being taken out. You got to keep your eyes on Zontix in particular. He's picked up that AK. Shiro knows his mission, and it is to just kind of keep control, keep distraction, buy some time. He is running around like a headless chicken. He's just gone through A, gone through her, up the ladder, and hoping it was enough of a distraction. I don't think it will be the case, but the 5-7 creeps in, and Shiro has found his. It's all on Grix, and the 5-7 takes him out. Left, right, good night from Chopper.
That's a massive round to scout. We saw them have a very similar round in Ancient really early on that shattered this Heroic side, and that's another one of those where it's Not exactly the best guns being brought to the table, but they make it work. And this second from Chopper, really well done towards Griggs. Regardless, you probably assume that either way, there would have been something from Shiro in terms of if that was tossed into a 1 versus 1. But map series point, Spirit. 12-8 now. And a buyout both ways. Shiro's finally cracked in towards 30. And he gets his favorite AWP back too. Smoke over. Play all the way back. But the crosswalks that come through, that'll shut him down for now.
Yeah, just for the time being. See what Heroic are going to do with them. Zontix holding at ramp. Here's this utility above him. Lost his teammate here as well. He can't hold for the second. But you feel like he's done his job. Chopper's already down fast. LNZ looks to be the thorn in his side. But they will miss each other. Donk gonna join. Are they looking for the swing? A single! Oh, Chopper goes! He just gets the head. That's the bomb hitting the deck. It's actually Donk, though, that fails his mission. That could make all the difference. Youngster is close to the AWP, but Shiro too quick. And a little panicked. He scopes back in. He doesn't know where he is. Double doors opens. Tanir thinks he's safe, and he is not. That will be that. And Spirit to take it in the 2-0. A first map that goes the distance. Heroic looked so damn good on that comeback. Couldn't get it done. The quarter of a second makes the difference. Nuke never really looked to challenge, in all honesty. A few rounds here or there, but Spirit doing what Spirit do.
Yeah, incredible work as well. I mean, you look at map number 1 and it was Donk's heroics. Map number 2, Shiro's heroics. The fact that they have those players that can step up, and not a bad debut from Zwei either. Heroic,
true.
I think they'll kick themselves in some of the rounds they lost throughout this series. In towards that second map, there was less of them though. I just feel like internally they'll probably look back and said we should have at least have gone to a third day. We should have gone to the side and maybe we could have put pressure on. But unfortunately, you cannot ever afford to take your foot off the gas against a side as good as Spirit. And while they're still going through teething issues, they're still trying to get everybody online simultaneously. There's still such a menace to deal with. And this is the sort of series where Spirit do show a lot of their prowess and a lot of their individualistic, just mechanical prowess. So fantastic showing for them, and I think it, as a whole, shows why they picked in towards that nuke. As much as it's a good map for Heroic, Spirit are a complete different beast in it. They have such a holistic approach in terms of how they set up rounds. We're sick to see.
Yes, maybe indeed the addition of Survive might just help them out that little bit more in those types of moments where it's getting a bit close, getting a bit tight. Again, as we talked about, to have like a relief system.
Yeah,
that's what they want him to be doing. Just a bit more consistent, but again, still maybe the way the resources have been spread out could be another argument, right? Magix is the one that you look towards. He takes the fall, as it were, but then we saw Zontix on map 1 not really having much presence. And what is that down to? When we're on the broadcast, we can't really tell all that much. You just see that it's like, okay, he's not getting many kills, but all of a sudden he opened up when it mattered into overtime, right? Is that down to the way that they're using him? Is that down to the fact that he's just had a slow start on the first map of the tournament? Hard to tell at this point, but still a few eyeballs, I think, on Spirit here. And, you know, Donk and Shiro show still very much in flow, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? I don't know that it's really changed since the player break.
And, you know, being frank, it probably won't change no matter who you kind of plug and place in around them. You know, these guys are just so good that they're going to step up regardless. They get given a lot of the resources, of course, to step up. And yeah, I mean, Shiro, fantastic from him. 31 and 12, a 2.02 rating, 125 ADR. He was electric. I think there's a very safe argument to make here that without as good of a performance as we saw from Shiro, there is actually still really a chance of Heroic even maybe taking that map or it being considerably closer. I mean, without him, there was a point where he had like more kills than nearly the other 4 players combined. That's how well things were going for him. And how the rest of the side were falling quite rapidly behind. So I think it definitely is safe to say that without Shiro playing as good as he did there, that could have been a whole different story. The issue is you can't hope for those things against Spirit, because if he doesn't do it, Donk will do it. And then I think inevitably we'll see at some point, maybe even this tournament, if those who don't do it, Zwei will pick up the slack. He's did it on an Amiga. He made that side competitive for a while, and he'll get his moments. He'll get his maps here and there where he gets to really shine across once he gets properly comfortable. But as debuts go, he's got to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, when you look across the series and where the sort of frag lines go and things, especially on map 1, I think that Zwei was able to hold a little bit more of his own and, you know, just sort of fill in those spaces that they need him to. But it kind of was Shiro throughout the series. You know, we like talking about Donk, but maybe this again is something that flies a little bit under the radar, that Shiro could have a really good second half of the year if he's going to kick off in this way. Just quick updates for you guys here, of course, with how things are going. It will be Spirit moving forwards against Aurora, and then, of course, Mao's actually beating out Liquid there on the other side of things in relatively clean fashion by all accounts. So we'll see how they fend off.
Yeah, 13-7, map number 1 on Inferno, and a 13-9 on Train. So it looked like, from what I could tell, a pretty comfortable win, all things did for Mao's. And Xerxin apparently played pretty incredibly. So probably a series that's worth checking back in with and seeing how that one's done. But we're done with our first series of the day. We've got a second coming up in just a second as GamerLegion take on 3D Max. But before we get there, we're going to throw this one to a break. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
Beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, that's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback! Oh my, what the f... Bomb has been defused. Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
What's going on? It's a fresh season now. You guys are going to try and have a fresh start here. We're going to try and forget about the first half of the year and move on from it. Are you feeling good with with the direction of this?
Yeah, feeling good. To be honest, like last 2 months for us, we spent a month in Barcelona. Yeah. We had a 2-week boot camp with JL and went to the major. And then we kind of cut the break a bit short to start boot camp earlier and just finished a 2-week boot camp now with Drin. And you know, it's a lot of practice days and overall like boot camping with the team. I felt the vibe changed. We start from scratch basically, like all maps, everything, trying to figure out like what works the best for us in a very short period of time, and trying to work on, you know, which maps we're gonna feel comfortable at. It's a lot of new stuff, but I feel like Drin is a guy who's like a sponge, like taking in information and also not afraid to talk, and I really like that.
I imagine there's got to be like a relatively like freeing feeling or like a refreshing feeling about getting to start from scratch as you're describing. Like you just get to go back to basics and rebuild things from the bottom up, and that's what you guys are doing?
Yeah, I feel like so, but at the same time it's one change. Some maps we might have bigger changes, but the thing is we still have 4 people that played with each other for a long time now, so it shouldn't feel that, you know, great of a change. But at the same time we did feel like that it's weird to be on server with a new guy, because it's been so long with the squad we had, and JL was a like large voice in how the vibe was, how everything was within the team. But we're getting used to it day by day, and you know, we're it's nice to have a guy who's never, had a proper media day, even at a big tournament. It's like he's asking these questions that that everything's new for him, like playing with in-ears and stuff like that, like he's not used to. But the raw skill this guy has is crazy. Like I've watched him play, and it feels nice. I shared the room with him also. I'm a lot.
Feel like a father figure a little bit?
I wouldn't say so. Like probably Blade has the feeling, like 20 years older or something. But I'm also a lot older than him. But I feel like I see the young hunger, everything in him. Like it's nice to fill the room with that energy.
Yeah, it's infectious to everyone else in the room.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're getting to bask in that kind of a glory. After the incredible year you guys had last year, have you noticed anything after the first half of this year where you've kind of been like, this feeling was certainly missing, or this kind of energy was like, is there a target for you guys to get something back into the team that you had last year that was missing to start 2025?
I think the answer is obvious, like yes, and it's hard to pinpoint what you were lacking, because at the end we had a deeper playbook than we ever had, but we couldn't win a playoff match. Sure. I just think that right now we will have this vibe, new energy, everything. We can understand that we're gonna be the underdog team in a lot of matchups, and just trying to work our way through the process. I really look at this season like a second chance this year to prove us that we're going forwards, because we're kind of been only taking steps back. But one game at a time and one tournament at a time. We have some online tournaments as well coming up, so it's going to be an interesting start to the season. But I think towards the end we're gonna see the bigger picture.
Cool. Well, I appreciate your time. Thanks for your words.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
How on earth is it playing with people that everyone's calling this guy with Nico Aim? There's someone else on the team with Nico Aim. Is this real? Can you confirm the reports?
Yeah, I can. The kid is insane. He's really good. I don't want to put too much pressure on him. I think he's gonna deliver no matter what. But he's very good, and I'm happy to have him on the team.
Good, and that is the key word actually that I wanted to address about pressure. I presume it's unavoidable. Like with a team as strong as this is, name value, you're coming in with just this pressure doesn't go anywhere. You're always under some of it.
Yeah, I mean for sure, especially for us, coming after the major that was not that good for us. So obviously pressure is there, especially for Falcons as well. We want to deliver. This is why we make the roster change as well. But we are aware of it. It's just something that we need to deal with it. We need to understand how we want to cope with it, especially now with the kid as well that is super young. He also wants to do good. He's being put up there maybe, on a dunk level kind of, and then, Dunk came in and his first event was, absolutely insane. So I'm sure he wants to do something similar as well, but we are here to support him. Obviously, we're going to do our best to feel him as comfortable as possible in the team, and according to practice, he is comfortable. So we will see.
I just want to get in the server. I just want to see it happen. I want to see the fragging. Overpass for you personally? You're going to be... Have you had a run around? You excited to see Overpass back?
I'm excited to see that they are changing maps. Yeah. I think it's pretty cool that they kind of shuffle the maps every maybe 6 months or 1 year. I think that's very, very cool for the meta of CS, and I think it's going to be exciting. When it comes to change to Overpass, I'm not a big fan of it, because I just feel like they removed the same map and they put it back the exact same way. That I'm not a big fan of. I felt like they had some time to, tweak something, change the meta a little bit. I think this is what I would have liked to see, and especially going forward, they want to kind of do this more often. I think it's important that they just make it exciting for people to learn new stuff and just change the way the map is being played. But I never was a big fan of Overpass, but yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, even it's funny how little changes make a big difference. Look at Dust 2. We bring that back, but we've added a box and the doors are the other way around, and it does feel fresh. It doesn't. We're not asking for the world here. We're asking for it could be small little things that do shift the meta. It doesn't have to be, we've moved the bomb site to long or something.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
It literally can just be, I don't know, even spawns different, for example, that people cannot take the certain area on a good timing and stuff like this. Anything, literally, just don't put the same map back. That's all we ask for, please.
I'm not going to lie, you've got a beautifully shaped head, young man. Is this the first time you've gone? No, you've done it before?
Yeah, I've done it during COVID because couldn't get a haircut back then, and my hair were growing too fast. But it's already been a week and it's going really fast. So yeah, I will be back soon.
You kept your promise though. Was this so? This is a deal you made with the boys?
I made it on stream or whatever. I said if because back in 2023 I made the same promise, but I didn't do it because my ex was not happy, and so I didn't do it. But now. My girlfriend is still not happy, but I had to do it.
Good. I appreciate that. And obviously you boys running on cloud 9 right now, not the team, but the feeling. Things are going fantastically. Coming out of this break, did you guys take an actual break, or were you concerned that you'd lose the lightning you've got in a bottle right now? Like, was it how much did you work through this break?
Well, zero. Of course, mate. You know, and even although during the first part of the season we had 3 times a week break, it's really important to put your mind away. I don't think it's because of break that people drop down. It's just because of too much confidence, or they think they've done with everything. So for us, it just we took a break because it was needed, and actually the break wasn't long enough. It was like 2 weeks and a half-ish, and not 3 weeks. So yeah, it was pretty hard at some point. But yeah, for us, it's just focusing on how much else we can do.
Yeah, nice. I mean, staying in the same place you are right now, I'm sure would be incredible.
Heading towards the payload.
Welcome back. Our second game of the day here on this Super Sunday on the B stream. Myself, Neokai, and Scrib about to bring you through GamerLegion taking on 3D Max. Of course, GL, who had an incredible run, Scrib, right? Throughout that stage 1, they looked electric. The first side, in fact, to book their spot in towards stage 2. So 3D Max, they can't afford to be too comfortable, too confident coming in towards this sort of a game. Both of them can be very scary on their day.
Yeah, 100%. I think that there is a key worry that this one could become unpredictable, could become sort of a difficult matchup to work with. Listen, I will say, I think that 3D Max as well have had a much more, I suppose, longer run, but like lesser challenged run, let's say. The teams that they've been playing are probably the teams that have not really impressed him much. They go down to NIP as well, which again, you know, come in as one of these teams of like, oh, just keep an eye on them, they might be good, but you should still be beating them if you are 3D Max. You're more of a known quantity at this point. So there's a few caveats around 3D Max and the way that they made it here, but we know that this team, you know, keeping the national Counter-Strike going can be tough, and also just some of the ceilings that I think that they're able to reach. A couple of players that we've been watching for a long time that we kind of enjoy and hope that they can keep breaking through and keep impressing. All the same, they're also going to be hit really, really heavily by the loss of Anubis in the map pool, right?
Yes.
So I think that that's something that at the moment they're probably dealing with. Is like, right, what map are we going to try and make a name on as we did with Anubis? And it might be a little easier said than done. I think as well, I caught a little bit of an interview with them. They said they're not massive fans of Overpass as a map and as a concept. So yeah, we'll see how 3D Max pan out. This, of course, the GamerLegion side of things.
Yeah.
And the way that they have performed so far.
Brilliant 2-0s, right? We call that first one, that was electric, and the second over VP as well, similar things where they really did show dominance. I'm sure there's definitely caveats to be taken. Cole looking like a weak side, and VP still kind of up in the air. We don't really know exactly where their ceiling is with Data Perfecto, but even that 2-0 loss towards Falcons, there was real nice moments in there, pushing in the distance, making that side really have to work. So I think it's definitely a more conclusive start to this tournament comparatively to 3D Max as you were building on. We do have that veto to bring through. You've touched on it. Anubis out the pool. It's obviously such a gut punch to this side. I do wonder whether they just try and immediately just go, you know, plug in place and add that overpass in. I know you touched on it in the interview, but I feel like with how the veto looks for 3D Max, I don't think they can make overpass their permaban, right? And I don't think they can kind of really afford to have it as not part of their pool, or if their pool becomes really empty. You know, you got maps like essentially Overpass, Train, and Mirage, all of which they don't like playing that much. They've got to make a decision here. So they go for the Mirage ban that comes through. Even that is a map in which GamerLegion don't love. Train then gets banned by GamerLegion. 3D Max's first pick here. There's a couple of ways to go. Dust 2, but then GamerLegion like it as well. Inferno is okay and played, but they are actually going to go for that overpass. So there is the plug and plays. I feel like a map like Dust 2 might lean a little bit more to like a third map, like a decider in this sort of series, and a bit more of a handshake in that sense. Inferno going to be picked in here as well. Both sides don't mind playing it. GamerLegion must have spotted something, but Overpass being that pick, this is really interesting for 3D Max. Of course, this will be for them as well, their first time playing it in official for both of these two sides as well. So let's see how much time they've really had to work on it. How much in that, we had about a week before this tournament, so yeah, not a lot of time to really flesh out Overpass. It might be a little puggy.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I want to say there was maybe like 13 days or something like that, but one of the things to consider is both these teams were at Fissure.
Yeah.
And that was on the old patch, so they've definitely not had time to like go away and work on it. You know, it's very, very tough, I think, as a coach and support staff and everything to be like, right, do I want to pay attention to Overpass? Do I just focus on the tournament that we're at? You know, VRS this, VRS that. It's very, very difficult. But all the same, I think the Overpass here is going to be pretty exciting. Look, it was one in the past that GamerLegion have had a few really classic kind of matchups on and results on. So maybe Ash himself, as kind of the only one from those types of rosters, has got some decent info to work with. But we'll see. I think this is going to be one of those looser, faster, just play it how you feel. A little bit of an idea, a little bit of protocols, but especially, again, from this French side that, you know, play very, very fundamental heavy Counter-Strike, let's say. It doesn't get much deeper than that for them. I think that there is going to be some pretty hot and heavy kind of Counter-Strike here.
Yeah, I think you're right. This could be a spicy one, but let's get the show on the road. We're starting our second game here of the day. And this, of course, is the lower bracket, round 1-2. So no more room for error for either of these two sides. We kick off things on Overpass, first time for both of them. Let's see how things look. Well, PR looking good for the first, but Lucky and Body responding kind. That's long control taken, but they're not going to commit to it. They're going to fall back, regroup, and mid seems to be the play for now.
Kersey's gathered some info. That's about all they've really got on the GamerLegion side here. Oh, ZTR, did he creep in there? I think he might just have been spotted. Ecstasy seems to be calling on the cavalry here. The men-at-arms. Yeah, and they were ready for ZTR. Flash came round for good measure. I think spotting that guy at long really gives them the control now. They knew exactly to go for that fight and get a solid man advantage.
2 versus 4. What do you do if you're GamerLegion? 3D Max. This is something that they do a lot, right? They play quite a gruelingly slow tempo. And on a map like Overpass as well, on that T side, you can afford to do that. Creeping their way up to what is a empty A site. It's only that man of Thorson who is any sort of a problem for them. He should get one, or at least a chance at one. It's Gravity who was round that corner in bathrooms, keeping attention drawn. And Thorson, he's now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Where do you actually play from here? Kersey, he'll not make that rotate over with the dualies, but a 2 versus 4 for them feels so unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even an argument to just grab what they have and save it. Looking for an early head here. It's not going to come. Yeah, so I think they have been given permission to just sort of find a way out if they deem it necessary. Kersey for 1, but that is all. 3D Max to take the pistol and to take it cleanly as well. Going to be a really interesting conversation here, and it'd be great to pick the brains around those 3D Max players as to why someone like Kersey was never necessarily on their radar. I guess Maka has a lot of backing, maybe, as a player. There is something known about the French scene. I don't think so much anymore, but, you know, 7 or 8 years ago, a little bit political. This guy won't play with this guy, and this guy's God to some players and things like this, right? So
even when we were doing like the earlier parts of our career, I remember like 2020, 2021, 2022, there was a lot of that, right? And there was actually kind of a few French teams dotted around kind of tier 2 and tier 3, and then you'd always consider like, where's the French super team? And it never happened because apparently one player didn't like another, and it was always kind of half teams that were good, but they didn't have that consistency across the 5.
Yeah, very curious. Like I say, might have been done away with a little bit now, but also national Counter-Strike and building up young national teams and things like that has sort of fallen off a little bit. What with the advent of like FPL and getting noticed that way. Nice pick up from Kersey. Speaking of him, a little bit more of that. Please and thank you. This is actually a round that might just be on now because they have opted to go in for the force bite. And they've got some pretty good guns, to be honest. So, got to be very, very careful here on the 3D Max side that they do not let anybody else drop in the near future.
Gravity shows trying to be this first contact through bathrooms. 35 seconds. This number's an advantage as well. This Scout has a chance to soften them up. And if Kersey can get even just one more tag on a healthy player, bring him down to half, it makes this really difficult for 3D Max. Time is ticking though. They've surely got to commit towards this top site. And he's ready to try and shoot on a shoulder. Misses. My second time of asking, but still got a cross here as well, and it's now starting to drop. UMP tries its best as Kersey finds one. Bomb going to be planted on Transformer here. 1 versus 2, time's run out, and ZTR sees him off. I'm assuming went down off the time there as well. It was right on that timer expiring.
Great job, Jeremy.
But a big celebration. Yeah, and Kersey, I think he does very, very well there. That kill he gets, the second is super important, but a lot of damage.
Always bringing the energy. Yeah, always bringing the energy here. I think there is a little bit behind it as well. Maybe, you know, trying to find that angle to get Kersey fired up into the game, your fellow countryman.
Yeah.
And it was right where Ash went. Great job, Jeremy, he says. Little jarring to hear a real name rather than a gamer name, but all the same.
Well, either way, a nice response from GamerLegion, and that when what sometimes can be gruelingly slow from 3D Max, that's the downside of playing as slow as they did there. Not enough time to clear the site properly, get that bomb down, give them any sort of a post plant. And GamerLegion, we already saw this with VP. They are happy to play like that. If you want to play slow against them, and if you want to really grind down the clock, GamerLegion aren't actually going to be too phased by it. They can shell up, they can match you at that pace. Kersey, just be a little careful. Let's take a tag. Rez will find one of his own as well. Gets the support now. This double prong setup in towards Banana is pretty strong. Oh, nice shot though.
Is he? Yeah, got to keep strong here. And he does. Maybe needing a little bit more than this just to quell the nerves. It is that bomb spot as well with the kills that he's managed to net. ZTR backing the angle, so all down to body here. For just a moment there, you get a bit worried about the Lucky Deagle. But nothing comes of it. And so they will hold on, GamerLegion. Netting the lead, and as always, energy high from Ash. See what 3D Max have got in their back pocket, but probably in the coming rounds. Don't expect too much in this next.
This is a good moment for GamerLegion to be in. They can build upon this now. Solid rounds being taken in these last two. And Kersey looking very good against his countrymen. He knows their playstyle. Having come through Gen 1 as well, he would have known these guys a lot. I mean, this is obviously kind of the top of your scene. I'm sure he's watched, studied these guys more than most. And so far, seems to be paying off in dividends as well. 6-2 for him. He's looking electric. He's looking so confident too. And I'm wondering whether we start to get a little bit more of the emotions out from him. We haven't seen Kersey be too loud comparatively to the rest of GamerLegion, the shouting, the screaming, but you know, he's got another language that the rest of GamerLegion don't, that he can wield against 3D Max. And if they start seriously winning, if maps start to fall in their favor, I'm hoping that is the case. Torsen, he gets the first and spots a couple more deep down in towards Monster.
ZTR staying cool. Long spray down there for Torsen. He will still manage to get the kill. I mean, it's just sort of the shooting range at the moment for these guys, trying to get that 150-meter headshot for the record books, but not quite. Oh, landing body somehow doesn't take a bullet there. But here we go, just sending it in, hoping for a bit of something. Obviously nothing happening, you know, it's just a round that you can't do anything with, and they know that. So moving through the motions here, but 3D Max now a chance to answer back. And it now becomes a deep sort of question as to whether they do have anything set up or not. This, of course, is their pick. And thus it comes as, you know, 0 officials for either of these teams as yet. Therefore, with the pick from 3D Max, we're expecting some sort of an idea, you know, some sort of an approach.
Yeah, you're right. What's the reason for picking in towards this? I mean, part of it can come down to things like scrims, for example, right? Playing against each other and having a good time of it. But it's not always the data you want to fall back on. They've got to have this self-confidence in the ideas that they've been setting up, and you look towards the leadership individuals on this 3D Max side, and why have they gone for it? Well, lucky. He'll find the first. Kersey gets caught, boosting up. The big man so far shut down. But PR is here, and he's been electric so far in this tournament. He's getting the support, but he will eventually fall. Lucky you got things. PR, U2 in hand. That cost him. Rez makes a move down long. Fights being fought on all fronts, but it's GamerLegion who are coming out on top. 2 versus 3, and Lucky... well, only 38 points of HP. Not a nice spot for him to be in, and an awkward fight he's got to take in the 1 versus 1, which he loses. Rez is going huge. That's the bomb too, surely the round.
Yeah, you would assume so. Maka trying to be man of the hour here. Fire does a little bit to him. He can't win the fight. Rez with a 4-piece. Absolutely wonderful stuff. GamerLegion, I mean, smiles all around. The energy is just so good from this team when we've caught them. And they do look very, very good when they're, you know, on their day. It's a tough one against Falcons. Maybe should have had the nuke. I'm sure they will feel, but kind of their kryptonite team, it feels like, you know, rivalry between those guys. They just keep meeting this year.
Yeah, and it feels like every time as well they meet them, Falcons are getting better and better. A shot by Kersey. Hasn't lost any of that confidence after being caught on the boots last round. Swings right back into the fight, and he taps it down body. Low buy, of course, again. I was expecting too much. The nade, right idea. Spam through the wood here. Could come up trumps, and it does. ZTR jumping wallbang. Gravity core. Very easy shutdown. I gotta say, Scriv, so far, I've not seen anything that's convinced me as to why 3D Max have picked this map.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Not controversial to say. I don't know, man. Just, you know, gotta get an official eventually or something, but
yeah,
it does feel a little strange, right? And again, especially we've been talking about this format, it's pretty quick, bros. You've got to figure yourself out, and you feel like lower bracket tournament on the line. Is this the place to do it? Maybe, maybe not.
Yeah,
you know, it's hard to find a keen punish, I suppose, against GamerLegion with the way that the maps look here, but just, you know, like Spirit have just done, play something comfortable, pick the Ancient, you know, and just go with that. Maybe Dust too, and just go with that. But they've gone for a risky move here.
Yeah, it's a real gamble. Gambling lower bracket too. High risk, high reward, and also pretty bad loss if things are to fall south. The TR, he's out towards long. He's alone here as well. TR hoping to bait them up closer. They do push in that direction. Looks unlikely for now. Looks like he'll be given a lot of free real estate there. Same can't be said for Lucky as Rez round that corner. Kersey swings, but he'll lose his head. And Rez now, as a known quantity, how does he play around getting out of connector? A-site is open and vulnerable. It's the best 3D Max have looked for a hot minute.
Got to be able to do something with this, but they got ZTR. And they've got Rez in the perfect positions here.
That's the
Gravity's got a bit of a feeling. He's got a bit of a feeling. But the timing is just getting away from him. ZTR, meanwhile, has dropped the man that's on the site itself. He will get taken out. If they play this correctly, Rez is just right place, right time. Could slip the net. I don't think he's going to be able to deny the bomb plant, unfortunately. Not quite fast enough for that. He's also not spotted the player. That is actually the kill from Torsen that drops the bomb. So the utility running low here. Exorcist's the only one that remains. 25 HP. And you can see Torsen knows his teammate is in on the backside. No need to take any risks. Plant coming in. The nade will do it. And indeed, a big backflip. But that'll be the round for GamerLegion once again. And it continues, doesn't it? You know, what's the logic behind the pick here? The A-take is just grouped up, utilities non-existent. It's kind of just getting confusing. I am scratching my head at this one.
Tensile round for the form of the backflip here, though. This is beautiful. See the legs above the smoke. Nice work, though, honestly. 6-1, and sure, we can keep coming back to this map being inherently CT-sided, but this is a difficult spot that 3D Max have put themselves in. So a time for a conversation, but a really ugly looking 3D Max at the moment on this risk of a pick. You know, the coach trying to instill something, but yeah, this is a tough kind of position they find themselves in, because, you know, for GamerLegion, they've already got to a point of comfortability in this sort of map, and all expectations is 7 and 8 behind it feel quite very doable ultimately. It's a seriously tough predicament. 5-round buffer. You buy back in because of that bomb plant, because of the loss bonus. You lose this, your economy shattered once again, especially if you lose without a bomb plant. And this is the awkward and awful rinse and repeat cycle 3D Max find themselves in right now.
Yeah. Is there anything available for 3D Max? Is there life in them yet? We'll find out. T-side yet to get off the ground. They got reversed after that pistol, and it's been GamerLegion ever since. Contact toilets is... Okay. Body jumps by accident. I mean, this is just... it's a little shaky here for sure. Rez will peek round. Keen headshot, spots 2 more, including the bomb. Execute now going to come in, and a little panic. They will finish off BR eventually. ZTR out towards long. They're expecting him. He's played there a lot. But will he expect Rez is the big question. Smoke goes down, and honestly, he could have gone flying through that thing, but he opted not to do so, and therefore the bomb plant is successful. A first solid post plant here for 3D Max to work with.
Gravity's in the backline as well. That is a binder of a flash as well as Torsen. And no charge on the 180 res. He gets away with that, and actually still relatively healthy. 2 versus 2 has legs. Kersey, he's got to get up from stairs. Molly on the corner. Kersey swinging a find. That is a stunner, but it's now all on his shoulders, the youngster. Once they get inside of the smoke, and I think he's just got enough time as well. Kersey, that is delectable. The Frenchman shuts down 3D Max. And eliminates his countryman from a round which felt like success was in their grasp. 7-1 now for GamerLegion. Lead guaranteed, and yet still unable to make any sort of an investment round work. 3D Max, this is brutal. It's 7 in a row for GamerLegion. Another timeout called, but this is
don't know
beautiful.
what to say, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. The thing is as well, they have good parameters there. Look, it does come close for 3D Max, to be fair. So that's one that you'll look back on, you'll be like, damn, it's kind of a 50-50 is how maybe we would look at it. Might be like 60-40 if you get a bit nitpicky, but ultimately it's close and it's just not quite gone your way. But there are more rounds that look far more convincing from GamerLegion, and the streak continues, and super savvy here, man. Ash with the timeout. When it comes together, this team does look good. They just have to find the extra mile against some of the world's best, you know, and that's where they often struggle.
Yeah, you know, we talk a lot about, and you know, there's something that we brought up, you know, the core of public opinion, and obviously for Ash it's been so positive, but he keeps proving why, and this is why he's so valuable in the scene right now. The way in which he keeps rebuilding and finding success and keeps punching up, it's pretty damn commendable. Kersey noses one over there. Molotov might even force an engagement that Body doesn't really want to be taking. Smoke down. He wants to escape. He has Maka in support. That nade that comes by to make things even more awkward. It's ZTR here. Even just a spam on that wood, I think they would have done a lot of damage. Probably seen off Body, but I'll play patience for now. It's Gravity up close towards short. He's been given that luxury, but there's 3 players here towards B, so good luck getting out.
Torsen in a good spot. Looking to be the first line of defense. We've got 2 smokes left on the French side. One of them hits the deck, along with the bomb, which is alone, by the way.
Of course. Why wouldn't it be?
Yeah, it's sort of starting to paint its own bleak picture here. And, you know, we don't really need to add opinions. We don't need to point out too much to you guys at home. 3D Max, rough around the edges, to say the least.
That's the kind way of putting it right now on Overpass.
I'm always the nice guy, you know.
Yeah.
I'm always the nice guy, but
I won't be.
There's a bit of bit of an undertone there, a bit of passive aggressiveness for sure.
Yeah, it is. I won't be the nice guy. This is a horrible showing so far, and it's only getting worse. Ugly display as PR gets 2. It's a shooting gallery for GamerLegion. This feels like, you know, it's warm-up. They're in DM, aimbots, whatever you want to call it, and they're hitting shots. They're getting easy fights thrown their way. I don't even really think ZTR's been required to do all that much in terms of his mid-round calling. It's just simple, silly mistakes by 3D Max, which make them look just so uncomfortable. 8-1. Back into a low buy. No bomb plant and barely any kills being picked up by this side. I mean, you're looking across the board. The best they've got is body 6 and 8. Ugly showing, but a self-breaker, the nade, actually costs PR his life, and Kersey will also fall too. That's guns picked up.
Could be dangerous now. Bomb is still not really anywhere near the action. But you can see GamerLegion left somewhat reeling, trying to come up with ideas on the fly. So we'll see what the mid-rounding is like. They got the boost up there at short, but there's no one on the other end of it. Rez. Oh, here's the step on wood, does he? No, but he's able to spin and find the kill anyway. And this is a moment to get the shoulders out. Rez with the double spray down. They've lined up for him. Oh, man. Not much you can do about that, 3D Max. Look, we've maybe been knocking them throughout this half, but when Rez just goes and makes a solo play, flying around the corner, no flashes, no info, just a hunch. Maka left to clutch up here, low HP to do so, surely spotted in just a sec. They're all jump peeking, there's no way he breaks in. Rez wants a little bit more, and he will get it.
A is blocked indeed. Ash couldn't be more right. They keep trying that A site, and it keeps ending up the same exact way. And Rez walking away with a quad. It's this one here. Lines them both up. It's a beaut. Has a pixel to work with on towards Maka and closes it. Yeah, a bit of tilt setting in there for body. And very understandably so. 9-1. And 3D Max on the brink of calling 911. They're in serious trouble. Gravity gonna try and be their saving grace, and Kersey Core napping. Will be a trade at the very least from Torsen. He'll chunk a grenade PR with an unorthodox move. Bring to numbers back level. 3D Max, they can never sit on their laurels. They've got to make these advantages stick. And now it's back level.
Execute coming in. Tolson, edge of the smoke business. He breaks. He goes swinging in, trying to find something, but nothing comes for him. Nade does finish off Lucky. So now know where these final 2 players are at the very least, but the numbers do look even. The bomb has yet to go down. PR finds Gravity, and he finds Exercise as well. GamerLegion cannot lose. That looked very losable, and they didn't lose it.
It did. Opening
3-on-2, B bomb side gone, and they still win.
3D Max at the opening 2 is a 5-on-3, and they just can't capitalize on these advantages. They're just caught stunned so often, it feels, 3D Max. And well done for PR, man. Yeah, vibes are particularly good over towards GamerLegion, and very understandably they are 10-1 up on their opponent's map pick. This is already set up for things continuing this sort of pace. Somebody just clipping that little screenshot from HLTV, and the one that says 3D Max picked overpass, and we're all questioning why. Gravity, I'll give him credit, last couple of rounds, nice openers from him. He's at least still got his confidence, and Lucky, he'll find a kill of his own. So another 5v3, very quickly turned, but this time down to 2, and the A site's open. Kersey all alone. Are we finally seeing success for 3D Max, but is it too little too late?
The key question of the hour. Kersey on the wrong bomb site as well here, so really no hope for him. I'm sure he'd love to keep this AWP into the next half, but that's not how it works, so we're going to have to see him send it here. Onto the AK, in fact. Give me 2. Maybe I start to believe. Okay, it doesn't take any damage on the first. Wait a minute, because there is a little something in the air. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they get a little dodgy there, but he just can't quite find the shots. All the same, 10-2. Doesn't really feel good enough for a map that you were picked into. So the second half is going to have to be a completely different team. If they've done all the work on the CT side and it's like absolutely impeccable, maybe they could pull it back. But you just feel GamerLegion have got far too much room to work with. We're going to take a break, but this one might conclude quickly after that fact. We'll see you in a few.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first map.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
So here we are. Welcome back. The energy high for GamerLegion, as you can well see, but I don't know, man. 3D Max with the overpass pick feels a little strange as we get into the second half. 10-2. GamerLegion have obviously been doing some work as well, but there was just a lot of sloppiness from 3D Max, right? They were leaving the bomb behind, players isolated, utility not being saved for the end of the round, and things like this. Very, very out of sorts, it feels like.
For them to be picking in towards this map, it didn't look like a very well-drilled map for 3D Max, I think, is probably the way that I'm putting it, right? It just felt very scrappy, very sloppy, and maybe very perplexing for us. I mean, you touched on it just as we headed in towards the break. Let's see how well-drilled this CT side is. Is it all on this, where they're hoping to find success? Well, it doesn't start well as Rez continues his run of form. 16-6 for him. There is an open. They're going to push pressure on towards the top side, and Towson going to find one of his own. Lucky's here, but he's shut down at just the one. A 4 versus 2, and GamerLegion They might quickly be closing their opponents that pick.
Well, let's see. Exorcise and Gravity. I mean, they've got 4 guns between them, technically speaking, so maybe it's enough. No heads rolling just yet, though. Well, okay, as soon as I say that, it's their heads that roll. I think maybe just get this one over and done with. The sooner forgotten about, the better for 3D Max. And then, you know, they play Inferno. They're maybe ready for whatever's going to get thrown at them. They have beaten Tyloo on it already this tournament. It was super close, triple overtime, but I don't know, man. There's just so many question marks here. I don't know what to say.
It's been such a perplexing map as a whole. GamerLegion, credit to them. They've looked absolutely great. Ollie down. And they take connector control. It is, of course, that force buy for 3D Max. As expected, you got nothing to lose now, but being realistic, how do you make something of this? Spotty spam with the Deagle. Nothing really on offer. Kersey just playing a range in case of that monster aggression. It's been a simple run of things so far. Zetiop, he's waiting. Nade that comes over. Nice work as well. XC's down to about half. Few players stacked up towards wood makes this very, very precarious. Nothing barrels. That's spotted. But credit to, yeah, GamerLegion here. They're taking the due diligence, just clearing all the corners.
Torsen. Oh, danger on the other side of this particular corner. The trades will be there for the T side of things, but we still do have Exorcise. I think he maybe ate a nade or a molly, something like that. He's been left pretty damn low. Smoke comes in, early swing, unable to find anything. Body down in water. Maka also here quite quick before this bomb gets planted, so always feels like there is an opportunity when there's a couple pesky players hanging around. Decent damage, but can't quite finish that second guy. All going to be on Maka now. The bomb has hit the deck. Only 10 seconds to get the plant in. They opt to take the double swing, but Maka's Deagle is too strong. 3D Max, maybe the spark that lit the flame of the comeback here.
Oh, a lifeline extended. Maka, nice shots, but still given over to 3D Max there as well. Not giving themselves enough time. So many corners uncleared, but yeah, brilliant work. With Res being low, all he needed was body shots. Look what it means. Long old road to recovery, but it all starts with one step. That could be the step that changes the tides. It'll come down, and that will do a decent amount of damage. And the spam wombo combo lucky gonna find his Gravity making a push. He'll get one of his own as well. And 3D Max finally showing some form here with an easy, effortless round, it feels. Kersey, he's spammed, he's tagged, he's low, he's known. And this round's done.
Oh! Kersey, double dinking. Never over till it's over, but they will see the round off itself. Still looks good. Consolation rounds at the moment. Foot off the gas type thing. We see it a lot in the world of Counter-Strike as a team feels, you know, job is done. And maybe just take their eye off the ball ever so slightly. But do have to be careful. We've seen some keen comebacks already today on the B stream. So, you know, GamerLegion maybe need to learn from Spirit's almost mistakes.
Nade over. Should do a lot, and it will, actually. We'll catch Rez. His life and this round for him cut short. Just the pistol's going to have a look towards mid. And Buddy has the chance of getting some numbers, serious numbers on the board for him. Remaining 4, all coming his way. As the spray down. Oh, non-existent. NTR on the swing. The pistols causing a few more problems than initially anticipated. It's a 2 versus 2. Guns recovered. Bomb can go down in just a second. There's a flank brewing, but it's late. This is already a success round, regardless of what happens from here on out.
Yeah, the flank feels pretty good. However, to just lock it in, maybe needed to keep the 2-on-2 alive for a little while longer. PR has to find one here. I guess it's the wrong way. Gravity takes him down. But like you say, in isolation, the round itself is pretty damn good. Especially ahead of a buy round. You take a lot of guns away. You bolster your own buy. They now can do whatever, right? I think that it can get a bit tough deciding on, do we have a utility mule? Do we have an AWP in play? Things like this. But now they have plenty of options available because of what they were able to achieve here.
You're right. My God. They're pretty happy with it. Understandably so as well. 3 kills. And a bomb plant. Yeah, that'll bolster up the cash investment it brought in towards the next. And still shows there's plenty weaknesses over towards 3D Max. Short control taken early. Split brewing by Torsen here as well. He's actually going to get this connected control. There was a player lurking around there, but they're going to fall all the way back towards site. So Torsen's gaining a lot of information right now.
Maka. Oh! Gotta be scoped in, bro. Just kind of clicking the right click a little too much, maybe. And he misses an opportunity there as they walked out into him. All the same, at least he's spotted them and can grab that info. Also scares them away from the toilets angle, at least. They've got a lot of control at long here.
He still comes through. 3 players about to send their way in as well. It's all about whether we can get out bathrooms at the same time. There's a lot of presence here from 3D Max. Will all turn. The flash from Kersey is brilliant. 2 get affected by it. Bounding round that corner. They shut it down. And Exorcist, all he can do is save. And he won't be given that luxury. PR's there lurking and waiting. GamerLegion answer back. They just needed to get the finances sorted out, which they do. Look where they are now. Inching closer and closer. Map point for them and their opponent's map pick. And 3D Max forced into another tough discussion. And it's Ashu calls for a second timeout. And he likes doing this, right? Calling timeouts in positions of success and off the back of a 1 round. It also makes your opponent sort of sit on it, but it gives you a chance to do everything in your power to close it out here and now. Give them no room for a recovery.
Yeah. Just got to be careful. And again, you know, keeping it together. And I think there's a lot of future work. Kind of a funny little catch there. Torsen, you know, making out with the camera, I think. He winked at us. And then Ash is like, hello. Please lock in. Please focus.
Lock in, fella. We got stuff to do here, mate.
Yeah, he's having too much of a good time, potentially.
I mean, that probably shows just how easy this really has been for them, which is maybe a worrying sign, but potential final round of this map. What have you got for us? 3D Max now or never. Lucky. He's made noise there. Flash over and his spam. Deals damage, sure, but ineffective on the kills. The opener going the way of PR.
Yeah, that's all I feel we're looking for. Find the opener, go from there. Nade stack. Doesn't net anything. Close, to be fair, but doesn't quite meet the mark. There's just no one near enough. Still, first kill. Listen, man, they should be able to work from here. They've got plenty of utility remaining. Plenty of ideas as well. And it's a classic sort of hold from 3D Max. Not actually rotated anyone across from the A side of things. So this could get very, very messy, very, very fast. Gravity can't look away from the flash, but his crosshair set. His spray is clean. And Exorcist backs his man up. Oh my goodness.
That's delectable. That's the picks up the bomb and he'll push through that smoke. His comrade's corpse as he has to step over as he puts himself into a 1 versus 3 now. 25 seconds, so time is of the essence as he moves his way forward. There's a shadow spotted, but he doesn't realize 3D Max survive a scare and stay alive for now. And it all comes down to a bit of individual prowess over towards Monster. Well played, shutting it down. Beautiful little 1-2 punch, but Gravity's double goes huge.
Crazy. I mean, 3D Max showing that they maybe do have a little bit left in the tank. I don't know, that, to be fair, that they've used much of the fuel necessarily. I think it is just, again, CT side a bit easier to navigate on a map that you've not had that many official reps. Well, any official reps, but even like practice reps and things like that. Scrim reps, you know, who are you scrimming at the moment? I think most teams are either having the time off or they've been playing at Fissure, including yourself. So, yeah, CT side could have given them some life, but you got to get there, have to weather the storm of the T side, and I don't think they did, to be honest.
So down. Just that lesser investment for PR. Everybody else doing all right. For T, nice find. Can't get the second. He had the right idea there as well, so he goes back to check it. But it's a good 1-2 punch. So at least the trade was there, and generally speaking, trades benefit the T side, especially now that PR can pick up that recovered AK. Lurk play of Res. PR with the AK. He's just scooped up. Will get himself a kill. Probably only briefly. Body. Does he expect the second round this corner? Most definitely not. And numbers go back in favor of GamerLegion. Posted on the corner. Maka fell off. Lucky will reclaim some control. This is carnage. The bomb's down here with 20 seconds. But the kills are still on offer. It's Maka around the corner. If he can win up this 1 versus 1, he might have won it for them, but Torsen gets away with it. Bomb dropped. It does not matter. That is one of the most chaotic closes to a series, or to a map, may I say. It's your opponent's map pick. GamerLegion take it.
Yeah, and looking so good while doing so. Second half maybe a little messier, a little more chaotic, but I think kind of happy to let it go that way. They performed so very well in that first half, and still, you know, nipping in the bud little bits and pieces. When it got to 12, still had Ash coming in for the timeout and whatnot, you know. So they're aware of their position, but the first half in particular, just so damn good. And proving, again, there's been a clear, for me, individual step up for this GamerLegion side coming into Cologne. They just look way more on it. You got players like Rez, players like PR, Torsen a little bit on this map, actually looking very good. So, you know, these are names that are not super explosive in the same way that, you know, Kaisuke and Zwei might be stealing a bit of the limelight with the young guns making the big moves.
Yeah.
I think that they have had a step up individually in quite a big way, in all honesty, and it just seems like the team is gelling very, very well because of it.
I think you're right. I think you're right. I mean, individually looking so good as well. I mean, especially when Rez got picked up in towards the team, we look towards him a lot in terms of firepower, but it's not always him that's required, right? The fact that we're getting PR also looking electric. Actually, I think statistically, probably the guy that you really look at in terms of his individual impact, Kersey as well, confidence, I thought was absolutely fantastic. So, a real difficult spot as a whole for 3D Max now, because it really just looks so uncomfortable all the way throughout. We have to come back to that narrative and that conversation that we were building up all map long and saying, why have we picked in towards this, right? What was the thought process behind this? And if ever there was a time to take a risk, doing it in the lower bracket round one, guys, with tournament life on the line, feels like an incredibly bold call. There is maps you could have gone towards, and comfort picks, right? Ancient, you brought up, rightfully so, could have been the map in which you could have at least had a much nicer showing, but it was a really ugly performance on 3D Max. I think they offered so little, and I think it's also quite testament now to GamerLegion. This side, for the first time in a while, are actually in a completely different zone to where we've always seen them as. I don't think there are any more this little team that could, right? And that's for a long time what they have been. They're actually like real contenders to make things like a playoff.
Yeah, they just have to maybe figure out how to beat those bigger names, right? Which is going to be the next sort of challenge. But when it comes to, you know, the teams that are all contesting for that best of the rest kind of moniker, they're maybe starting to win the argument a little bit more than some of their compatriots like 3D Max, you know, that we've seen them playing, and some of the other teams in stage one that they got, you know, VP maybe being another team competing for that kind of title. So yeah, I think very, very curious. The 3D Max side of things, you know, we talk about this overpass pick. Why are they going for it? What's the logic there? I think for me, it's like Anubis was sort of their merchant map, specialist map, maybe trying to get ahead of the curve with overpass in a way. But it does just feel like first tournament back. It's Cologne as well. It's a very, very big deal. I think you maybe, against what you want to do, have to save that overpass for just a little longer, you know, for like the next tournaments that come along. Maybe a little bit of online repage or something like that if you can get into your CCTs and the like. But it feels like it's just kind of screwed the pooch on the whole series now. We'll see. They're still decent on Inferno, but I am quietly worried for 3D Max after that performance.
Well, let's find out. We're going to throw it on to a break when we are back. It is map number 2 up on the docket. It's GamerLegion's pick as well. And they have the chance of 2-0 and staying alive here in Cologne and sending 3D Max home. For now, we'll see you soon.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, fuck. Oh, forgot my keys. I'll cover you. Flashback. Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs.
Faceit.com/watch.
We're standing inside the playing area right now, where 3D Max have just showed up for IEM Cologne, a team that I have somewhat expectations for, especially considering that they always seem competitive, but sometimes struggle to make the big result. Now, Maka, I kind of want to talk to you about that, because you and I, we engage a little bit back and forth on Twitter from time to time. I think I'm one of your biggest fans and one of your biggest critics at the same time. You always seem to be playing well. You always seem to get close, but you lack that final, oomph to get over the line. You had a player break now. You had an event in Furia. Are you coming into Cologne to get over that humble?
Yeah, sure. After what we showed in Furia, I'm pretty sure we can show even better. Like, we just find a way back into the season. So it's not like our first tournament in Cologne, so we want to prove that we are way better than what we showed at Fisher.
And speaking of the player break, have you done anything in particular to get better during the player break, or did you take some time off to relax and recharge the batteries a bit?
I think we just tried to get some time off and relax because the season was quite hard. Like, a lot of tournaments, a lot of practices. It's a pretty new first year for us, so in the tier 1 scene, so it's pretty exhausting when you are not used to it. So we get some rest, and now we are back on track.
You've been playing with Buddy for quite some time now. You've been playing, I think, 48 maps with him. Is he fully gelled into the team now, and is it a nice addition to the team as well?
Yeah, definitely. It's a great addition, and he's a fun guy. He always brings like a lot of fun, a lot of energy in the team. As you can see on the camera, he's always screaming a lot. Yeah. So yeah, he's now he's not a new player to the team. He's definitely into the team.
And if I were to put you on the spot, what are the expectations for you guys? Is it to make it to the next stage, or is it to make it to the playoff, or if you were to put a number on it, so to speak?
I hate to do that, but
yeah, I know.
Obviously, we always aim big, so always aim to play playoff games. Mm-hmm. We didn't do any playoff games in ESL tournaments this year, so yeah, we aimed for the playoff.
Have you ever been in the arena in Cologne before?
Never.
Never?
Never been. Yeah.
It's a great atmosphere. So if I were you, I'd try my best to get in there.
Yeah, that's what Buddy said, because he was in the Lanxess arena with G2. He said it was like his best experience in the arena. So
We are at Cologne, IEM Cologne, and behind me is GamerLegion, a team that I think a lot of people have decent expectations for, a team that is hard to quantify, a team that is hard to figure out. I want to learn a little bit about GamerLegion, and I want to know where they're at right now. And to do that, I think Ash is the best guy to talk to. Ash, my man, back in Cologne, how are you feeling?
Feeling fantastic.
Fantastic?
Fantastic.
Why is that?
I just always feel fantastic.
Just always feel fantastic?
Yeah, default mode.
Default mode. Even after last week's event and last week's quarterfinal loss, was that also fantastic?
That was less fantastic.
Less fantastic. All right. It's been a while since we've seen GamerLegion play, obviously, and you came back into play last week. Was that good enough on your own expectations? Since we haven't seen you since Dallas, you had a lot of time to prepare and get ready for the season.
I won't say we had a lot of time to prepare, because obviously we have our break as well. But it probably wasn't quite where we were hoping to get. I don't think we played to the level we wanted to play to either. So playoffs was okay, but I wouldn't say it was something we really wanted.
You obviously know the team from within, in terms of practice, etc. Would you say that you played less good than you probably could have and should be at this time of the season?
Yeah, I for sure say that. I think we were way below our best, to be honest, way below our best. So that was probably the most disappointing thing, more than the result, is that we didn't really show anything of what we were really capable of. But it was still good enough to get playoffs, so it's not like the worst thing in the world either.
That's a positive. Even on a bad day, you played decent, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're trying to say, is that we can play fairly poorly and we still get through.
All right. Roster change as well. A new guy coming into the mix as well. A French guy. How's he gelling in within the team?
He's doing really good so far. He's fit in really nicely. I think we haven't seen anything of him yet, so I'm really excited to kind of see when he can show what he's been doing in practice, because he's a very, very talented player. And as he gets more involved in everything and he gets used to it, it'll be much easier for him.
All right. I know you had this question. Everyone does. Expectations, Cologne. Want to progress to the next stage, obviously. I think that's goal number one. Do you think you have what it takes to be a playoff contender as well?
I don't see why not. It's been the same in Dallas, same with Melbourne, so I don't see any reason why we can't do it. So yeah, we're just going to try and take it one game at a time as always, get through the first stage, and we'll see what happens there.
Ever been inside the arena before?
No, we were one game short last time. I think we lost in overtime, third map to Cloud9, so that was a bit of a stinger, but very close.
Have you been there as a spectator or?
No, never.
Oh, so you want to set foot inside that arena?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
All right, if I were to speak to one of your players, who's going to be the most impactful player this tournament for you guys, in terms of, could be mood, could be on the server? Who's the guy to step it up?
I think Rez. Rez will be still the one now. I think he's a super talented player, underrated still, if anything, so I'll go with Rez.
Where's Rez?
He's doing his hero poses right now for media, so I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Oh, he's standing in there. You can actually chime in, yeah.
I'm dreaming after you, chasing you in my sleep, babe. It's early afternoon, but it's the only way that I'll finally see your face. 'Cause I've been thinking about the days when you were mine, no set of rules. And I've been dreaming as a way of passing time with me and you. Now wake me up, wake me up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. GamerLegion masterclass, nearly perfect from them on the overpass. Their first outing on it, looking good, feeling confident. 3D Max, they were the ones that picked it, and we are still left questioning perhaps why. It didn't look like the most well-drilled map for them. CT side a little bit better, but they didn't get to play that much of it by virtue of only 2 T side rounds. Now we move on to Inferno. Maybe part of the logic here for 3D Max, if I am to play the devil's advocate, is that the veto against GamerLegion generally looks okay, so long as you get rid of something like a nuke, something like a Mirage that they might not even pick into if you want to play a bit more tactically, right? You should be okay to direct a little bit of where this veto is going to go. So Inferno, it's a low win percentage map for both of these teams, but ultimately a fair number of reps on it.
Yes.
And therefore, I think 3D Max could have predicted this coming out in the veto. But I don't know, man. Can they just match in general? I think I am maybe giving them a bit too much of the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, we've also got to throw back as well to our opening game here in this tournament. You know, here on the big stream, we did GamerLegion taking on Complexity. That was a 13-3 to GamerLegion. They looked very, very good. And I mean, I'm sure, you know, Complexity, they're going through issues and they've got definitely question marks about them, but that's still a really convincing win. So I do have my reservation, I do have my worries, but then you've got, you know, a decent win for 3D Max, right? Quite literally just, what, 2 days ago against Tyloo, that kind of barn burner deep in towards OT where they took them down. Sure, Tyloo are a side that post-Fissure have a bit of teething issues, it feels like, here in IEM Cologne, but it's still a good win for 3D Max. So at the very least, they've got decent things to fall back on, and we know that 3D Max can grind out a game, but I don't know. I can't see a world in which GamerLegion don't 2-0 this. They're in a really solid spot for me. I feel like they're playing very good Counter-Strike, but as Ash was even talking about it in the interview, just in that map break days, who do you look towards in the side to step up? Rez? Well, Rez was incredible, right? A very, very good map from him. PR was fantastic too. Kersey's confidence looks incredible. Torsten, especially on that CT side, such a rock locking down sides. We don't have that from 3D Max. All we can really say is Gravity was okay, right? I thought he had a decent first map and he showed some signs of it. And that's kind of it, right? That's as good as it gets, unfortunately, for this side. A brief stint here or there from Lucky, but it just was nowhere near enough. So 3D Max have got to show a completely different side heading in towards Inferno. But let's see if they can bounce back and give us a bit of a show, push us towards that decider of Dust 2. It feels like quite a big ask right now. GamerLegion looking so damn confident, and they'll start on the T side.
Well, 3D Max not letting up at the very least. They've still got their own form of that French confidence. However, they are shut down by the P250 pretty quickly. Lucky still remains in the vicinity. Oh, okay. I'm saying nothing. Body will be the only one left here in this 1 versus 4. Not going to be able to deny anything. Bomb plant, so on. I think he might just save what he has, to be honest.
I think you're probably right. Not a good start as well. 3D Max, they need good runs on their CT side, judging by what we've kind of seen from them in the past. They need some serious stability there. And it's not going to start well. I mean, sure, Body will get an exit, a consolation. Nothing more than that. They don't really need to hunt him, to be honest. But at the same time, if you like Torsten, for example, he's the only one who really needs to be really cautious about fights. So, GamerLegion, start as they mean to go on and continuing this run of form from them. Ash just seems to have this side understood right now and vicariously using it. ZTR, this is all slotting into place. Body, you'll stay alive. They look towards a fight at the end, but a simple one nonetheless. Vibes are good. And GamerLegion looking very good.
Speaking for itself on the replays, and we'll see now if 3D Max are able to bounce back into it. I mean, GamerLegion just having a really good time. I think it's one of the important things to keep an eye on. Going to be a hard eco out from 3D Max. Uncharacteristic for them to not just try and be relentless, but they will pull up a few P250s. That's all that's going to be brought up here. GamerLegion, meanwhile, money-making opportunity, and you'd argue you don't really want to lose any more than one player in this round. Slow creep out B. Oh, it's a nice dink. It's also got to be careful. Meanwhile, money being made in the apartments as PR will make that. Mac 10 sing. Rez spins around. Oh, lucky. Certainly unlucky, I think, safe to say, in the past couple of rounds. That's 2 kills that he has just not quite been able to get over the line.
Rez, there's probably another here as well. Mac is not looking the right way. Nice work. Love the ecos indeed. That's money in the bank as well for the Mac 10. Exactly what we want to see for this side. GamerLegion make the easy rounds look easy, and they do. Not even a single casualty. You're very happy with that as well. Now you take this bonus round and this bonus buy in towards round number 3 here. So you save for this for 3D Max and 4s on that 1 FAMAS for Gravity. If you lose the bonus, you're going to be under so much pressure so early in towards this game, which is not what you want to be seeing. The first step, finding this round here in what is statistically favored towards them in terms of firepower, and then start to build something behind it.
Nade not finding anything. It is kind of a turtle setup from 3D Max. So we'll see if GamerLegion can kind of break into things here. Good apartments control from them. But nothing quite presenting. Maka moves forwards. Actually, later into the round, they're getting aggressive, it would seem. So, curious kind of move, but they will catch one. Not quite the kill, but enough damage done. Torsen's also pretty low here. So it looks good for the Frenchman. Can they keep it together? Exorcise will find the kill on the dry walkout. Risky move, but it pays off. Gravity up close, dealt with, and he's actually left isolated. They've managed to thread the needle as Maka had given the chase. Exorcise in behind. Rez watching him, but Rez incredibly low, and Exorcise comes out at the perfect time for the double spray down. Bomb has yet to be planted. Torsen's flanking the flank, and he will get it. The Moto Smoke about to go down, so this retake is very much on.
Oh, retake successful. 3D Max see it over the line. Raw 2v2, and they just swing into the fight, and it works out for them. But Bomb Plant 3 kills and a bonus buy. I don't think GamerLegion are too upset with that. Obviously, it would have been lovely to see that sort of round off, and it gives you such a kind of a head start in a map like this. But either way, 3D Max on the board early, which is feeling like a rarity compared to what we saw in towards map number 1 of Overpass.
Eps1 searching, guys. Eps pushing. 2 Eps searching. You should go short, run short. Go. Okay. Then 1 Eps1 moto, 1 Eps1 moto.
Okay, a lot of comms. Good comms as well.
Yeah.
But unable in that 2 versus 2, of course, to see off that post bomb. But nice comms across the board for GamerLegion. Headline, things are going quite successfully. Early damage, though, dealt a lot to GamerLegion, and Kersey gets spammed by Lucky through that smoke. Unfortunate start.
Just interesting to see kind of, you know, how the flow goes, who's most vocal. Been watching a fair few, you know, videos on, like, comms breakdowns and things like that. It's pretty cool to watch, especially live. Oh, body. Be careful here. Around this corner, they're actually ahead of that smoke. Flash will come in. It's just not effective enough. And the burst towards B now looking good. Gravity has to buy time, but he gives up so much control. We got a man in through the CT smoke as well. Torsen, clever to move through here. Understanding that the CT player has maybe been dealt with. Where did that flash come from? Gravity, though, he reveals himself for 2, leaving PR to do it all. And this is it. Maybe taking deep CT control before you got the site itself is somewhat risky. PR looks around for some nades. There's nothing. He'd faked it out. Didn't actually hold for the plant. Fake it again and draws a player into his trap. Gets the bomb out. able to make it away. And now just looking for the heads-up fight, but Lucky will get him. Oh, and he certainly is indeed lucky this time around. Big three-piece from him to get 3D Max even.
My God, fine margins, man. That is bonkers, but I guess all that matters is success found. This could be a tell of things to come. I think Gravity does very, very well, but yeah, Lucky. A bit of a tilter, but I think he knows as well. It's a great effort. Unfortunately, straight into a tech pause as well, no less. First one we've had of the day here on the B stream, but it's 3D Max who are tying things up. So this is already immediately much better than what we saw on Overpass. A stark difference. 3D Max side who have an idea, the plan seems to have legs behind it, and I think is probably even more indicative of just how rough around the edges that Overpass was. I mean, you can already see 3D Max look like a much more conclusive side here comparative to what they were.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true, right? I think there is a key case to be made that they're just comfortable here. And you wouldn't have expected them to be on Overpass. And then it just was the case, and maybe even worse than we expected, in all honesty. But they just have to move forwards and forget about it. And again, this is kind of what I pointed towards as we came into this map. There's maybe an argument to be made that the rest of the veto feels workable for them wherever it goes. And so they're not as worried about their inexperience on Overpass necessarily.
Got to be said, though, there is definitely still worrying signs to sort of have. I mean, there's definitely stark conversations that have got to be had about 3D Max in terms of their map pool, right? Like, as much as we're talking about how Overpass was bad and all the rest, and there is maps that they can punish on. When you look across the board, it's like, okay, so Overpass, we've evidently seen that's not a good map for them yet, right? Mirage, we don't play. Nuke, we play, but success is really limited. Inferno, same thing, right? We play, but success is also limited. Train, we don't really play either. It leaves them actually really vulnerable in veto processes, the sides with solid map pools, and it seems like GamerLegion are one of them. You know, bar Train, basically, they've actually got a really kind of solid pool, and Train being their perma, it's fine. So this is the issue that I kind of have when it comes towards the sort of 3D Max side, is that no matter where you look for them, it's actually difficult for them to really solidify success from the jump in vetoes, and they've got to go away and implement more maps to a better level in towards the pool if they want to go back to being a bit of a dark horse and a contender as they once were. Tech issue over towards 3D Max, it seems. I saw headsets off if XSC, so that's the general assumption.
Yeah. Again, I mean, this is one of the things that we have already talked about with, like, teams that find themselves trying to just get outside their box, you know, get outside their particular play style or angle or whatever it is that they're good at, you know. And 3D Max, I think, are a team that at times have done that at some of the sort of softer stages of tournaments, or like a pro league or something like this, where there's not as much pressure, there's not as much energy. It might be like one of the tournaments in the middle of the season that someone like Vitality or a G2, maybe, you know, teams that have really big expectations but sometimes don't quite live up to them. You know, they can take their eyes off of certain tournaments at times, and I think that's where 3D Max comes in to just sort of wake you up, and they'll have like a really good map and you'll be like, damn, okay, this is like really nicely worked out, and then the rest of the series they just can't hit the same consistency, or the rest of the tournament they can't deliver in the same way. So a really difficult team to know what you're going to get on a given map, let alone a given series.
Yeah, you are right. Unfortunately, still an issue here over towards XSC, so, you know, hopefully something that can be fixed in due time. It seems like a restart of the PC is required here, which never a good sign, has to be said, but not read too heavily into it, I guess, for now. Of course, there's other Counter-Strike going on across the board currently. Mongols taking on Falcons, and the Mongols took map number 1 13-9 as well, so pretty sick from them. And that was Falcons map pick of Dust 2 as well, so the Mongols are on track for potentially a bit of an upset victory there. We'll see whether that's the case. I mean, I don't, upset is maybe a lose to, because I think Mongols have been playing good Counter-Strike, of course. They've continued to punch up, but the Falcons super team are map down. And Mirage up next as well, which has been very good for the Mongols. So yeah, pretty spicy stuff. There could be 2-0s across the board here. Of course, this one still feels like for me 2-0, despite 3D Max looking better and feeling better in the very, very early portion of this game. I just think GamerLegion, the sharper, the more controlled. Of course, with that leadership of Ash as well, it's tough for them to not feel, you know, under that much pressure. He's so good at keeping them level-headed.
Yeah, and Inferno falls into the category of a couple of maps where it's like you can kind of just fall over and you'll still find rounds, you know? You can just accidentally come into a win just off of like a really well-placed couple of nades in Banana or something like that, right? Like they're just so used to going through the motions on this map that eventually the broken clock will strike twice, you know? So, we'll see. I think that, like you, I'm still on the side of GamerLegion, and I think we are a bit too early in the game to start saying, yeah, okay, 3D Max have just turned over a new leaf and they've sorted their problems.
Mm-hmm.
It is far too early to say at this stage. And something like this as well is just going to really take your mind out of it. So yes, it's 2-2, but it feels like a pretty fresh reset, especially for the side of 3D Max, who I think just want to get going and, you know, play the rounds, feeling a bit better. Time off is not good.
Yeah, I think you're right. Looks like PC restart. I've seen in-ears go back in, which is, generally speaking, a good sign.
Step one.
Yeah, exactly. Headset on, that's always a good sign for the most part. I'm hoping it doesn't need to kind of like log back in or anything. That'll be, you know, a bit more time added to it. But okay, it's looking okay. Headset's on.
I should hope so. We should have full 2FA every time you log in, mate.
True.
Be honest. Actually,
kind of bars there, but it looks like he just went straight in, so his skins will be mine soon. But then again, he can also, what's it like, what do they call it? Refund it now? Roll it back, yeah, 7-day rollback.
Like I'm not quite sure how that would work if someone like got into your account and then you get it back. If you get it back within that 7-day period, I think that's what they're really banking on, is that like, yeah, you can say this wasn't me, I want it back, you know.
Yeah.
Well, it does take a bit of work.
Enough of that, we are back underway. GamerLegion have squeezed together a buy here. Hero AK4 Kersey, double Galil, upgrade on the pistol. Kersey, clean, crisp, around that corner. Molly will go towards Big Bit as well, but it's actually on the crosshair as well. Maka trying to be a bit of a nuisance. He does get the first. Will he expect upon high? Not well enough, as PR will combine his carnage as Rez swings in for a bit of a bite of the action. Leaving Lucky all alone. Lucky, all you got to do is save, surely.
Yeah, classic post-timeout move, right? I don't know that they would have necessarily force-bought in if it was just straight into the next round. They really just try and see if 3D Max have fallen asleep during that timeout, and it is very possible. And again, just a real check of the sort of protocol. And it feels like things outside of the server that GamerLegion have been working on. Ash looking very energetic, able to just lift them up and praising the right people, focusing on a couple of players when maybe they have made a mistake or had an off round, so on and so on. And I think it's little things like that that are going to give GamerLegion the edge in this matchup, where 3D Max, they're not necessarily super vibes Counter-Strike, but they're a little bit more towards like just seeing how the map feels and if it's their day or not. And sometimes they have a good tournament, sometimes they have what's happening here, which is where they've just lost control and not looking quite as good in stage 2.
Yeah, I think you're right. Of course, in that pause too, get iced out just as they were building up in towards this game. And GamerLegion just go for a quicker play. It's a nice call. Gotta respect it. Broken the bank of 3D Max, who will force buy in towards this one. 3D Eagles. PG-50 and a FAMAS. Pretty big odds. We're looking towards Lucky to lift heavy here.
Torsen spamming away, just keeps some attention on B. Looks like it will work. Trying to get the boss man with the gun on the way. And it could be the good call here. A heavy hitter on this FAMAS. Maybe just needs a pistol to distract away. He's going to try and go early. Big damage there. Molotov comes down to keep them at bay as well. They still seem to want to go for it. Lucky himself has taken a tag. Is there a chance at a gun, sir? But no, he's going to keep it, it would seem.
Interesting.
Oh, backing off towards A.
It looked like Maka wanted it as well. He's also got armor.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm sure Maka was saying, right, give me the gun. You're basically dead. Lucky says no. Back towards A. Only one man here. Exorcise. Your tech issues are concluded. Now let's see if you've got another level behind you. Eagle. How close is it? It's surely a cleared angle, but they just gotta make sure. A couple of missed shots as well. And in from behind, Torsen, Rez get in on the action. This one is done.
GamerLegion again, starting to liven up, I think. Looking very, very good. As they are set to find themselves a solid lead. Whether it lasts or not, of course, is the 3D Max question. But man, they're in such a weird spot, you know, like little bits bought up here, maybe overspending in ways. I don't know. They really are just playing a loose, fast game. It's another version of Counter-Strike. Probably older than most of the people watching at the moment. What do you make of that?
Yeah. Kind of wild. I guess I'll throw it back. What do you make of it?
You know, to be fair,
Thanks for that one, didn't you?
I think, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. It's a hard question to answer, but just goes to show we're continually growing or whatever.
It's true. It is true.
Potentially the less said about Source, kind of the better. We've actually got a lot of players here, I think, are children of Source, as it were. Probably where they started just before Go came out.
I feel like a lot of people go back and play it as well, right? I mean, I've done that a little bit. Obviously, I started in Go, but you go back to try out and sort of see what it was like back then.
Yeah.
Like I say, it was actually quite fun. I've had a couple of times playing it, you know, years on. Like Source and 1.6, both of them quite enjoyable. I remember at the Paris Major as well, they had, was it 1.3 they had? Remember in the little, the like kind of like VIP room?
I think so. It might have been. I didn't play, to be fair, but it might have been 1.4, 1.3, 1.4.
Yeah, it was
definitely wasn't like 1.6, which
yes,
is what you'd kind of expect in a way.
It was interesting though. It was fun. It was you know, all of these are kind of played after the fact, but and apparently there's still little niche communities going around for those where people still play and whatnot. So it's pretty sick to see. Yeah, children of it, I'm sure. Maybe not so much in GamerLegion's case. I just feel like they're so young, right? Like PR.
We'd have to ask.
Awesome. Yeah.
I reckon there might be a couple like, oh, my older brother played Source, that's where I got started, but
yeah,
definitely not taking it like seriously until Go.
Yes.
For the most part.
Rez, nice work. PR, nice reaction. This round got no legs behind it. GamerLegion, that fifth is there, but not before Lucky gets one of his own as well, and, you know, fairness, gets out. Not that's going to make too much of a difference. There's somebody already here to meet him. He will get another kill, though, so they're still fighting him. They have got the bomb here, too. Finally, the flash of Kersey will see him off, and the P250 is all that's left. Damage dealt, but the bomb will go down. And it's made a little expensive by 3D Max, right? A couple of kills that come forth. That's all it will be. Nice work.
I think if Lucky had a few more bullets left, he could have found another kill, honestly. And then maybe we got a round on. But unfortunate for him. Maybe didn't pull off a reload in the app, something like that. But either way, you know, he'll take the individual damage. It's nice to get those kills on the same player as well, as he will maybe make space for an AWP, perhaps, something along those lines. All the same. See what the cards hold for 3D Max. Going to need to see them getting back on this board and getting some Rifle knowledge down pat. At the moment, it is all about GamerLegion, and we saw what happened once they started taking over overpass. Big nade damage here, couple of them now stacking up, but it doesn't matter if the bullets are landing. It makes no difference. A little weird there. ZTR kind of blocks the player behind him, but they will still manage the trade all the same. Maka space around the smoke. He says, thank you very much. The quick scope. It's quick, but it's not accurate. And Exorcise with his teammates going down is just straight on for the save.
Yeah, it's a smart call. Kersey, that second shot he gets just before he drops is incredible. No entry in towards that door, Mr. Cameraman. I'm sorry. Exorcise. Just keep hold of the M4, but GamerLegion continue to pull further and further away. 6-2 now. Guaranteed. A tie game at the half. The way they're playing, we expect many, many more. That second shot, just as he drops by Kersey, is delectable. And they're creeping closer now, GamerLegion. That 2-0 is brewing. Elimination on the line for the French side here in Cologne.
How the fuck did you kill the city, guys? I don't know. What happened?
He doesn't even know himself. How did you kill him? Kersey says, I don't know.
No, someone take this.
I flash card for you guys. I flash card for
And they know it was the A guy as well who survived. That's actually quite important. You just talked, they knew the money was kind of rough. And LNZ mentioned a little bit there. A guy survived. He's the one who kept over the gun. Maybe a rush towards B here.
Sure. Yeah, it could be part of the play. No guarantee, though. The M4 has found itself up at B. They're really sold on this B rush. Body's found 2 on his 5-7. Exorcise good for 1. The numbers are even, but the chaos sometimes can be a bit hard to bring back down to earth. They're going to opt to try and take some fights here. It was a quick attempt at breaking the smoke, but there's another smoke behind it. Nade is almost perfect. It's actually the kill from Lucky. I was going to say, if the nade had been on the other player, could have been a different story, but they find that kill all the same. PR. Is the camera live? He's just like drying his hands, bro. He's just like hands off the keyboard, like drying his hands with a sweat or whatever. That's wild, but I guess he's biding his time, waiting for them to come forwards. He's feeling cool. He's in the right headspace. Goes a little early, but they will line up for him. He's out of ammo. Maka gets the headshot. Oh, but he will take it. There's no time. He's just like, I'm just biding the time.
Is that...
Oh, my goodness. That is aura farming.
Top 10 coldest moments of all time compilation right there. That's nerves of steel. That can't be live, surely. I mean, I think it is. I can't see why it wouldn't be, but like... In a 1v2 to tuck yourself in towards dark and then just look like you're the guy who's there drying your hands and whatnot. It's ridiculous. Well played by him.
I think it is. Looking at him on the replay, taking those shots and everything, like he's got a little bit of that, tightness and the jitters and whatever.
It's ridiculous.
It looks like it's pretty in sync.
Fair play. I guess he's just...
And he was there for a good few seconds.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't just a quick little shake your hands get. He was like, just got to really make sure, no sweat,
yeah.
Wild.
I got to really make sure I'm comfortable for this 1v2. Fair play. That is nerves of steel from him. Very good signs, PR. Just unaffected by what is that shot? What in God's name is that? Might be more here as well, as Rez wants a piece of the pie. He knows Lucky is somewhere lurking up close. And Kersey making a move of his own. He tucks in towards Long, and through brackets he falls. Opportunity now for 3D Max.
Oh, crack angles all round. It's Rez that finds the 2 key kills. The Moto Smoke is very shaky indeed. Oh, man, and the HPs to join it. Also not looking too good. The nade doesn't find the kill. Body left on 1 HP from nade and a bullet from somewhere. Torsen will use the opportunity to cross and get that bomb down. So there is that at the very least. He's got to find himself a good spot here. Oh, that's not great. Gravity's going to have heard this. Knows exactly where he is. He's, again, not stopped moving, so there is that at the very least, but he's really banking on there not being a long player. Gravity's patience has paid off. I think some steps towards short have been made. He'll be dragged, but Gravity is quicker. Again, it's pretty close, man. One kill in there could have made all the difference, but 3D Max finally able to win a crunch round.
If he was set up as well over towards Grave, I don't know if it would have made too much of a difference, but at the same time, him making noise, he gets a little flustered, right? And I think that's where it feels like mentally they've lost a round. I think the one thing that, in hindsight, you look back, don't think Kurz needs to push there, right? I know what he's trying to do, but unfortunately the execution wasn't there. Timeout called, the first by GamerLegion's Ash. Is on towards the mic. He wants to really secure this first half, and you can fully understand why. Obviously, it's been at times been a back and forth, especially right at the start, but when they've now started really rolling of rounds back to back, you really want to make sure that you confirm this into a very solid first half and give minimal chances for 3D Max to scale back in that second half. So I understand why you call for the pause here.
Yeah, let's see. GamerLegion been looking good thus far. They did have a bailout in the round before that as well. So it's been teetering on a knife edge for a little bit. Maka misses the shot. Fancying another chance at it. But again, that one a bit harder, but eventually he will get it. They really pressed the attack on that. And it will pay off for them.
Get across, Kersey might be flashed around this corner here. The flash does come, but there's a nade behind him, but it's Kersey. 2 points of HP. Well, all it needs was one little bit of shrapnel to see him off, and it will. The flash, excellent from Body. A second behind, and catch NTR. What a shot. As Maka will seal it, but that flashbang that supports Body, the second one after his, brilliant.
So 3D Max showing they do indeed have what it takes to match up here. It's not just going to be another capitulation right at the tail end. They keep it together. Still an 8-4 on the cards if GamerLegion can play their cards right. They've got full utility here. ZTR going down to the Tech 9 there to make this happen. So we'll see what the game plan is. Quick move into Banana from both teams. Body checking the angle keenly. The flash blinds him. The flash blinds him. He gets one. Can he get out? He's going to get another. It's Gravity on the edge of this smoke as well, who's doing the damage. And the quick Banana move from GamerLegion. Small delay on it, but it will not work. They tried to change the rhythm of the round, and 3D Max, they don't really play too much of a rhythm. They will clean things up. Gravity in particular, 7-5 at the turn of the half.
Honestly, very, very doable, right? 7-5 now as well. A chance has arisen for this French side. And you look towards their recovery towards the end. Vibes are looking a little better as well. Maybe a bit of a chance. We'll have to find out. For now, we're going to throw this one to a break and see whether 3D Max can push us to a third.
Not a job here for GamerLegion to close things out, but they still hold control of the game. It slipped a little towards the end, maybe the first imperfect moments for them, as 3D Max battling tooth and nail, it feels, in every single round. They bring it to 7-5. The pistol now carries a lot of weight, and we'll see. Their T side didn't look great on Overpass. We're hoping for a different story here.
An opportunity has now been gifted to 3D Max. They found a pistol here, and this could get very spicy in Inferno. And it starts quite well. Early damage towards PR. He's tagged down mighty low. One set of Julies for Kersey with armor. So drop over. It's PR who was tagged earlier, now seen off. Gets a bit of damage off before he falls. But Maka catches Kersey. Back turn, the Raid Boss dropped. Body finds Torsen. And its body's dropping for GamerLegion. They're down to 2 in a matter of moments.
Well, here you go. Tension rising. There's 3 players, definitely 2 players in towards the CT area. Like, yep, nobody's coming. So the bomb has a free path here. It looks like it will be a save at this juncture. Just maybe try and take a few heads away. ZTR in particular, he's got no armor, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of your prize. So he's just kind of on the forward exit. Rez, meanwhile, he's the one that might want to hold what he has, but also taking those scraps, you know? Again, GamerLegion just playing pretty high energy, pretty happy with the way that these rounds go, even if they are losing them, just so long as they're kind of keeping the mental. I don't think Ash in particular is worried too much. 3D Max, though, gap close begins here.
Oh, well, let's see. Bit by bit, they've been scaling into this, and now they put themselves in actually a really, really solid position. I get a bit concerned. Well, the GamerLegion side, they're going to force buy into this. So a UMP MP9 brought with Double Deagle and a 5-7 to round it out. You lose. Not only do you lose the lead, you probably gift it towards 3D. You can econ. Double eco you've got to take. So is this the right call? Double Glil, double AK, super scary to deal with, and PR wants none of it. Drops a smoke as he gets out. And this will try and limit how much long presence they get here. He's so blind! They've walked right past him. He doesn't even know about this guy of Gravity who already crossed. And Maka finds 2 of his own. He looks for a third as he's spammed through that smoke. It's chaos through low, but it's looking favorably towards 3D Max.
Yeah, flash just a little shot. It was like a super slim window. If the flash was good, they roll through the smoke, they kill Maka, he had the bomb, and he sort of had no help because they were on the other side of a different smoke. But all that kind of nuance is very hard to know about in the moment. A lot easier when you can see everything, I'll tell you that much for free. But yeah, almost for GamerLegion. Not quite. They'll take what they have into the next round here, and again, going to keep the fear factor on 3D Max. It is relentless at the moment.
At least they will save, right? They're given that luxury. 3D Max, honestly, feeling like a whole different side right now in a really positive light. This is much, much better. So much to like for them. Honestly, for the first time this series, we get to sit here and say that this is a lot to like. He just reinvests ever so slightly around what was saved for GamerLegion, but it's more or less the same buy brought again once forth. This time with less armor in the facts of Kersey and PR. So an unlikely spot for GamerLegion here, round number 15. 3D Max should be taking a lead properly for the first time, and one in which they can build upon. Early damage is great. Torsen tags so low. They're going to go hit towards B. Mach 10 bound around the corner. Needs something here. This is chaos and through the flames. How is Rez staying alive? He gets the support of ZTR. A nade will bounce off the corner too. A 2 versus 3. But ZTR, they know where he is, and PR, it's a long road to rotate.
Oh my goodness. ZTR doesn't take a bullet there somehow. Oh, Smoke going to come in. Little wall to work with. Oh, he's so close. This time he will go down through that smoke. PR, though, could slip through. Reload on, but not quite the best fight for him. And, of course, the aim punch getting the better of him. The high fives. Sounding good on the 3D Max side, I'm not going to lie.
Good connection, I'll give him that. It's expensive a little bit, and I guess that's a silver lining to take. If you are GamerLegion, but it's nothing really too drastic. So a lead for 3D Max, a buyback in GamerLegion. We lose this one, and 3D Max can scale all the way to being the first side into double digits. Little double run boost there is off from Torsen. He'll get out ahead. But all that for nothing. The util doesn't really do a hell of a lot towards Maka. A very important round for GamerLegion. You lose this, you're in a bit of trouble. We haven't really seen them feel that much pressure. Maka, great little bait and switch. Exorcise at the same time finding one of his own over towards A. They're moving, scaling in towards B. They spotted one round this corner. Rez, trigger discipline. He's not moving. They haven't spotted him. Now they have. Bot on the 180. Maka still delivers something special. ZTR, quick trade, and Bombstone needs to go down. The molly's ticking, and ZTR is so lucky to get out alive.
Body looking to hold things here. Get that plant down. The nade just about makes it into him. It's a fair bit of damage, but not quite enough to find the kill. And I think that's what they were desperately, desperately after. Without it, they go for the save. Oh, we might be looking down the barrel of a third here. GamerLegion. Couple things swing their way. They were putting their resources in the right place. 3 on B. Just not enough, apparently. So maybe a timeout here to just keep them on track. But now the gap growing. This is getting really quite solid for GamerLegion.
Yeah, this is a bit of a predicament. We've got, what, one more pause for GL?
I think I can get left on B here. We should do
have to find a way to do it. So the discussions around what the investment's going to be for GamerLegion. Half buy seems to be the word being thrown around, and I feel like that is the right call here. Only a little shaky. Yeah, they go for that half buy. Torsen Mag 7. Around that save, double M4. The Eagle on a 5-7 to round it out. But this is unfortunately where the really uncomfortable narratives start to build for GamerLegion. In a rinse and repeat, where it's full buy in, don't find success, save, and then half buy and try and make that work, and it's getting really uncomfortable. And already one has crossed it. Exorcise in the backlines.
PR so blind. Oh my god, he nearly gets one, but this is just pure carnage. All in favor of 3D Max, though. Short falls quick. There's no chance of defending the bomb site. And what can you do here? You know, you kind of want to have some sort of presence into a low buy round if you are these B players, but there's just no point. 3D Max hit double digits, and they hit it really, really quickly here. The T side of Inferno, their best showing yet. GamerLegion have not picked up a round in this second half.
They look so off it. All over the place. Mag 7 doesn't get the look in. Nothing saved, unfortunately, in terms of their premium rifles. Both of those M4s go down. Difficult predicament trying to spam. Torsen. Known about towards R4. Oh my god, he does jump back up and takes the tag. That could have been risky. That was a half buy, now they can full buy. And another pause called by GamerLegion. And again, you gotta say, understandably so. Such a great shutdown as they move through in towards the A site. This being the second for GL. They're running out of chances. 10-7, 3 rounds behind, and 3D Max 3 rounds away from pushing us towards the decider.
All right, let's see. They've had great times here on the GamerLegion side of things. Been having a lot of fun, for sure. But the fun maybe starting to run out as it gets serious. So the lock-in kind of style going to be needed again. Rez and PR looking good, but there is little to be desired, particularly from their AWPer. Fresh boy on the block, Kersey. And we'll see. They're sending him in early. He's blinded. He's dedicated to it, though. Oh, man, got to be careful here. Got to be very careful. There's a lot round that corner, but he's trained, and they swing straight into him. Nade is chunky. They'll back off as well. So a keen first kill. Exactly what the coach has ordered. But the B bomb site left a bit vulnerable. They rotate away, interestingly enough. So this is a full retake now going to be required. The lurker taken out. Numbers therefore look good, but this might have been a bit of an easy B take considering the fact that you started off strong.
Yeah, you're right. 3 versus 5 still has legs behind it as well. If GamerLegion don't play this properly, all 5 coming from the same direction from CT as they split through Church. This is water double stack that is so precarious, and they also have Lucky to support. It's chaotic, and for a moment felt like there was life behind it. They've got to get on this bomb though. We've got to get the kill on it. Tapping through, they're going to send him in as Lucky finds one with the clock. It is mighty, mighty close. A huge sigh of relief there for GamerLegion, seeing that over the line.
I think whoever's commed it, someone's kind of saved the round there. The first player that gets on the bomb, that taps on the bomb, doesn't have a kit. And then that player gets off, and then it's a bit of a tussle to get the guy with a kit on the bomb. But I think someone maybe chimed in there, whether it's I don't have a kit or kit on ZT, you know, whatever the call is, but somebody has kind of saved the round there from absolute pandemonium.
Yeah.
That was really dodgy for a second. They go back for the same sort of move. Kersey this time is bested. 3D Max much more ready for it, and he can't get anything done.
Oh, nice fire from Exorcise. Avoids the flash as well. Rez. Good swing and reaction from him, and Lucky just trying to lurk through. Will be at the cost of his life. Back into a 3 versus 3, but Rez just doesn't expect it to cease up close, and that will cost him. Now you're going to try and bound round, and it does well. 2 versus 1, ZTR. We need a heroic moment from you, and there is one on offer through mid, but he's making noise as well, and that'll be at the cost of his life. 3D Max answer back, up to 11.
Crazy. I mean, a fake flash attempt. I don't know. There's a certain overconfidence to a couple of the moves. Same thing as the previous round. We have a couple over faces. The player towards short that we saw there on the replay, maybe one of them, you know, I think they need to figure out when to turtle up, when to just play things safe. In the same vein, 3D Max, like, what the hell are they doing kind of round, you know?
Yeah.
Just charging through, taking crazy swings, one guy on site, one guy in apps who's late with the bomb. It is messy. Body with the spam. This is throwing it back a little bit here, playing from the bridge, but he does a lot of damage onto PR. Oh, not enough, however. And the fact he lives is pretty important.
Gravity. Spamming through wood here. He's being made, but as chances dwindle for GamerLegion, you look towards this round. Man advantage for them, and short damage is being dealt pretty extensively over towards PR and Tolson. If you can convert this, there's still life left in this map for you. That narrative about that third map, Dust 2 Decider, gets quelled for a brief moment. They're scaling towards B. ZTR and Tolson are here. Util is limited, but they got a double molly in this direction. As we hit 30 seconds mark as well, now would be a good time to use it. Not going to peek it, but Torsten's going to be forced out, and he just about crosses the new box. Mollies are dropped. 20 seconds, no room for error, and there's one of them. That's the bomb. This becomes a little dicey. Torsen's still trying to play around and buy time for the rotations. We're creeping towards 10 seconds and he's still taking fights. Bomb's still got to go down, and look who's here. On the flank, he tags as well. On towards Lucky, who tries to get one of his own. GamerLegion not dead just yet. Bring it back to a 2-round game, but that was unbelievable fine margins.
I mean, what's the first thing in your head that, you know, when you see a round developing and then the bomb drops?
Yeah.
It is often the first thing that just sort of sends a round into pandemonium. So I think Body's got to do a bit better there. Yes, it's low time, but he flies in kind of on his own, not really got backing to like trade or pick the bomb up and even plant in all that carnage. They had to fully rescale into the bomb site and then recover the bomb. You know, it's a very, very messy move from him. I think maybe going to know that timeout coming in. Just to stay cool. The head loss, as we like to say. Creeping in ever so slightly. They will have a buy available into this round and probably into the next as well. But GamerLegion closing the gap.
Oh, well, still so much cash on hand, though, for 3D Max. And there probably will be for the remainder of regulation. So GamerLegion, they've got to do this the hard way. They can't really rely on a broken econ and a freebie of a round. Gotta refine and rekindle that consistency, that flame that made them so difficult to deal with on overpass. Nate are bounding around. It's so much being thrown here. Anti-flash being played by Torsen, of course. He does have support as ZTR. He'll wait. The question is, does he stick around? He will stick around. He'll let him be killed. And because of that smoke, they can't effectively trade him.
Follow-up molly as well is really nice. He's got a smoke of his own, which is really nice. So they can't even late trade him necessarily. He does obviously take a risk. Quick boost up. Lucky to be alive on that one, honestly. Exorcist going down in the apartments. This is getting wild. This is getting out of hand, but it seems GamerLegion just a few tweaks here or there on a couple of the overswings, and it's for working very, very well.
Gravity. He's tucked in towards Ondown, waiting for a fight to come to him, which actually, in all fairness, it might, as PR doesn't have a lot to work with in terms of pixels. So I think he makes a smart call. Dealt a little bit of damage, got some back in return, but he gets away. Keep the numbers. Do not give opportunities, especially with, in a sense, how the HP isn't exactly flourishing towards GamerLegion. Just don't want to take risks for no reason, not with 20 seconds left on the clock. 3D Max, though, they're already angled for the save. They're not committed to giving this one a go, so they're going to keep hold on what they've got. An early decision made, just a couple of kills. PR and Torsen combined. I think especially Torsen does very, very well there. Shutting down presence towards B. You look at PR as well. He catches the insurance policy of a late rotation, and that just quells the round immediately. Subsides all pressure that was there for GamerLegion. So a 1-round game now. And 3D Max, for the first time in a while, actually falling a little bit flat, especially for their standards.
Yeah, it's very true. And I think they're going to start to panic if they haven't already. Nade. It's a little bit out of lucky. We're playing 3 towards B here. That smoke could not have come any sooner. I think Mako was really going to look and see what he could have gotten away with there. In the end, the smoke stops him. So, nothing happening early on here. GamerLegion just going into this conventional setup and hoping not to lose the first player.
Nice nade on towards ZCR. Starting off this round with 61 points of HP. Scale towards A, and a shot that rings off but really needed to be connected there. Kersey gets one before dropping. Does know there's another over towards long as Rez will double back, but this A-hold now becomes a little bit precarious. The flash will send in Rez. He's waiting for a fight and he gains that information, but it's Mako who's now posted. PR Oh, we need something special from the youngster. Quick find from him. Barrel is well being spotted, but this is drawing his attention in. They're trying to make him take a comfortable fight, but PR does so well. 3 kills for him as ZTR pounces, but that round is won and done by PR. What a heroic showing from him. So smart. The isolation of fights just excellent, and falling so flat 3D Max when they needed to pounce together.
Unbelievable finds. He's had some really, really massive rounds, it feels like.
My goat, says Ash. My goat.
Still having fun with it, though, you know? 11-11. It's not super serious as, you know, it can be with teams at times. Just trying to keep the pressure nice and light. And they seem to be thriving under it, in all honesty. A little bit of a challenge, but not too mentally taxing here. Oh, nearly the perfect nade. Nearly the perfect nade. It still does a lot of damage onto Gravity here.
Just be careful.
With the Hero AK. Full contact. It's against the grain, isn't it? They've been very, very telegraphed about where they're going. And this could get dangerous. ZTR, though, holds. Triple spray down of his own. Will it be enough? I mean, Exorcist has got his hands onto an A1S. And as always, there is carnage. There is chaos. There is madness. Maka! Oh. Maka! Who else for 3D Max? Big finds from him. PR left to be the hero once again. He will be spotted. Nade could finish this player, and it does. Into the 1 versus 1. But where the hell is he? Nobody's heard from Exorcist for a hot minute. Hiding away at Nubox, not taking any chances, waiting for a tap onto the bomb, playing the ring around the rosy. Is he there? He can't see him. He says, nah, there's no one there. Where did he come from? And it's 12 for 3D Max out of thin air.
Exorcist has danced around Nubox perfectly there. As you mentioned, he just didn't spot him. Buys his time, PR. Too many angles to clear, not enough time. Support all Yuto, but Maka, that quad kill is incredible.
Let's go!
Yeah, look what it means as well. Electric celebrations from them. And another pause taken to seal the deal here and now. Kersey, it's been a slow performance from him, but he'll be bringing out the AWP in towards this round. ZTR only got the finances for a 5-7. So signs pointing towards a third map in the final round of regulation for 3D Max, unless things go woefully wrong. But I have to say, if this does go towards overtime, I favor GamerLegion, innit? Feels like if this gets that full reset, Recon gets back to being level, 3D Max could have squandered a chance. The same thing happened to Heroic in our earlier series. You squander a chance like that and you let things get leveled back up, and it reinstills the confidence, the game plan. So, GamerLegion now or never to survive and keep the dream alive of a 2-0 here. 3D Max, 1 round away from pushing us towards Dust 2. Crazy start as well, Exorcist.
Oh, man. The trades through the smoke, also just wild, thick and fast here. Res in the boiler, and he actually takes down Gravity. I thought, surely a dead man walking. He was after a moment, but he's dropped the bomb. So what the hell is going on here? ZTR, I feel, just gathering info. Hiding away. Molotov. Oh, spread to him. Not going to spread to him. He's lost his teammate, though. Through the smoke. That's kind of the only hope that they had. Ah, man. Bomb going down. ZTR, maybe his patience will pay off with this spot, but they're just not taking any chances with any of the angles. I don't know. They're not checking him, though. Quick little Molotov. They don't feel confident for sure. He'll go down. They're going to go for a double swing, and he does indeed get found. He tried being sneaky. It didn't work out, and at the very final hurdle, despite the PR heroics to get them to 11-11, it will be 3D Max to snatch it and take us to a third.
Yeah, fair play. This is where we can start opening this door back up for 3D Max. A much, much better map out from them, right? They look considerably kind of stronger and comfortable in terms of their approach towards that. And I think it probably once again adds to the narrative that we were building up about how actually Overpass wasn't a good map and it felt like a questionable pick. Now, especially in hindsight, after a map that they do know, Inferno, they looked a lot better, right? A lot more to like from 3D Max. So just showing that gamble, I still think it's such a crazy risk to take if they obviously don't have good pro scores on it, but they're great pro scores on Inferno. And that is where now this opens the door back up, right? We're looking in towards this map number 3. It's Dust 2 coming up next, and it's once again a little bit more of a kind of a level playing field. It's a map in which 3D Max play a lot more, but GamerLegion have had, you know, 3 maps won in a row. So you're weighing it up. Is reps or results the better kind of marker of what makes a team good and confident in towards Dust 2? That's the question we're going to be asking. But the 3D Max, massive to see them respond and just shrug off that map number 1.
Man, that Maka moment, bro, absolutely huge. And you can kind of see both teams with, you know, some really keen energy and just keeping it up. A very light and happy game, I think. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to say, just the way that it's going there. Both these teams enjoying their time. And I think, you know, sometimes when the going gets tough, you can see people sort of break down a little bit and the positivity goes with it and whatnot. But so that's always good. We'll see if that remains into map 3. Right, because now it really does start to get close and to get scary.
Yeah.
And also Dust 2, I think, you know, timings and things like this can get very frustrating if they don't go your way. But all the same, been a great second map of Counter-Strike. The first map, I think, leaves a bit to be desired from 3D Max, but hopefully we get more of that Inferno energy moving into Dust 2 here.
Yeah, Dust 2 is going to be really interesting, right? Like I said, it's like, what do you sort of revere more here? Are you looking at results or are you looking at reps under the belt? And 3D Max play this map a little bit more than GamerLegion. They've got kind of double the amount of maps under their belt in the last 3 months, but not as successful comparatively to GamerLegion. They played 3 times, but they won all 3. So it's, what do you see as the more important factor? I think this is a fantastic litmus test and a fantastic middle ground map as well, especially when we've been discussing about how 3D Max, their map pool is actually quite weak. They really have quite a few drastic holes in terms of how the veto process is really difficult for them. At least Dust 2 is a bit more of a secure factor, and off the back of a grueling win, but a great win, confidence got to be feeling pretty high. We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, it's our decider to see who stays alive here in Cologne. It's Dust 2 coming up next.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback!
Oh my, what the f...
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Oh, Yakinder, perfect timing, buddy. Hi, how's it going, Yakinder? How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Pretty good. It wasn't an ambush. It was just, you know, I saw a familiar face. I thought I'd come talk to you.
Of course. What's the point of living if you cannot do that, you know?
Exactly. So I see you got this officially on your body now, right?
Yeah.
So how's that going?
Feels great. Obviously, like, it would be, I think everybody understands it. Kind of, I was also doubting, like, what's going to happen? Like, oh, is it going to work out? Is this, like, am I going to have a career or whatever after the slump a year in Liquid? But I'm glad everything worked out. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be with these boys.
Yeah, because right out of the gate, you know, you look at it on paper, you're like, wait a minute, what, Yakinder's doing what? He's joining Furia? What? He's doing what? So not even how that all came together, but were there some real hard parts of, like, making this work?
Honestly, I think it just kind of clicked. Like, when I first kind of went for it for the stand-in period, I didn't necessarily think I would be staying here, but I'm glad I did, and I'm glad my agent kind of reached out to Furia about this possibility, and I think we found ourselves in a way. Obviously, we didn't have the best tournament before coming in before this event. I think right now we're in a transitioning period where we kind of want to elevate as individuals, as players, as a team, and that's why it takes a little bit of time. And yeah, but we're trying to be better for ourselves, for the fans, and for the org.
What did you guys learn in Austin? I mean, it's been what? We've had the player break now. We've had a little bit of time for that to decompress. What did you get from your trip to Texas?
Obviously, a lot of great emotions. I think we showed great CS. I think we were ready mentally. We had a great bootcamp before the event, and everybody kind of believed. And the pain game kind of showed what we were lacking still, and that's exactly what I was talking about. The transitioning period is we're trying to elevate ourselves, and we're trying to forget some maybe bad habits, face it habits, you know, like these things that happen naturally because you don't necessarily try the 100%, you know, and we're trying to get to as much as percent as we can.
Oh, Stær. I just spoke to your in-game leader, and he told me that you're now getting more responsibility. How does that make you feel?
It feels good. It's new, and we didn't have too much practice, so it's also a little weird to get back to. But it feels good, and it's nice to get back into those positions to do that. And I obviously like that, but I will admit it is a little tough in the beginning. So I need some experience. You know, that's why we're here.
That's why we're here. So you reckon you'll be ready to show that kind of responsibility at Cologne? Or is that going to be a work in progress for you?
Show it, yes, but it's of course always a work in progress. I mean, it will get better with time eventually. So it's not like the best is the best now, but it will definitely be with time. I think we did pretty good in the Furia tournament. So if we keep going like that, then it will gradually get better, and hopefully I'll get more comfortable in my new positions, and also with the other guys getting their new positions, getting more comfortable in those. So yeah, now we got like I think we got 5 matches in Furia with the new positions, which is decent, but it's still not enough to say that you are fully confident in the new positions. But I still like the progress we made with such a little time.
And speaking of practice, new positions, etc., how long have you been practicing in those new positions? I guess that's something you changed during the play break.
We changed after the play break, so we only had a week of practice, and then we got the one tournament. Right?
Why after the play break and not during the play break?
I'm actually not sure. I think we just talked about it could be a possibility before the play break, but like it was not like a final decision until we actually met together and was like, do we want to do this? And then we did that after the play break when people were ready to have the conversation and ready to start again to see what do they actually feel like, right? So that it was like, it was a possibility and people could think about it in the play break, but the final conclusion came when the whole thing started.
All right. Listen, enough about deep tactical Counter-Strike. You're in Cologne. You're in a legendary city, a legendary place. Obviously, you as a player, you must have seen a lot of the Cologne tournaments. Are you extra excited for this tournament and maybe even at the prospect of making it to the arena?
I think everyone is. I mean, now we played in Serbia. It was in front of a crowd, but everyone knows that the Cologne crowd is a little bigger and very cheerful. And it's one of the most legendary arenas there is, I would say. I played in it once, where we actually beat Heroic. So that was an amazing feeling, and I would like to do that again. It doesn't have to be beating Heroic, but just playing in the arena. So I think everyone knows that this means very much, and reaching the playoffs would just be a dream, and going far in this tournament.
We are back at IEM Cologne for 2025, and honestly speaking, I'm excited. And a team that's also back, a team that's been around for many years, but probably haven't had that much success lately, but they're starting to get into it, is Astralis. I'm next to ex-teammate Rocker. Yeah. You just came straight off an event from Serbia where you got to a grand final. You lost the grand final. So how's the mood in the camp? Was that a positive one, or is it still, you should have won?
I think like overall it was very positive. We wanted to have won the game, of course, but we also gotta give like some shout out to Jam Young. He was like on fire, and everything we did, he just found a solution. So yeah, overall a positive experience. A little rough, like in the hours after, but yeah, we're ready for a new tournament.
Is it fair to say that was the training playground to get ready for Cologne? Was that a great experience in terms of learning new stuff about obviously bringing in Huxi, but also gelling the team together?
Yeah, of course. And we also changed some roles, as you might have seen in the first event. So we got some experience. We got some like rounds to like get some feedback on, and also
You have to take
bring the real guy. Bring the real guy.
Okay, yeah, I want to speak to you then, Huxi. So we speak about, you coming in from Furia, you're coming in from a grand final, you're coming back into the game as well. How are you feeling?
Tired. It was rough to play a final and then go straight here at 4 in the morning. But yeah, it's good to be back.
Good to be back. You're used to being tired, I guess. You're used to playing a lot of Counter-Strike. It's been a little bit of a break for you. How excited are you to be part of a team once again?
Oh, it's amazing to have something to actually spend your time on. I had a hard time figuring out like what to actually do with all that time that I finally like all of a sudden had. So yeah, it's just good to be back.
Speaking of that time, when you weren't on a team, what were you doing? Like, were you just sitting around chilling or playing Face It, or what you up to?
Like the first few months, I tried to take a break a little bit, and then after that, I started grinding DM phases, trying to work on myself individually, and then going to the gym and stuff like that. Just trying to better myself a little bit, and then obviously I tried to follow the scene, follow the meta and stuff like that.
What's your favorite gym exercise?
Oh, I think that's chest press right now. Just any kind of chest press is good.
Yeah? Yeah, I feel that. Huxi, obviously you're back with Astralis as well, a team that you've been playing against for a long time, a team that, at least back in my day, you always looked up to. Is it like with a bit of proudness that you're wearing the Astralis jersey and also, I guess, additional pressure to you?
Proudness, yes, for sure. I think it's a legendary brand and it's, it carries a lot of weight.
You're coming to save them, huh?
I don't know about that, but I think that the pressure is not really there because of the recent results they had, and it's not the same in that way, but there's still a lot of pride in having this logo on the jersey. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to get to play more of these like bigger tournaments now.
Hello and welcome back. We're looking forward to getting our third and final map underway here in this series. Dust 2 is our decider, and man, I mean, what a response from 3D Max first and foremost. A side who really did actually look really out of it. Their opening pick of Overpass was all over the place, and we thought that might actually be the narrative for the series, but anything but in towards Inferno. They showed grit. We saw real good moments. Macca's clutch is incredible. And we have to now look at this as opening backup. GamerLegion have to be very, very careful. Dust 2 is a map in which we've seen good maps out from 3D Max. So this is quite a level playing field, all things considered, as a decider. I'm a little concerned that GamerLegion, they could have squandered their real chance.
Yeah, it does certainly feel that way, unfortunately. There's, again, just this sort of energy about 3D Max that you don't really know what to expect from this team, and are you going to get the Overpass version? Are you going to get that Inferno version that seems to be able to dig a little bit deeper? There were so many crazy rounds as well on Inferno, right? And I think that Dust 2 could hand itself to that kind of play style much, much heavier. So yeah, I'm quietly interested now to see what the case is going to be for 3D Max in particular, but GamerLegion to sort of bounce back. You have this tough spot for them where it's like they've had a good bit of the positive energy that we were seeing, maybe feel like they're doing enough, couple clutches here or there, oh, very cool, and then they just can't get it over the line. So it's like, is there now going to be this huge dump of that energy? It's always hard to tell, right? Can you take it in stride? They'll probably feel like they should have closed things out at certain points there, and they maybe won some of those unlikely rounds that should get you over the line. And then Macca comes in with his huge hero AK contact up banana. Like, they shouldn't be winning that round, and yet they did.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the thing, 3D Max, in their own vein, they still have plenty of tricks up their sleeve, which is why, as we said, we come back to this point of have GamerLegion squander their chance. Like, their falls short, and it's about the finest of margins it falls short as well. That can be really difficult to see. So we're gonna have to see, Dust 2 heading up in just a second. Of course, a knife round before we get there, and can be relatively important. I do think Dust 2 is one of those maps that does lean in towards you can find real good success on either. I don't think you need to be overly kind of too worried. But looking good for 3D Max. I'll see after the knife round, they get the choice. We'll assume a CT side start from them, but if that is to be the case, I really want to see what their proactivities look like on the CT side. I need to see good levels of aggression, good levels of putting pressure on towards the executes of the GL side. We'll be getting this show on the road in just a moment. I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one pans out.
Yes, I think one of the sort of unlikely games, maybe not going to have as much excitement as some of the other games going on today just because of the nature of the teams, but with what it delivers and what it kind of means for both of these organizations and whatnot, you know, always teetering on the edge. 3D Max especially, it's good to see them as an org come back in, but then maybe not quite hitting the same kind of strides that 3D Max, the team or the players have in the past. And especially now Anubis is gone, a real rediscovery going to be needed for this French side. That is for damn sure.
Yeah, you're spot on. Well, looks like we're about to get this show on the road. We look now to see what the response is for this GL side. They've got to do a lot to kind of reignite what was maybe a slightly dwindling ending towards Inferno. A pistol round early doors would be nice, though. Let's see. T-side start with 3D Max. Winning the knife, they decided to start T-side, and it doesn't start well. PR. He'll find the first. Lucky. With that beach of this, Kurzu gets a team kill. In fact, he's running low on ammo, but he gets one more shot before the mag is empty. Leaves it down to 2. And Kurzu he's still yet to take any kind of damage as well. Now, there's a kit in play for ZTR. If that bomb is to sneak down, Gravity talking about sneaking. He's trying to sneak his way through long, but now he's going to fight long distance against a USPS. He tags up Torsten with the dink. He's looking for more as well. This might draw attention away from B, but PR's here. Down he falls. Body, there's just surely no way of planting. They've got to group up.
Yeah, tough. Although, I don't know, man. They also pull off pretty quickly, so he might have been able to sort of double pump things in, potentially. But looking to just back away a little bit. We've had Gravity in the middle here find a kill. Trapping that bomb in, though. His body, yeah, there's just nowhere that he can really go. They're lacking a lot of information. The bomb gets dropped, as it does. That surely has to be the round. So again, these are more arguments to maybe just commit into the B play. Try and make it work as best you can. Unfortunately, 3D Max overthinking things, and GL will capitalize.
Yeah, exactly. Good work. Starts well as well. The PI has so little to work with. I mean, it's Kurzu who does so well despite being under so much pressure and not taking any damage in that early engagement. And he seals the deal as well. Huge round to be taken. Trying to get the noise levels back up. They went very quiet towards the end of Inferno, not only in, but out of the server too. And they're rectifying that as early as. Unfortunately for 3D Max, I just feel like they really overcooked that round for them. Not what you want to see. Nate, down round and it'll do some serious damage to the Force. Bought weapons, that being the Deagle, the Scout. P250, they haven't got armor around them though, so it's just the weapons themselves, which in Macca's case leaves him in a double eco spot. The rest of the side, they've got money to work with.
Very widespread here on the CT end. Not sure if I'm a fan. A lot of isolated opportunities. They're the ones that take the front foot though. Gravity goes down to the flash play, and they're able to just back away. Take that in their stride. Now what? ZTR. Molly down as he spots some players. Not taking any chances here. Again, though, just one well-placed Deagle shot. Feels like it could do a lot here for the T's. ZTR could be that guy. But at the moment, standing strong as smoke down as well, that they're not really going to be able to cross through. Oh, and he hides on the edge. It's a good read. Okay. All right. He spotted a little bit. Someone check him PC, but no, I think potentially the smoke just not quite covering that angle as well as ZTR thought.
Oh, PR. Him on to back, and Kersey will close. A consolation kill with a no-scope. That'll be about it. Well. Take a look at the replay. I don't think he saw him, you know. I don't think he could have through the smoke.
Maybe a shadow or something, like...
Let's have a look. I don't think he sees him at all. Yeah, it's a pure fluke shot. That smoke's way too far to the left, so yeah. Just takes a random pop shot and gets fortunate. Maybe the mini-map had a red dot.
Playing there. Possible. Could have been a little footstep that we didn't pick up on. Or maybe he is just that smart. Up middle, GamerLegion will let them know. I'm not messing around here on this third map. It's kind of a secret little pocket map for GamerLegion at times, this one.
Yeah.
And so far, so good.
Looks like it will continue as well. Marker, Exorcist, what do we do here? There's guns to be scooped up. A bonus round going your way is massive for momentum for GamerLegion. One spotted, Reyes drops a molly, and he drops down. Smoke gonna come behind it. Exorcist caught by ZTR. This could be a flawless round with AKs to be scooped up too. Man. What a time to be alive here. Maka, he surely has no idea about this possibility. Torsten, what a push, what a round, what a find. Call by ZTR is excellent.
Split this money, guys. Let's go.
Half-buy. 3K.
Vibes are very, very good. Celebrations coming around, but man, really good spot that they're in. And for 3D Max, that is a heartbreaker of a round to lose, especially in the fashion that they lose. It's left them with next to nothing.
Yeah, looking rough early on here for the Frenchman. Once again, playing from the back foot. They have not started off a single map in this series in good stead. Rez ready and waiting for a fight. Actually swaps positions a little bit with Torsten here. Down for him. Rez got to be careful therefore. He will get traded. The rotation is quite far away. Utility decent here for 3D Max, but still not feeling confident enough to go flying in. Little do they know, it could have been pretty clean for them. Exorcist tries to come out, but the timings are just so very off here. He's plucked away as he tries to escape. Kersey with the off angle, ready and waiting for the heads to come up Xbox. Will they even get there? PR. Oh my goodness, crisp on the flick. Maka remains alone. He does have the bomb. Knife is out. Flying knifeman of Kersey comes in.
Thank you very much. Thank you, boys.
Thank you very much, says Ash and Kersey. That's money in the bank and an easy one. PR, mechanically, man, this kid is so sharp. Well, I love that. That's a confidence play as well if I've ever seen it. GamerLegion look excellent on this map at the moment. We reinvest for 3D Max, but GamerLegion are looking lights out right now. Vibes are so high. They are loved in the server. Gravity tempted by a contact play, and actually they're going to get out. I'm sure ZTR should know about this now, especially that Molotov coming down. They do have smokes for the cross, but haven't used them just yet.
There you go. But again, not jumping at the opportunity. Allows Rez to maybe make a bit of a play. Ooh, the flash timing is off. I think probably for the best as well, though, because I don't think it blinded anyone on the other side of it. So, blessing in disguise for him, maybe. But it will confirm the location of a couple more of the 3D Max boys.
Body. First point of contact. Torsten. It's a bit of an unorthodox angle this late in a round. As you can see, trained on window. And Maka is tunnel visioned in to Exorcist. In the back lines, 2 on offer, only gets 1. Quick trade from PR. Moving back towards the A side as well. There's bodies here to meet them. One of which being a very low PR. So Rez, a lot on his shoulders and a missed shot as well. PR still staying tucked, but he needs support. They can't really even send him in towards the fight, but bodies are dropping for 3D Max. PR will finally fall, and so will Torsten. So it's all on the shoulders shoulders of the IGL. ZTR 1v2.
Super low HP as well. I don't think he's going to give this a look at all. Yeah, 3D Max, man. They play such a strange kind of beat on their T side. And sometimes it falls flat. Other times they just have these wild, out of nowhere moments that work very well, trusting in each other. I don't know about drilled, but, you know, they play kind of in unison as a bit of a hive mind almost. ZTR will hold his AK into the next, but an anticlimactic finish to get the first for the French.
Yeah, that's for sure. Now it's about building upon it as well. I just think for GamerLegion, unfortunately, too many fights that are taken isolated. That inability to trade, and obviously the nice flank through long too. Probably should have got the double there, exercise, but regardless, doesn't matter. First on the board. Now going to start to be the first of a few at the very least. Xbox smoking out towards long, and they're giving all of this control for free. PR is the only real contact man towards long, and he's tucked into his car itself. He's not opting for that fight. Rez needs to be a little cautious. Trying to get out now is difficult, but he does cross. He is able to just slink away through that smoke to safety. PR playing in the open. It's a ballsy move, but has support. One towards CT, one towards the site itself. Exercise is tucked in pit, and it's Maka to open things up. Rez, too many chances. And it finally falls mid-flash. First one doesn't work, the second does.
You saw nothing. All right. I don't know what you're talking about. PR hidden away. Oh, I mean, this is a dangerous position. It takes an early swing. It's into the AWP. If it was like an AK, I think he'd still be able to find a kill. Playing at car, though, this late into the round, you know, it's always one that's going to get checked or mollied or something. So you feel like you have to make a play. Cross smoke in. They're going to break it. Whoa, yep. And the pace picks up. Caught with your pants around your ankles a little bit there. Just about able to survive his body. Molotov to slow them. It's ZTR's position that's going to be pivotal. He has managed to creep in with only 20 seconds left. Plant coming in. He's still not peeking, though. Really good sense here to know that they'll be hidden away, that they will be watching him. Can he find the timing? The answer is no. Exercise just so well trained, determined to find that kill. And Kersey left to just pick some off at the end. Round itself, surely not going to happen. Maybe don't feed him too much, though. Maybe don't feed him too much. He seems to have an inkling that there's someone in behind him. He's still saving. God damn it. 11-1, I thought he would maybe give it a look, but no, he's still saving.
He has been fantastic so far, though. My God. Kersey. Monstrous map from him at the moment. But he will prioritize just keeping the AWP alive. That's, I guess, ultimately all that matters. 2D Max. A second for them, and bar the little exit play, the little three-piece by Kersey, it is a good round. And a familiar tough predicament. Head and hands type stuff as well. A little tilt seems to creep in. PR needs to shake Nash, probably realizing it a bit. So, a breather for GL to work with. Yeah, looking a little dejected though. I gotta say, he's obviously so important for GamerLegion. Maybe not a good sign.
No, I think he knows. You can kind of see it within the round, right? When you've watched enough high-level Counter-Strike, he's kind of thinking about peeking. Should I? Shouldn't I? Oh, I don't know if I should. And then he does and dies immediately.
Yeah.
He's like, damn, I know I should not have taken that, but there was just something in his brain. That doubt can be killer. Torsen, not able to stop them. He does live it, and he does take a repeak. Kersey goes down. There's a quick flank coming in here. Body with the nade, taking another. A lot of damage done onto Rez. PR is quite far away from the action here, so denial of the bomb plant not looking likely. to fake out, though. That's going to buy more time for our slow third man here. Still not going for the plant just yet. Faking again. No one getting giddy. This time, maybe a bit more of a committal. Nade comes in. Body, that was his mark to go. PR is demolished. And the tilt really going to become set in stone if they're not careful. Rez has to save, and that will be 3D Max 3 in a row now.
And that's probably quite annoying as well for GamerLegion in the sense of you've called for a tactical timeout and you've had a game plan and then it immediately goes south, right? It immediately falls apart. All it takes is a simple B here. Statistically so difficult to retake. And I love that GamerLegion give it a go. And it feels like they get quite close with the damage dealt with Util, but not to be. Rez now saving actually is becoming quite difficult. They know exactly where he is. I assume they would have hunted, but no, gonna opt again. So not giving the luxury of staying alive with that AK. Nice work. Either way, Nexus sees the flank that draws attention away. The Util to follow it as well. That catches the low man at Torsen. And it's just the B side of Dust 2, right? Ultimately, the second that bomb goes down, it is so difficult to get back in, no matter what situation it's in. Torsen's a lucky man, tagged through the doors, but alive. You are also fortunate as well. No armor. Takes just one tag.
Long control coming in. 3D Max looking to press the attack here. Short, though, is the reaggress for Gamerlegion. There is a player, body ready and waiting at the top end of mid. Rez on the AK is the guy that we're watching. Flash comes over. That smoke came from somewhere, but they just can't locate him at this time. Meanwhile, 3D Max, super patient with the long control, not to go anywhere. Kersey's scout spots this top mid player. Still going to be the long approach, though. 3D Max. War of attrition. We like this smoke from ZTR. Gets a flash down to just try and slow them, but they're really not afraid to go contacting through. And again, might mess with the timings that GamerLegion think that they have. The rotation will come around. So we've got Torsen on his scout, firmly planted on B. ZTR close with a 5-7, deleted. Oh, lucky. The entries are beautiful. AK's still around, but I don't know that Rez wants to stick. He's looking a little, but one will do.
Yeah.
4 in a row now for the Frenchman.
You take that and that alone. That'll be it. That one consolation game is tied up. And AK kept afloat again, or I hope I say that. Body's got other ideas, Rez. Outrange that AK. Singing just a little louder. I guess thankfully as well for him. He might not save it though. Lucky. It's all about who spots who first, and Lucky reacts in time. Nothing saved, nothing gained. Lead lost. 3D Max. They are so back.
Yeah, looking good here again. We had that feeling, didn't we, from GamerLegion, that they were in pole position to take over and just begin the one-sided game. 3D Max stopping them. It's certainly taken some work in this series, but they are finally starting to match up. Torsen tagged. Aggression up short here, and real fast. Rez not slowing down. Skirting in here to try and find this first kill. Maka does have to be careful. Doesn't really spot too much. It's a lower flash that comes in. Still got the man. Nice and close. And Rez activates Sleeper Agent for a double. Down to just Mr. Lucky.
Yeah, that is the round that we needed for GL. This side who have been dwindling these last few. Finally something to fall back on. As long as it only remains as being, I was about to say, just the one casualty, then you're pretty happy. However, we need to work with. Every fight is isolated too, and the first player he's going to find is Torsen, who's already more or less dead to rights. 1 versus 2 now. I'm not saying there's life left in this, but can still very much make it expensive. Molly down, and a recoverable bomb. Lucky having a look, but he can pick up that C4. This becomes Very weird indeed. Kersey going to go back on over to top B control. And he's going to post up on the corner. Lucky, 30 seconds. He's got a wealth of decisions to be made here. But shut down.
Fortunately, yeah, the wrong one, I suppose, or at the very least, just looking the wrong way as he worked through there. They'll take it as an isolating moment. Keeps that economy pretty modest, where it could have been super, super clean round. But at the end of the day, GamerLegion, as soon as they lose their lead, they regain it. And it's a really, really nice setup round, you know. They go bursting up short. It all comes together nicely. They were ready for a lower hit. So we'll see if they can turn it into just a few more rounds to edge out that lead going into the second half.
Gravity contact outdoors. Done this a couple of times. Doesn't need to push too far here. Just being in this general vicinity in itself feels quite dangerous. Orb of Kersey. How quick's the reactions? Not enough, Maka. That is lightning fast. That's experience that Kersey hasn't got quite yet. The shadow betraying Torsen 2 as Gravity answers. 5 on 3. They're probably tempted to save. I think they are.
Hey man, that's does too sometimes. You put your resources into long, leave the safe bet at short, and he just gets folded.
Yeah.
I feel like he was dead before the guy was even like on his screen, to be honest. You know, that might just be a little bit of CS2ism, but
I've been there a little bit, to be fair.
It was quick.
Oh, that's the AK. That's the one rifle that GL had, which is now caught in the save. That smoke's not going to be good enough. Nade behind it. PR, he's alive, but not for much longer. So yeah, no AK saved, and now only the one man staying alive. It will be just NTR and an MP9. Really positive signs for 3D Max here. Things are looking pretty damn good, right? I mean, the way they're playing right now, that 7-5 at the half is looking like a real possibility for them, and you've got to say deservedly so.
Certainly true. Especially in that round, I think bouncing back really, really well. And able to just work the early portion of the round very nicely. It's what 3D Max, I think, focus on a lot. It's like, how can we create that first kill? And they do it quite well. They do it quite well when it comes together. See if they can find the same formula into this round. It is a low buy. As much as they can squeeze out and still get a buy in the next for GamerLegion. This would be a really nice one to just rack up against the odds. Unlikely at this point. For an even finish here in the half. They'll put their resources into B. It is a fake out, unfortunately, fellas.
Yeah.
Bomb's actually headed towards long. So they have to be careful with how many players they put over here.
Lucky just lurking. Please drag someone's attention. I do like this move by Rez, though. He's trying to push his way forward. It's Kersey first to fall. But Rez is in the back lines. Now, how much damage can he do here with a 5-7? That's the question in itself. There's one there. He'll take that. And now it's turning heads his way. The only issue is support is dwindling. And it's Torsen all that's left now. 1 versus 3. Gravity and body are both killable with that headshot. If he can scoop up a gun, gives himself a chance. But it's his first clearance he's got to find here. And a shadow should betray him, and it will. Body, he reacts in time. 3D Max. Nice spot that they're in. GamerLegion's second time out. You understand why.
Yeah, pretty important to even things up here. Just keeping an eye on PR. He does seem fidgety, frustrated maybe. Not been the best of games for him. Maybe a map that he doesn't enjoy so much personally.
You know, you're all right. Does look a little bit on edge, bless him. Just gotta get those emotions back up. I mean, even when initially he looked a little down and we brought it up, he was 6-3 at that point. So he was far from being in a spot of doing bad.
One of those, isn't it? Like, he finds the big round on Inferno.
Yeah.
He still managed to lose out, especially against the silly buy. It's got to be tough. Kersey does open into this round, however.
Damage dealt to Torson on the cross again. Call through the doors. Same exact HP. Started the round on 27 as it was just a few ago. But here was that bait and switch, like I said. Kersey. We absolutely look towards Kersey now, right? In terms of the rest of this map in the series. This is the guy who so far has shown real immediate comfort with this Dust 2. And we're needing more from him. Pop shots being taken. Red's not having a bad map. Torsten a little quiet for his standards. And of course, PR has quieted down. 6-3 turned to 6-8. Obviously, that's made his mood drastically worse. But an opener, right? And a chance. If you can make it a 6 or half, it's absolutely doable. A lot of teams prefer playing on the T side now on Dust 2. I mean, hence why 3D Max picked into it after winning the knife round.
Oh. Body firing away. We did catch him right at the end of that. Not sure if it was a pre-fire, but it looked like maybe a small mistake. Smoke goes down. Good timing from it. Gonna flash through it. PR. Giddy to take a fight. Loses his head, trying to prove himself. And it could be all the difference. Rez is mollied off, so he can't trade. The AWP at middle, locking them in on the rotations. And he just goes crazy. Tag lands. That's so frustrating. But 3D Max pulling it back once again. The quick burst. The coordination, as always, is solid. Oh my goodness, they line up. Rez spotted in the end. Maka takes him down. 7-5 at the turn of the half. And there is a linchpin moment in that round. It might just come back to bite them here, as things seem to be going from bad to worse for GamerLegion. We're going to take a little break here, folks. We'll catch you in a few.
from what was an excellent start in a way for GamerLegion, really starting to kind of come out the gates and prove themselves in towards this map, it fell very, very flat. And that youngster there is someone we've been keeping a keen eye on. PR 6-3 started, but 6-9 he ended. He really started to fall very, very flat, and it feels like tilt and getting in his own head seems to be an issue that he's struggling to deal with right now. But a reset at halftime, 7-5 for 3D Max. Looking to see whether now what's left. Can GamerLegion pull this back in their favor? Or are they going to be heading home?
Body taking the first face. A little bit of a goosh there on ZTR, it looks like. Out of the range, perhaps, of the headshot for the USP kill. Torsun dealt with. Uh-oh, this is scary down below. Flash comes in as well on the contact. They've crunched very, very successfully towards short. Still the long presence. Could be enough here. Quickly across. ZTR just trying to get that plant as soon as he possibly can. They're here. The headshot's rolling in, though, for the T side. PR will fall. Kersey staying cool, trying to keep it together in the 2 versus 2. It's a fake out on the plant. They both jump up. It's all down to the Frenchman of GamerLegion to bring it to the Frenchman of 3D Max. He looks for a back off and a reaggress. Just reset the game slightly and try and fight at range. Isolate these kills as best he possibly can round this corner. The Julies will close the gap and will take his head off.
Oh, man. Sure. Apparently 3D Max have got that dog in him. And it feels like it in the server right now. An unfortunate one. Gravity getting loud as he usually does. And of course, Kersey can understand what he's saying. Maybe. If anything's being made through the headphones, but 8-5. Inching closer now, Maka. Has a flick shot and miss. Does take a bit of damage, but he's going to reaggress here. And takes even more damage. An Adel bound over towards Xbox. A little bit being dealt, but it's Gravity for 2. The duelie's pulled out. It might be the better option now with Maka solo.
Gravity looking to farm some kills here. Will lose his head. That's what you get for being an eco warrior, I guess. Yeah. I suppose he was on the cards for the ace at a certain point as well. But the round does indeed feel done. Where the heck is Rez going? Getting his steps in? Maybe. It's all the way. He's just going all the way around the map.
Yeah.
Wilson hanging out.
Can he find anything? I mean, there's the big...
it was the Deagle.
Yeah. Well, okay. There you go. Fair enough.
I'll take it back, mate.
Understandably so.
Good for him.
Yeah, I mean...
Kill.
Honestly, where 3D Max are right now, GamerLegion, they're walking on thin ice. They're in a spot where they've got 2 real full gun rounds to work with before things really fall apart. And of course, sure, Lost Predator build up, and if they get a bomb plan around that as well, it'll be consistent buys, but it's still not a spot you want to be in. They're 4 rounds in the hole right now, and 3D Max only 4 rounds away. Map series and staying alive here in Cologne, here in the lower bracket 1. This is a game that continues to deliver. Double stack of Gravity and Lucky up close. Early upper B presence, but nothing to do with the bomb. That's staying all the way by spawn. This is a bold move by Gravity and Lucky here. And, well, it doesn't start well, and it continues to not go well. The only issue is they're going to run it towards B here, and they might not clear body. This is surely a complete oversight. There's kills on the cards here for him. He still hasn't seen the bomb, and he's still waiting. Might just confirm it's 2, and he does. AK scooped up as well. Body, that's so well played. Incredible trigger discipline.
Yeah, and it denies the path for the bomb that they thought was, you know, so clear, so easy. We've got B, get the plant. So not only is it a 3-on-3, it's also like a complete loss of control.
Yeah. It's a reset.
It's an even round. Yeah, it's an even round now. Like, you maybe have the manpower being one thing, but site control would have been in their favor if, say, the kills came in randomly towards mid or something like that, but it's not the case. So they have to find a different avenue of attack now, and they will opt for long. Cross smoke and a flash. Oh, and the flash a bit early. I'm a fan of that, but it doesn't quite net them the kill that they were looking for. Nade will send ZTR headfirst into the concrete. In comes Maka with his Julies. Where's the last man? They don't know. PR looking to clutch up once again. Can't find this third guy, though. He's left so incredibly low, and Body will see him off. Oh, my goodness. GamerLegion. The spectrum here from map 1 to map 3, they have gone and fallen off. A complete collapse from GamerLegion.
And this is the issue. 3D Max, when they really get in towards a series, they're so difficult to slow down. This is why teams struggle to play against them, and actually why they've been a real, you know, as much as we talk about kind of GamerLegion being like a gatekeeper team right now, and I think they are, you know, replacing the likes of kind of like the bigs of the world, and, you know, stopping at the tier 2 moving forward. You've got to say that 3D Max is basically like the gatekeeper at tier 1.5, right? This is the side that stopped teams being able to kind of move their way forward. There's consistent victories against people that are seen as quote-unquote lesser than them. PR, it's a monstrous shot on towards Maka. That's the AWP dropped. And still, chances of this round are slim. It should be an 11th. He's throwing away the gun. Ecstasy, he's spending a lot of time faffing around. PR's got close, but he couldn't find the second.
Minute left in the round, thereabouts. Body drops down. Might have been heard, actually. GamerLegion just waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Hoping and praying. Desperation setting in. An AWP in the darkness to maybe be retrieved. I don't think there's really any threat nearby. Plant comes in. It's kind of quiet here on the A site. They'll just let it happen. So weird retake on the cards. Some players near the action, some not so much. Rez looking to step up here with this AK. Can't find the headshots he desires. The gap starts closing. Is there any assistance? The answer is yes. Goodness me. It's maybe more Rez than anything, but ultimately just no path towards the site. No presence from short. It's all unlucky. There's hardly any time. A keen frag. He doesn't have a kit, though, so it really does not matter, unfortunately. It will be GamerLegion, the desperate round, going their way.
There's the kit. It's just, fortunately, nowhere near the site. And GamerLegion, a round out of nothing, and one day really got a spiral. Ash trying to fire them up as well. Still some slightly forlorn faces over there, but once you'll take all the same, you've made a round out of nothing, and they're the ones that can turn the tides of this game. They've just got to go back to back. It cannot afford to be a flash in the pan moment. If it is, it's going to seriously break the spirits over towards GamerLegion. So we're still on the brink, still in this now or never spot. Flash is over, will force Maka and that FAMAS back, and the reason why it's very much now or never, you find this round here, GamerLegion, if you do spiral it in towards a second, I mean, look at how the finances are going to be affected over towards the French side. But, oh, Gravity, that's ugly, and Torsen gets 2. Oh, Gravity, he's going to be kicking himself. How has he not made that stick? Curti finds Exorcist as well. Maka spammed down through the smoke. This is carnage, but for all the wrong reasons for 3D Max.
It's a car crash, mate. You don't want to see it, but you can't look away. Goodness. And that could be a key turning point. It's now resulted in a nigh-on flawless round. A money-maker round for GamerLegion. A break of the bank, excuse me, for 3D Max. I mean, yeah, one missed spray down like that has massive repercussions, potential butterfly effect of this series, and of course tournament lives on the line now as well, so GamerLegion could be the boon that they have been begging for throughout this half. They just now need to capitalize. No silly rounds, not gonna drop against the hero AK here. Just got to keep it together for a couple more, grind out these T-side rounds.
Yeah, exactly. That's a bad one to lose, but I mean, credit to Torsen, though. Yeah, fair enough. Understandable. It's one of those rare moments that... It's also kind of one of those rare moments where it's a mistake you don't make twice, right? You know, he very easily could have confirmed that kill there. You just slightly panic. You spot the pixels and you try and spray into it rather than just one tapping him in the head up close. But there's that knock-on effect, right? It's not a flash in the pan for GamerLegion. It means they put the pressure back on towards 3D Max. And look, of course, what it means for them bringing to the table that one AK. And that's basically it. They've got a flash for the remainder of this round. This might be a bit of a protect the president sort of situation for Body and the AK-47.
Yeah, 100%. Just try and work around, you know, and create that chaos that 3D Max loves so much. He will take the first peek, so he's going to reveal himself pretty early. Now comes the burst in theory. Flash comes round. Rez. Just got to be careful. Orp is here to help out. That's the AK hitting the deck. It finds its way into Gravity's hands. And maybe he was the chosen one after all. He's going to be left in this 1-on-2. They know vaguely where he's at. The bomb, though, is... Oh, in his control. Surely not. ZTR has to find it, and he does. Goodness me, I could not have been witness to that. Holy hell. Far more damage done than ever should have been, though.
Yeah, absolutely. That got way too close for comfort. A saved AK and a flash is essentially all they brought to the table. Still showing signs that 3D Max are still incredibly scary no matter what they bring to the table. Back into the buy. That was just an eco. GamerLegion. He's scared. A little bit shocked in that previous round and hoping for a response. It's Kersey. Gonna get smoked. His pop shot's close. No cigar. So mid-control taken. They're smoked out along, so that'll be confirmed for 3D Max for the rest of this round. It looks like they're not even going to attempt it in the mid to late. They're going to go just straight up short. No split required here. Sending them all in and one through one direction.
Trickle smokes. Not going to be any follow-up off the back of them, though, just to, again, keep the attention and base some players down. He might take a drop into CT. Yes, he will. Seems like the more popular move around the trickle smokes these days, to be honest. Gives them the space. Bit of kissing in the smoke here. Gonna have to find something. Lucky gets one. He's lost his teammate on the site. Now has a decision to make. Yeah, do you go flying in or do you hand it across? Meanwhile, ZTR in at CT does his job. Exorcist at top middle. I think he's also been spotted a little bit. Not much they can do. GamerLegion gonna bring it within one. And 3D Max having the wind knocked out of them in the past couple of rounds.
Yeah, you're right. They've fallen a bit flat. It's sort of situations like now where it's a perfect time to call a pause. Slow this down. Let's stop the snowball from this GamerLegion side that is getting on the brink of being out of hand. As you put it, one round game, but 3 staying alive. We can rebuy back in for 3D Max.
So what, one guy survived them? Yes. Okay, nice boys.
Spot.
No, we did not. I think you searched behavior.
Vibe seeming a little better as well. It's good to see. It's a real good indication of the pressure that's on the shoulders of this still quite young squad. And there's that timeout, like I said, the perfect time to call it right now. You can buy back in so you can discuss what you want heading in towards this next one, but with that lead being cut so short now, 3D Max, pressure back on their shoulders, they've got to find a way to survive.
We are going to find out. The man in the middle. So much pressure on him, as he has many, many jobs for this particular team. Any interest in Kersey being in the middle for GamerLegion? Usually the IGL over there, you know? I don't know what the deal is with that. Worth questioning, maybe.
I think, honestly, I've actually seen this happen a couple of times. I think it's a comfort thing, just so he has like multiple voices around him.
Yeah.
I saw it happen with a couple of when they were like integrating new riflers into sides. A couple of the tier 2 teams were doing it where it was just so he can be comfortable, so he can have, you know, I guess the more experienced players around him, and he has sort of people to fall back on. I think the worst thing you can do with a newer player is put them right on the end as well. I feel like the perfect place to put somebody on the end is a secondary voice in the side. Somebody like a Rez, or, you know, for in Spirit, they put Shiro there, for example. Opening double. It's Torsen, it's Rez. 5 kills apiece. Just off the back of the pause as well, we were talking about how 3D Max needs to cut them down to keep this lead. Looks like that might have dwindled. 3v5, they've got to do it in the hardest possible fashion from the deficit.
Oh, putting the resources in the right place, though. The AWP is here ahead of time. Oh, good for one. Lucky, however, he's done so much damage. They are still just about able to pull the resources away. Torsen, they're after you, mate. They are after you. USP is out here for Maka. He second guesses himself, but he still finds the kill. It's Kersey with a lurking AWP that might just save the day here. Body is thinking about moving through, guys. Keep an eye on it. He calls it off for just a second. Kersey's still here. Bomb going to go down nice and easy, of course, and Body gives his position away in the end. Oh, man. Nearly getting it perfect there, 3D Max, but now they are back to the B retake, the dreaded B retake. Maka with his AWP. Not a hop, skip, and a jump to guess that, you know, he got a kill at long, carried on moving. Molotov comes in, forces him forwards. Needed that kill. Not going to happen. Body's in late, and Kersey is far more patient. Easy finish for him. 10-10 as GamerLegion have pulled it back.
Yeah. Nice, boys. ZTR getting fired up as well. That's what you want to see as well for GamerLegion. Just a big round to take. It started really well for them, and there was a chance where it then gets pulled back into 3D Max's hands a bit, but thank God they're able to kind of shrug that off and really make it set. As you can see, really, what it means to them. It's not now or never for 3D Max, but with how they've let things start to really fall behind. If you lose this as well, economy shattered. That's a bold move by Body, and it feels so unnecessary as XSC will also follow him into the grave. Oh no, that's not the start that the French side wanted. They could be on the brink now, and Maka misses his shot. Kersey, he'll punish. The French superstar AWPer, who's been looking so solid for GamerLegion all the way throughout, finds another big hit. 2 versus 5 in a matter of, what, 20 seconds? This round's got to be done. And surely, if you're lucky, you're already angling for the save. I mean, Gravity isn't given that luxury. He can't get out. He's stuck. He's dead to rights. Torsen drops him, and Lucky scratching his head. How has that fallen apart so quickly for my side?
GamerLegion again just showing an extra layer that I think previous lineups have maybe been lacking. This has been a tough couple of maps for them. Lucky goes down. Rez was way ahead of him. Nobody saving here. And I think as we get back into the game, we might see how scary and sad almost it's going to look for 3D Max. But yeah, GamerLegion really just playing very, very well. Again, keeping the energy up and the positivity across the team. We maybe mentioned PR a little bit, but he's not necessarily become a problem. It's players like Torsen, players like Rez, who maybe were a bit quieter in that first half, that have managed to turn things on into this second. Another timeout. Now, this comes quite quickly after the first. I know we're towards the end of the game. It really depends on the team. It really depends on what's said. It really depends on the vibe. But to me, it always feels a little panic that it's like, oh, I don't know, call a timeout. You know, we have to do something. Like, we have to be seen to be changing our game.
Yeah, you're right. Still so impressed with what I'm seeing out from Kersey. Not single-handedly, because we are getting moments from Rez as well, but he's doing a lot of the heavy lifting for GamerLegion. And putting somebody like Maka under pressure, no easy feat. Sits. Do that nade in the smoke. All for nothing. I mean, there is a level of a buy here for 3D Max. It's actually not a full investment. A lot of teams will full buy here because they just don't want to play for overtime, but that's not the headspace for the 3D Max roster. We got a rifle to work with, a scout, and a few upgraded pistols, but they're leaving residual cash there for a buy into round number 23 as a just in case, which I kind of like. It's sort of the best of both worlds. This is how I like Size 2 play, and I mean, so far, a lot of damage being dealt here.
Yeah, I think they'll take it. Well placed scout shot. Although Lucky is all the way tucked in at the back of B, so maybe not going to see him all that much. Torsen's the only guy that's edging over there. They look to smoke for a mid to B. Could be a fake out here, though. They've got more short presence coming in. Oh, and look how it all pans out. The push down long, the rotation at CT. 3D Max like putty in their hands, man. Another smoke will come across onto A itself, but I think the damage has been done. They're all so far out of position. Maka, keen find. Now have to be very careful not to lose anyone else. Exorcise closing the gap on his M4. Where's this come from? Oh, no. Oh, no. Exorcise has taken them all for a ride. The defuse coming in. Torsen miles away at B. Nothing he can do. And what a slip from 3D Max. Maybe jumping at short just a knacker too quick. They had bought it. Hook line. Not quite sinker.
Yeah, that's so impressive. And that's why I do like teams, you know, half buy in towards this one, give yourself residual cash in towards the next. We're tied 11 all. 3D Max are going to have a very comfy buy to work with. Saved AWP, 3 saved AK-47s as well. And enough left over for round number 24. Oh, 3D Max, what a time to shine. It was 6 in a row from GamerLegion. It's Exorcise again who steps up well. On the angle, this could be huge here, but Maka misses his shot, and that'll be at the cost of Lucky's life. Not so lucky in this spot. And Maka under pressure. Torsen for 2. Opening up B in the B site retake. We know how difficult it can be. They're going to fly through. They're going to sneak through that smoke, and it might just work. Exorcise, he's getting away with so much, but surely cut short now.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I mean, the bomb has hit the deck, though, is the key thing. Just going to buy more and more time. They do well to trade it and keep control. Plant coming in. Nice and safe. Molotov to keep them at bay. I think you just save here, guys. Honestly, like, I understand the passion and the presence of mind to try and go for it. Definitely going to save now with that. But again, Body's still thinking. Still thinking about it. There's money for the next round, I suppose. Going to try and get away with an absolute miracle here. The location of 2 known. He's taken 1. It's this third guy he has no idea about. He reveals himself. The double swing comes in. And GamerLegion will put a stop to any shenanigans.
Map series point. GamerLegion. And it was just that 1 round for 3D Max. They couldn't chain it back to back. So heroics in the previous spot. Muted a little bit in that one. It's a more simplistic play from GamerLegion. No gimmicks, nothing fancy. Just a hit towards B. Reaching distance now, survival in Cologne. Just 1 round away, but a double AWP in play for 3D Max. It's lucky he'll wield the secondary. But it's Exorcise the first to fall. The man with the heroics of earlier. Cut short. Nice opener from PR.
Yeah, big find. As we've mentioned, he's been quiet for a while. You know, we talked about 6'3", only moving slowly up to 9, but he's given a task, and he will live up to it. Could be the kill that broke the camel's back.
Well, smoke down to slow them down. Towards B they want to go. There's only 1 player here as well. Lucky Need a bit of that namesake here, has to be said. There's the first. He's going to re-pick in for seconds as well, which he finds. The third is on offer, but Kersey will cut him down. Still, might be life still left in this game. Hang on a moment. 2 versus 3, 45 seconds. PR in the back lines, but Maka's there to shoot him down. And it's Kersey, 1v3, new boy, the Frenchman against the French side who needs something so special. And surely it's not to be. Mac will be that first contact, but any shot taken will see him off. 3D Max survive, and we still got life left in this series. What a barn burner we're getting here on Dust 2.
Man, I love that as well. The round ends, and Maka just looks down the row like, what the hell? How have you done that? You know, like, he's just said out of nowhere, he's like, I don't know, just give me an AWP. Let's just double AWP. 12-11, like, could work. And he's just gone crazy. Look at that. He's just looking across like, come on, bro. They know this is the most unlikely of rounds. Oh, got to be careful now. This is classic French Counter-Strike. They will not let up. They will not stop until the last man. They charge down mid, find the first, nearly find another couple, to be honest. Wild, absolutely wild. They are not giving GamerLegion any time to process what has just happened. Break of the smoke. Lucky. Apparently an AWPer by night as he finds another kill for the French side. Torsen has thread in 4x3 moment. I think Gravity had that all the same. 4 versus 2 now.
BR posted up on high. Don't need to peek it. So much time. And 3D Max, their best friend in this sort of spot is patience. Exercise, ready and waiting. Only 1 bullet required to take down PR, leaving it all on the shoulders of Rez. Had a very good map, but a 1 versus 4 required from him. Highly, highly unlikely. He'll move his way around this corner, but it's inevitable. 3D Max in a 13th round. About to be locked in place. And a lead taken in towards OT. Body. He'll see it off, but it was going to be one of him or Exercise. Brilliant work from the French side. Inching closer and closer. And Ash going to go in towards his first time out immediately. Wants to make sure.
Oh, man. What do you say here? You know, this is the secret sauce that I think we're never really going to know about, never really going to understand. It can't be anything tactical. It's got to just purely be like the emotional, get your head in the game, or keep your head in the game.
Yeah.
Dust 2. It all comes down to this. Chaos incarnate, this game. GamerLegion certainly look a little looser this tournament. 3D Max. They've always had it in them. And they take the lead. See if they can hold it.
Out towards long. Kersey, he misses body on that cross. Well, no damage taken. Smokes towards doors. Is Reg just going to push through this? Yes, he is. Bold call. I kind of love it. But it doesn't work out. Gravity expecting it, aware, guns up, ready for the fight. Nice work from him.
Flash. Lucky. As always on this AWP, apparently. He will be traded instantly, but still keeping the numbers game. You know, they wanted a free kill there. PR. Goes walking out middle. Maybe jumps the gun a bit early. Has now been spotted. Get that smoke down and buy an opportunity for the cross. Break of the smoke coming in. Oh, I could lose my mind. 3 versus 3. They're looking for the B take here. Still not quite going for it just yet. PR. A tiny little edge between the smoke and the molly. The one tap from PR to net a 13th. Could be enough. What is going on here? But man alive, it's Body who gives the CT control away.
Yeah, why? They didn't need to. Easily could have just stuck around, and even if he goes down, just being in or around that fight feels like the right call, but All for nothing there, body it feels on that fight, but PR excellent. That shot there on towards Ecstasy is monstrous. And they're loving it. PR being a little quiet, don't get me wrong, right? And of course, he's been in his own head for a while now, but it's those sort of rounds that'll perk you back up. And, well, he'll get an opening double. PR is back, baby. It just took one bit of heroics to get him online again, and they should see him off. But no, survives again. And PR starting to be a menace to deal with. We've missed him.
Hey, that's it, man. He finds that round. Both ZTR and Ash, the people that he looks towards for guidance, are over there praising him specifically. Of course you would, but it's gonna help. And then they set him up into this round. We'll see if it's enough, the damage that he has done. It looks likely. Rez comes in with 2 of his own, and Gravity now alone. Hidden away at Gandalf. They know about him. Forced out into the open, and down he will go. GamerLegion, after losing to get into overtime, and then losing the first round of overtime. There are some teams out there that would really, really struggle, and rightfully so, to keep it going. But they managed to turn things on its head and gain a lead going into the second half.
Yeah, that's it. 14-13, 2 away from that elusive 16 to stay alive here in Cologne. This has been an incredible decider. Double up to start off this round, but of course, an AK on the floor for a body to wield. It was just for the spawn-based peak. Haven't seen that secondary AWP being picked up by Gio. They've been trusting Kersey, and rightfully so. Fantastic. The youngster flash will come through ZTR so blind, but doesn't react, and that's, in a way, information that could be considered unconfirmed. But there's nobody up close. Deep there that bounds around. Nobody that close in towards Cat. And ZTR's relaying all this information. He hears the noise. He just doesn't quite know the numbers specifically, but he knows there's a lot of presence here.
Mid to B smoke. The short move. I think they might actually look to follow up these trickle smokes. That one's not meant to go there, though. I can tell you that for free. The roof smoke making an appearance here. And it could be all the difference. They will get the trickle down. Kersey trained. Trying to find that first head. He will indeed get the kill. PR peeking out. Oh, Dink lands. Will it make a difference here? Kersey keeps him coming. Rez, he's right there. He's right there. And he will get taken down. 2 on 2. Funny in the moment if the AWP kept going, but because he gets picked off, actually looks like a very doable round. The bomb? Well, where is the bomb? Why is the bomb so far away?
Yeah.
Ecstasy's 10 seconds.
He's got
surely in Torsen's hands now. Oh, did it fall? It fell.
Yeah, it fell.
I thought he had to go up. Oh my god.
He's got to know, right? Ecstasy's got to know. Yeah, he does. He most definitely does. But can he win the fight is a different question. He's just trying to bide his time. He's trying to play around with Torsen. Stepping up in a massive way in that 1 versus 1. Map series points. GamerLegion. Torsen. Nerves of steel. Just doesn't bat an eyelid. And Ecstasy's trying to toy with him, just to play with his food, but he's had an escape. Fantastic.
Man.
I'm not taking my 3D Max. Their last hurrah here. They've got to get 2 in a row to stay alive here in Cologne.
The bomb fell. I thought.
Yeah.
Surely that is your divine intervention. But not enough. Torsen, not a believer. The only thing he knows are headshots. Crazy. Well, 3D Max, it is now or indeed it is never. And we'll see. As close as damn it here. Again, it's been a very long series. Since map 1, they wrote that off. Why the heck are they picking Overpass? But it doesn't matter anymore. Here we go.
Oh, Kersey. Takes a pop shot at the smoke plumes. He did spot the shoulder for a brief moment. They're trying to get on towards mid. It's Gravity to open things up. Give him his credit. He's been consistently taking opening duels. Not always for kind of in a positive way, but that's his 9th opening duel he's attempted. And the 4th to go in his favor. PR. He's come alive late in towards this game, and he might be here once again, but Maka, other ideas, and Reds can't quite tap to find the cranium. Uh-oh, might be a chance here for the French side.
Yeah, very possible. He's at the very least keeping the control. Just got to be careful, running out of ammo here. Body doesn't go too wide. Doesn't take the chance at the fight. Little did he know it would have been an easy one for him, and Rez is really unsure of Long. He has seen this player, and he finishes him off through the corner of the box. Could give them the path in that they need. Exorcist trades him out. However, Molotov going to split these short players. Lucky, creeping, crabbing. Takes one, but traded. And Torsen doesn't know where to look. Exorcist gets the flank on him. And so it is the 1-round shootout for a double overtime.
My God, this game. The one that just keeps delivering. Back and forth, but advantage still remains in the court of GamerLegion. No timeouts yet to left to use as well. Both of them from GamerLegion 3D Max are used. Of course, you get one more in towards overtime, but they're both gone. Just go straight back into this. The coaches, and Ash can't get into the fray. That's a wild move by PR. He actually does get one before falling, and there's information to be gathered there. Rez is trying to catch one on the lurk. Oh, and it does damage, but it's not enough for the kill. So numbers now go in favor of 3D Max, and the chance at double OT is now looking like a real possibility.
Oh, ZTR though. Yeah, spotting that player. Feels weird, doesn't it? Feels very weird indeed. They're still going to keep 2 at A, but he's got an inkling that they're not dedicating anywhere just yet. And keep your eye on number 4. Torsen will start to pull off. Actually looking to gather information towards short. So the more he gets, the more they find out, the more likely it is to be B. Flash coming in. It's all on a timer right now. And with spotting nobody at middle, they think, okay, the likelihood of a B hit is quite high, but then there's this molly at car. It's all going to come down to ZTI. He's got a Molotov. Keeps them back. Drawing time for the rotations now. Must have spotted the bomb, but then it's going under. Oh, my goodness. And we'll see. Now it's Kersey on the AWP that has the onus and maybe the drop on them. Oh, Maka, though. Big find from him. Kersey, a lot of weight on his shoulders from here, and now they're moving back towards B. What the hell is going on? 20 seconds, a well-timed bomb drop. No smoke for doors could make all the difference. ZTR trying to just keep control of the site itself, but he goes a bit too far, a bit too early, and can't deny that bomb. Kersey against 3 to stop the double OT. Not going to happen.
Indecisiveness, I think, from ZTI. He doesn't know whether he should stay in towards window or committed towards the site, and he drops down getting caught there. Not what you want to see. A couple of overfaces. I think if Rez is to get that kill, it changes things, right? It gives them space, but I think the move's still the correct one. It's just unfortunate the execution behind it wasn't. 15 all. We go again as the road to 19. Here's where now we lead. It's Kersey to open things up on towards Maka. He was looking for that in the previous round, but didn't get it. Now gets it here. Lucky. Offered up one by ZTR. He's got a call from the grave now. He goes down very early, sort of for nothing.
Bomb going to be recovered. And because it was dropped so early, there is just a lull. First time we've seen the energy drop for a long time. The tension picks back up. A long reaggress from the CT side. Oh, body. Blinded. Lovely little flash from Kersey. And they spot that he's by himself. However, that is 3 players ultimately spotted, so they know there's some vulnerable areas here. They try to go towards mid. Smoke gonna come down. Oh my goodness, the ankle spotted. Kersey doesn't really react to it. No way. No way. He's looking to go through the break of the smoke. He can't find the shots, though. Torsen steals his kill, and it just messes him up. The bomb hits the deck here, though. I think the rest of the team are able to do enough to make this round happen. And indeed, Lucky in the unluckiest of spots right now. Down he will go. GamerLegion get the 16 that eluded them for so long.
Quite hilarious that Torsen getting that kill does really throw off Courtesy there, but thankfully doesn't make too big of a difference. Crazy spot that we're in, though. GamerLegion, advantage taken, but so much life left in this game that it's so difficult to predict. Double OT as well. Right in saying the first one we've had in Cologne. We've had overtimes, but I don't think we've had double just yet. Unless I'm sorely mistaken. Actually, there might have been one against Tai Lu. Either way, a long game thus far. Yeah, I am right. Tai Lu 22-20. That was the first. This to be the second. Gravity and on to back. The second is there, but can't set himself on the shot before Rez will punish. 3 versus 4. Make that! Oh my god, 2 versus 3. That flipped quickly. Exorcist for a lovely quick double. Kurt's going to get up close and towards short, but still. Nate will break it open. His flick shot doesn't connect, and neither does his 5-7. 3D Max tying the game up feels like an inevitability now.
That surely had to be it. The break on the smoke, give them the short control. Without that control, there's not much that they can do. He'll grab his AWP and get out of there. Man. Some of these rounds, what the heck is going on? It's all I've got to say.
Yeah.
Maybe another word I could use as well, to be fair, but we'll keep it family friendly. Evening things up, however, as GamerLegion somewhat back to the drawing board. Kersey caught in the side. And he speaks French, so they get at him in French. Love it.
So wants to translate, hit us up. My French isn't good enough for that. This is a game that continues to deliver. Here in Cologne, exciting Counter-Strike. And that's Gravity at his finest. Of course, this 3D Max side prone to big games and big performances. Rez. There's that secondary AWP. Haven't seen it too often from GamerLegion at all so far through this tournament. Rez will pick it up. I mean, he's having an absolute flyer of a map right now. 28 and 23. Kersey's hit 30, but Rez cut short. Torsen up close, trying to play anti. He's stuck in towards bricks and he needs to buy time. He desperately needs to, and he can't. Ecstasy's on the swing. He had Gravity in for support as well. Now, GamerLegion are locked out of B. How do we get back in with a numbers disadvantage and util dwindling as well? They try a gimmick and they try to make something work, but it's not to be. All we can fathom is a save now, surely.
Ah, man, Torsen. There is a fine line for me between confidence and a lack of belief. I think with him on that car angle, he just needed to stand a bit stronger. But he backed off, trying to buy time, trying to play safe. And it makes for an easy clear. It's little things. The GamerLegion, they get in their own heads a bit. 3D Max have got a bit more belief in the process. The passion, of course, famous for it. Timeout coming round. You get a new one each over time. See what GamerLegion and particularly Ash can cook up here.
Well, yeah, something's definitely got to be done. This game is quickly dwindling. I mean, much as we were talking about kind of Kersey, who's been fantastic. Lucky's also been great. Same for Maka. Those two towards the tail end, their impact's been incredible. Exorcist, he picked it up in a massive way. He was really dwindling in kills, but he got that one clutch, and since then it's just been kind of one-way traffic for his individual ability. This game's still got a lot of life left in it, but advantage towards 3D Max. As Horn's looking extra sharp on the French side at the moment. Kersey gonna react in time. He's holding. Oh, right idea. If he's head boosted, it probably would have given him the advantage here. Maka gonna have a look. Spotted. Yeah, and he's going to nail the shot as well. Maka, that's experience showing. Kersey gets clipped.
Flash over as it's looking good for the CT side. Bombs being left behind. Damage coming in. They're just trying to trade a kill back, I think. But not going to be able to do too much off the back of it. Ah, man, not looking good for GamerLegion, is it? I think they need to deny 18 for just a little longer if they are to come back here. Oh!
Well, there you go.
Uh-oh. Oh, PR, you've got the right idea. Keep your eyes on it, mate. Keep your eyes on it. This guy, he's crazy. They're all crazy.
Must be open.
Push the smoke push. What is that called? Wild. Everybody just... I'm so baffled sometimes.
I think with 3D Max in that spot, the only reason I can sort of think about why you'd go for a push that is you've already lost a numbers advantage. You're trying to do a gimmick to bring it back level. It feels like a lost round regardless. It's sort of what? One guy anchoring the B site with 3 players fighting from 3 different angles. The chances of him winning it are so minuscule, so he's trying to get a kill, bring it back somewhat level, and also give them some sort of a chance, some sort of space to rotate in to give that retake a go. But it doesn't pan out. It feels like it's a lose-lose situation regardless, so you may as well take some sort of gamble. But it's one that does not pay off. Body. Get one on the way out at the very least. Not that it makes too big of a difference, of course. The Econ does get reset until that second OT. There might still be more behind it here. And, well, there is. It just doesn't expect the double stack PR to trade. GamerLegion bite back, tied all squares, 17 apiece, and a complete reset. Winning at half, just 2-1, goes such a long way, but really, really well done from PR. The kills he gets, unbelievably important. Of course, the loss just to seal the deal, but a fantastic round from him. And we've kept a keen eye on him throughout this map because of, I think, the mental state of him. I think at times pressure was getting to him. He looked very tilted and he wasn't performing. That first half was pretty underwhelming, but he's come back alive and we call upon him again as Maka finds the first.
Hey, listen, they found a quick kill in the previous round as well, but just let it get away from them. So I'm not praising before I see this round go the way of 3D Max. It just doesn't feel like an inevitability at this point. Molly in. Smoke down to get out of there. No one to... Oh, I speak too soon. Kersey was there. Never mind. Thought there was no one to stop him. Oof, the trade comes back. Listen, you know you're running out of that ideas when the AUG comes out. That's all I'm saying. Exorcist will get flattened.
I gotta say, though, I like an AUG, man. I still think that gun's viable. The Krieg, different story. The SG sucks, but the AUG, I can get behind an AUG. M4A1S and AUG is the setup, but back to the action, Rez. A lot of damage dealt. The nade should seal the deal here, and it will. But down he falls. The bomb still gets across as well, but it'll now make its way over. It just creeps past the smoke here. Maka was trying to set up, but now tossing the backlines. This changes everything. Maka, attention drawn away from the player crossing. He's trying to do what he can, and Maka hits a fine shot. And same to be said for Lucky. Double ops are sealing this round. It feels in place for the CT side, and Maka makes sure of it. 3 kills to his name, a lovely 3P. And 18 put on the board for 3D Max. Map and series point to them.
You thought, didn't you, after that trade, that there was a keen chance. But the double AWP setup, running rampant. It's just so hard to trade, man. It's very stinky, to be honest. It's kind of the best way to really describe. And 3D Max looking to capitalize it once again. However, the push down middle will be seen off. PR is out long. He's miles out long compared to the rest of his teammates. In comes the AUG. Only one on the scoped weapon. It's down to Lucky to save us from another overtime and to get this one locked in for 3D Max. He's up close on the AWP. He's thinking about it. Devil on his shoulder. Oh, and he misses. He misses. Rez will take him down. We're in for another bout of OT.
The journey continues. We're not dead just yet. And there's still absolutely life left in this game. An absolute insane one as well. There's still another series in the B stream to follow this as well. It's going to be a late finish here. We go again. 18 all. This time first to 22. 22-20 was the last triple OT that we had. Will this one match it or potentially even go further? It feels like at the moment it's so difficult to predict. Both have had map and series points and opportunities to close it out squandered. So that inability to close seems to be the real crux that's holding them back. But it's Torsen who opens.
Nice find. Untraded and good control for GL. Slow creep up long on the contact here. Flash comes in. Gravity not going for it. All right. Interesting move, to say the least. That's an 18-18 kind of fatigue move. Just a misread of what's going on. Looking completely the wrong way. Thinking they'd already made it up. He went after the flash had been long dealt with. And now some desperate moves, but GamerLegion keeping it tight, playing patiently. 3D Max really starting to lose their way in some of these moments. 1-for-1 still not going to be enough. Lucky here with his AWP though. Drops one, spots another. It's all about finding the third man. He's heard a step and he takes him as well. Jump spot for the information. He's in the flow right now. ZTR has to drop him, and he misses a shot finally, thank goodness. And you see sigh of relief from ZTR there on the camera. Goodness gracious.
I had the same reaction. Oh my, bated breaths there in round number 37 of this marathon of a map 3 decider.
Nice, Eric. Nice.
Rev that one up, Torsen. Keep the energy high, and it's honestly, it's difficult to do. This is a third map in this really long series. 13-11 before this as well, so a long map in itself, and these two sides just keep going back and forth, neither side gaining control of this game properly. A double opener to kickstart things. Lucky and Body combine, and I mean, straight back to the drawing board for GamerLegion. They've got a lead, and they're unable to build upon it.
It's just such a grind in OT, man. It feels like it does become a very different game. And a lot of TDMing going on. Rez goes dink for dink. But, like, Exorcise has not played this spot the entire game. So, you know, the fact that he maybe would go unchecked is very, very likely. Rez draws back because he gets tagged. Two players now pretty low on the GL side of things, and Exorcise has used this gap that he's found to his advantage. Going to drop the bomb, and I think with that the round should fall. Any heroics here, I suppose? Oh, is the question. Whoa. Great minds think alike. Lucky could get caught reloading here. Torsen, yeah, will indeed take him, but now there's a guy that took his place on the other side of the smoke. It's just
chaos, man.
Mad.
Absolute
It's just mad.
Chaos. It's absolute chaos. Kersey, down he goes. Nice shot from Maka with the USP. And we're back again. Tied square, 19 apiece. The race to 22 is still level-headed in this marathon. Well, a couple of miles it feels left. Pause taken. Called by GamerLegion. Ash once again. Back on towards the mic as it is. Every time you get an overtime, you get another attack pause to work with. This is now the 6th attack pause called by GamerLegion. And they still can't find a way to shut down 3D Max. And just the thing, Scriv, many an hour ago, we were sat here debating, thinking, why did 3D Max pick Overpass? And as the series has developed, that conversation and that question has become even more prevalent. The fact that we're here, we've had two really good maps out from 3D Max, does still make us so perplexed into why they went for that. I know people will talk about how it feels like they're kind of forced in with how shaky their map pool is, but There's other ways they could have gone. Maybe the Ancient, for example. But look what it's led us to, right? With them losing that, we've had an incredible showing ever since, and they're looking for that reverse sweep, and it's still absolutely on the cards. Now, PR's got other ideas.
As per usual, Torsen blinded. And there's the trade. PR does go down as well. Ecstasy tracking him. Been having a good couple of rounds, this guy.
Yeah.
Huge impact. Rez looking to trade in the tunnels. As we've got both teams reaggressing. Oh, there's so much damage. ZTR can't find the refrag. Kersey on the tech. Finds one at range. He feels comfortable to stick to the tech. ZTR might have played his cards correctly here. He will get the bomb down. Kersey, you need a gun, my dude. And it's all on ZTR to clutch up. Essentially a 1 versus 3 if he can get this done.
No smoke's the only thing that makes this really difficult. Double flash and HE, but if he was to HE doors now, Gravity would be gone, and Maka, he's not exactly healthy. This is still a chance here. There's absolutely a possibility. They might just line up for him. Well, there's the first. He's going to fall back as well. Doesn't need to play too much contact. Maka has a kit, has a bit of use till the flash comes in, but it doesn't affect ZTR. What a round from the IGL. 3 monstrous mammoth kills from him. And like you mentioned, essentially a 1 versus 3. Kersey, a non-existent factor all the way over towards short. It's ZTR who puts up a clinic in how to play late rounds on towards B. And 3D Max will be left reeling.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I mean, as well, it is just kind of the belief in himself to get that done. He didn't go headless chicken mode to look for the trade. He kept cool and won it out. Tag onto ZTR, though. That's his reward for playing such a good round, I suppose. Red's going to get aggressive. We did see a round similar to this in regulation. It worked quite nicely for GamerLegion. Kersey downstairs. No scope and a bomb drop. Thank you very much. Potential for one more as well. The FOV of the scope going to let him down. And Lucky will trade it out, but ZTR's made his way in deep tunnels. What is going on once again? Rez has fallen in mid. So they kind of lose control of that bomb. Oh, man, PR. Surely not, guys.
Yeah, come on. After the start we just had from Kersey, surely we're not going to let this one slip. Oh, no, Lucky. He's so aware this is a freebie for him. It's a patience game, and Torsen, Hookglan and Sinker, he's baited into a fight that he didn't want to be taking. Lucky, though, and this bomb. Oh, my God, he comes back. And ZTR now chasing, but this one should be dead to right. ZTR trying to spam through and find a bit of hopeful fortune. Exorcist will see him off. Matched again, 20-20. Ah, this game never ending. This overtime, a ridiculous show.
I don't... Like, how do we lose this, man?
Yeah, how?
Oh,
we're losing it, casting it, and it's
I know. Tell me about it. Imagine individuals. Playing. Like, Kersey gets traded, fair. Rez goes down. He's on an aggressive move, fair. But I think just a couple pieces need to be like, right, just turtle it up. There's no need to go dig it. Everyone wants a piece of the action, whereas the discipline of regulation would mean, okay, I got to sit in a corner. I got to play a safe angle, you know, whatever. But that's sort of gone out the window for both teams, to be honest. And that's what obviously creates the mental game that we're seeing. But yeah, just a slight tighten up. I think PR's maybe the one in that round for me that, you know, just sit goose. But he gives his life away, and that throws the whole round up in the air.
Open up here. PR round this corner. Slightly unorthodox angle, and body clears it so efficiently. That is incredible. Opening it towards long, smoke down as well. The flash avoided actually by 2 out of the 3, and now Kersey stuck on the site. He can't really escape it about the util to give him out and out, but as he gets it out, that's where Lucky or pounds from, sure. That's surely the round now. The lead taken back over towards 3D Max. A 4 versus 1, and Torsen, best he can do is save this AWP. As much as money gets reset in towards overtime, it's not unlimited. And they can't afford to lose this map series point once again, 3D Max.
Man, the mind again boggles. Crazy. I think there is something to 3D Max though. That if you just like embrace the madness, it's kind of like that moment in the Matrix where you just start suddenly seeing the numbers and stopping the bullets and stuff. I think that 3D Max have maybe hit that, where there's a whole new world that's opened up where it's like Counter-Strike might not make sense, but if you just let it happen, you can figure it out. And again, this is just the, I think, unspoken coordination that the 3D Max players are going to have. You know, like Body and Lucky playing together for so long, then they've gone off on separate teams, they come back home, you know, all this kind of stuff. Maka leading from the front, he knows exactly how they like to play, what to call, what'll work, what gets, you know, spat at if you call something a bit too advanced. And it seems to really be working here. They're looking to close this out. 1 round shootout once again.
Kersey pushed forward, but he's not overextending just yet. He's sitting on the angle. That standoff between him and Gravity. Gravity's starting to take a move now as well. Uh-oh. Who will spot? Who is Gravity who comes out on top? Kersey, he was posted, but he falls asleep. He's caught napping as Gravity punishes. So the opener, 3D Max, 4 kills away from staying alive here in Cologne. In one of the best maps of Counter-Strike so far, but ZTR's got other ideas.
Big break. He's on the edge of this smoke now as well, so we're going to catch them if they try anything funny, if they try anything a little too clever for their own good. 45 seconds left on the clock. The pin of a nade. Dropped on short. Man alive. It was their whole idea. First kill gifted, and now they want to end short. They still want to end short. 30 seconds. And what do they have left? They've got the 2 smokes that they need for the trickle effect. The molly behind them, that's going to split them up. They've got ZTR up close as well. He finds 2. 15 seconds left. They've got no other options. There's nowhere else to go. And B is a lockout. There is no room on this bomb site. They have to force their way in. 8 seconds left. No way! No way! What is going on? 2 on 4 with hardly any seconds to, like 3 seconds to get that bomb down. I don't believe it. And it's all on Torsen. Surely not a chance. I would have said that at the start of this moment. The head spotted. He takes him down. Where is this next man? He can't find Exorcise. And 3D Max against the odds. Look at him. Look at him. He's like, how do we do this? Lucky as well to bring them into overtime. The first one, if you can remember. Also just an insane moment. And they are somehow protected by a Guardian Angel and GamerLegion. Absolute heartbreak.
Yeah, my God, what a series. We have just been gifted the pleasure of guiding you all at home through an incredible match at Counter-Strike. A long old time ago, it started off with an overpass that was very one-sided in favor of GamerLegion, but the reverse sweep from 3D Max in one of the most miraculous fashions, 22-20 in triple overtime. Oh, man. And look at the confidence it started for GamerLegion in this map too. Night Girls coming through, flexing their muscles a little bit, laughing through it, but 3D Max, when the guns came back into play, this game came right back up in the air. That was easily one of the best games that we've casted throughout Cologne so far. Such a pleasure to be a part of it. And credit to 3D Max. I mean, it's commiserations, GamerLegion. That is the definition of so close yet so far. But that's elimination now from Cologne in that lower bracket.
Yeah, and it has to sink in. Look at this, 11-11. Goes up to 12. man. It's just so difficult to be on the end of. Some really, really nice rounds. Then you just have Lucky on the secondary AWP from window, just spamming and finding the shots. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. But what a game. What a game of Counter-Strike. Definitely what we wanted and what we were hoping for. Between these two squads, it comes down to a very questionable map veto, a very questionable end to the series, but an exciting one nonetheless. And they just never stop. Never ever stop on that 3D Max side of things. GamerLegion, a little more discipline, a little more, this is what we've worked on. Maybe I got to tuck in, not give the kill away. 3D Max, running and gunning, not bothered. They know only one language, and it is headshots.
I think you're spot on, man. That is such a show of prowess from 3D Max. What a game. That an absolutely ridiculous series. We've really kind of got the luck of the draw today. I think both series are actually being quite fantastic, but that one in particular, just something seriously special. It's, you know, this real back and forth, this 4D chess, you know, the system, the protocols of GamerLegion against the system of 3D Max and the individuals who can step up and sometimes be a little quiet, but they find their moments and they pick them to perfection. Such a fun one to watch. I mean, you gotta feel for GamerLegion though, especially off the back of going flawless through stage 1 to then essentially finish dead last in stage 2. That's really gotta hurt. Ash said as well on, what was it, day essentially 3, when he was saying on the desk, they did a little interview with him and they said, right, you know, have you guys found your top level yet? And Ash said, no, not yet. We haven't found it. He was right. You know, they fell short when they came against a real tough opponent, and 3D Max, they found ways to break them down.
Yes. Yeah, I think we really do have, again, sort of opposite ends of approaching the game and approaching like the pre-game, as it were. GamerLegion really trying to work things out, get the right people for the right roles, and make sure this guy feels comfortable and make sure that the energy and the positivity is good. 3D Max, meanwhile, just kind of, you know, throw the paint at the wall and hope that something sticks, and ultimately they do create a type of art as well, you know, like it really is a lot of fun to watch, and when it comes together they have some crazy rounds. I wouldn't necessarily call them like good rounds, but like that last one is just testament to it, that they are super exciting. And yeah, I think that's been French Counter-Strike for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm taking a look at the scoreboard here as well, and it is one of those scoreboards that's a little bit like, can you guess who won this series by the way it looks, right? It's not a lot of green over towards 3D Max, but all that matters is a win, right? And that's all they'll care about. I think Lucky and Maka obviously take a lot of the praise, especially in towards that third map as well. I thought both of them were absolutely excellent. I got to give a lot of credit to Exercise. He was, let's be honest here, non-existent at the start of that map, but my god did he pick it up, right? He looked great. Gravity, relentless on the entries, win or lose, he lives and dies by the sword. That's a difficult thing to kind of continue to do. So yeah, man, it's sick to say. I think Body just does his job. I think we're still maybe looking for an extra 10% out from Body, but as a whole, still doing his job is ultimately all you look towards in this series. Unfortunately for GamerLegion, a few things they'll have to go back and look at it on the drawing board of. I think you were spot on, right? It's about closing out rounds. It's about picking when to overfight, and there's players who you see that for them it's kind of a second nature. I think Reds obviously is the example. So much experience, right? So he knows about these innate timings. But you're looking at individuals like Kersey, for example. This is his first big tournament, first massive tournament that he's ever played in his career, right? We're looking at kind of as well, maybe even PR. When he loses his head, he needs to get back into it, but he couldn't. For now, though, that is us done here for the second game. I know it feels like the day's done, but there's still one more best of 3. It's going to be Exner and Fire take over from us. But before we get there, we're going to throw it to Ash on the interview. We'll be back tomorrow, but thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon.
GamerLegion versus 3D Max does come to a conclusion in an elimination. We won't talk about map 1, Overpass, not so exciting. Perhaps we start with map 2. Inferno ends 13-11. You got split pistols. GamerLegion lose 5 straight to start a CT on the second half. What happened?
I think they were playing in a way that we were just not, I don't know, I think we just kind of lost our way a bit on Seed's side. We knew exactly kind of how they were going to play, and we were just off for time, and it cost a couple of early rounds. And I think we finally broke them. We thought we were going to win, and then just a mistake again. The little details, I think. They'd run in with Glocks. One guy kills a AK, and kind of the game ends there, and I think we felt that we had that in our hands.
And anything else to add for Inferno?
No.
Fair Fair enough. Let's move on to 3 max at 10-5 on map 3. GamerLegion is that plan on A round with Rez. You guys push it up to 10-6. You guys find yourselves going into an overtime here at some point. This begins to just, it really tests your endurance. So tell me about the GamerLegion that we got today.
I think messy, to be honest, really messy. I was really happy with the attitudes in the first couple of maps. I think it got worse as it went on. It's been a big problem for us. We've got to try and step up and fix this, and we'll do this. We need to want to do it. And then I think we just threw so many rounds that are kind of unlosable, and we just learn from it again.
Anything you want to say on your way out?
Just disappointed. It kind of showed the weaknesses we have. They exploited our mistakes. I think they play in a way that exploits mistakes, kind of makes you look bad. In Falcons' game as well, I think we just lost 6 anti-ecos, I think, in 2 maps. It feels like we're there good enough to win the games. We're doing a lot of things right, and then we're kind of throwing away the end. So a lot of positives, I think, but we need to really fix our mistakes.
Thank you very much, Ash.
Thank you.
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
Well, that was a match to burn the house down, I'll tell you that. As 3D Max versus GamerLegion slog it out for 4 hours to try and decide who will be heading home in last place. Will this one be a little quicker? We'll have to see. In the past it was. It's Astralis versus Furia as the last game here on the B stream. A rematch from back in Stage 1. And two teams who I feel like don't deserve last place.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the big factor right now. Two teams that are entering into this elimination matchup, having a challenge versus some great rosters to kick off this next stage, and now finding themselves in an elimination matchup, facing up against each other. Where, you know, last time we saw these two teams play against each other, it was still like a little bit of life. There's still that lower bracket to lean on. This time, that pressure is amplified, and you know that's going to play a big difference here in this head-to-head.
Yeah, but I think Furia is a team who have played well underneath the pressure, and this guy as well, especially in the tournament. Device impressing, even in the loss versus Vitality yesterday, which for the most part was pretty one-sided. He was outplaying, he was hitting some crazy shots, and he's doing what Mr. Consistent does, nail those op shots.
Yeah, it's an exciting factor there that he's able to continue to pick up the mantle, continue to provide that output, provide that consistency, just kind of a great backbone here for this Astralis roster to lean in on here and offer up a little bit of success. So I'm hoping to see that carry forward here. But on the other side of things right now, you're looking at Yakindar right now as the opening presence of this Furia team with so much firepower standing behind him here. This guy, when he's playing, as you can see, when they're winning maps, it's through him and his opening duels that can facilitate access here. You have Caserado standing behind you. It feels like the build of this team, it gets scarier and scarier by the minute, but that does require him to do his job, and that feels like something that consistently can be in question.
Yeah, the peaks and troughs of Yakindar is the live and die of this Furia team. I think you have a very consistent offer in the form of Molodoy. This investment that has been developing over these past couple months has surely impressed, but your aggressive rifler here is very up and down, and he was solely responsible for stopping the Astralis comebacks just in that previous matchup. As we have the veto, we're switching those picks around. It is Astralis to be picking Inferno instead of Nuke in this matchup. It's a big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, that's the change up here. Obviously, I mean, as you highlight right there, switching it up in terms of who picked it, right? Astralis aren't banning Ancient. That's just a kind of given there. So it is the Inferno pick coming through from Astralis. Just to kind of talk a little bit about their Nuke performance, that was a little bit of a trouble for them on the T side in particular. And that's what happens when you pick in a Nuke. You got to start on that T side. They got blasted by Furia in Stage 1 in a 10-2 half, only bringing home 2 rounds, and that is where Furia really took control of that series. They lead into their Dust 2 pick, and again, you still have that Yakindar factor. You have Caserado finding multi-kills after the Yakindar Molodoy opening picks, and it became a very scary factor here that Astralis couldn't overcome, and now are looking to avoid.
Yeah, and it's something that Furia just lost in their opening game here as well, as they fell to G2. They fell on Inferno in a surprising fashion. They were down 11-4. Furia attempted the comeback. I mean, shoot, they lost a 1v5. I think both of these teams kind of go down to the lower bracket in a bit of tragic fashion. Furia, on paper, should have been able to take down G2. It's a big win for G2, but Astralis having to play against world #1 and still stay competitive versus them is a sign of the times. Both these teams, I don't think, deserve elimination, but one of them will have to go no matter the case. It is Astralis versus Furia, and Astralis throwing a curveball in this veto with Inferno.
Change up pitch right now, looking to be tossed down range. They will get a CT side start as well for this one. So a little bit of luxury in that department. We'll see if that comes through. Maybe not. Caserado actually being the one to crack things open. As a bit of solo aggression coming through from Stair. You can see Hooksy with the utility belt, maybe trying to get some flashes downrange, but he never gets the chance to set his teammate up. And instead he's going to have to hold this site solo, and I don't know how much resistance he's really interested in providing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe some smoke spams of desperation here as the full utility set's coming through. Hooksy's going to get around the edge of the smoke. He dodges the shots initially, but then there's Yuri in the corner. And this pistol round is swimming for Furia. Yuri tucks away and down in Yabi. Clothesline, and that will be Furia to strike with the pistol.
Yeah, deadly as all get out right there. Caserado and Yuri. Multiple factors right now in this Furia rise coming through into Stage 1 as well, right? Can't forget this combo deal that you still have on Furia. Obviously, the 2 new names bringing in a lot of limelight and allowing for Furia to make that, you know, playoff potential run here that they've been constantly looking to break through. But again, the old guard here still packs a punch, and they're already able to showcase that.
Yeah, it's been a good event so far from Caserado, and Yuri has had a real upswing in form since the addition of Yakindar and Molodoy. I think he was kind of on the struggle bus, kind of lost that same bite that he previously did. Everyone knew Caserado and Yuri, the feared duo. Yuri less so.
It's just that feels like that Yuri inconsistency also kind of a factor in terms of how often he's able to get some success rolling.
He's provided a decent floor of firepower, but here's Yakindar in the apartments, of course, looking to find these entries. Caserado walking up, sees the trajectory of the smoke, but won't push the issue.
Good deterrence utility right now coming through from Astralis, keeping things at bay. Not allowed to make much progress in this round just yet, but that bracket control just now being taken. Yakindar looking for openings. Crosshair placement's deadly right there. What a pick.
All right, Yakindar starting off strong. We're highlighting this in the pregame. The make or break here for Furia. Will eventually go down to Stair. They should know that's a B player, though. Of course, there's been some role swaps in Astralis lately. Fallen's going to kick up a fuss on the A side, keep these players tied down. It is young fragger Rasmus Nielsen flashing through the smoke, and only good for one. Fallen does go
they're not
down.
moving in. They have to capitalize on this window here. Eventually, they will just bypass the smokes and realize the opportunity that's ahead of them. I'm going down here. Post plant activating. Retake on with an AK for Stair, who's already found a couple of picks in this round.
Once again, Stair has been the engine of this Astralis team. And Yabi's Deagle has been a highlight machine. 2 versus 2 back at the site. There's no Molly to force it, but Molodoy will show himself. I wonder if he saw both players. Jiggle peeks here from both. Can Yabi be fast on the shot? Can he take him out on the jiggle? Instead, he lets Yabi go forward, and Yuri will convert. It's Stair in the 1v1 without any time. He'll keep that AK, but excellent damage here from Astralis.
Molodoy going to escape as well. Yeah, fantastic work coming through from Stair. As you said, just a consistent pillar of this team. It really just feels like he never takes a game off. No matter what situation Astralis was in, when they were playing at their worst, it still felt like Stair was trying to lift them up, and that's what I find so impressive about him on this Astralis roster. Still just remains that consistent force here. 3 kills in the round, but not a successful one for Astralis. They'll have to call this one an eco and trust that Stair can try and do a little bit more here in the next.
Yeah, a big talking point across the offseason interview given there by Yabi, but about how roles are shifting up and people trying to go back to what is natural for them. Call that the Hooksy effect. Look, Hooksy even has experience. Nico played some of his best Counter-Strike underneath Hooksy. Obviously, maybe the results weren't what is expected, right? Nico and Monacy, a lot of criticism and whatnot levied towards Hooksy, but without a doubt, Nico plays some of his best Counter-Strike underneath Hooksy's in-game leadership. He knows how to utilize these stars, and there's one of them from Astralis. Talk about Device as well. We're singing the songs of all these riflers, but Device is the main man for Astralis at this point.
Oh, that is deadly right there. The Deagle sidelining one. There's still a lot of recovery being made. Device is regressing through Boiler. This could be a problem. Yakindar keeping it safe right now.
Back to the 4v4. Team flash there. Stair. What does he want to do? Is he going to spam this smoke?
This does put a lot of weight on Stown here on the other side of the map because Bomb is kind of inching its way that way. A bit of a labored spray there from Yakindar. Gets the job done, but Stown now in the danger zone as they're scared off of the B side. They're walking into an AK.
Okay.
Oh no, he's rotated.
Not ready for Yakindar, unfortunately for Device. Stair's going to sprint back, and there's no smoke for Moto, so Stair can have some open sight lines. Does he have the headshots at this range, though? It's just damage.
Oh, man.
Nearly taking down Yakindar. But I think that should settle things. Stair still wants to throw his hat into the ring. He really wants to give his team a chance. But now naded, and the AK seems a bit more valuable now.
And nothing presenting itself here for Astralis in this retake. Stown still hunting. Closing in without armor. Aglio's not necessary to save, but gonna get blasted by Yuri. Not a chance to provide that extra damage. And Furia gonna stabilize in a big way there. Yakindar with some labored sprays, but still manages to track down 3 kills. That re-aggressing, rolling out through apartments gets punished. Stair hunting as well.
I mean, off angle, big time, lines him up. That's what he's here for. A 5-1 start despite going down 0-3. and Stair kind of into more aggressive space-taking roles here for the side of Astralis. It was a little bit more muted in the past. Still delivered in those spots, I should add. But on the T side, you'll see him hard entering a lot, which is kind of taking a toll on his statistics as of late.
He's trying to open things up here. See that he's putting a lot of that weight on his shoulders to be an aggressive force. Devices too right now in this map though.
Dang.
Peeking down middle with the Deagle, now with the op. Showing some fearlessness at the moment.
Oh, and now Hoopsie down bottom B. Only blind though. Great flashes from Maladoy. We'll keep him at bay. There is more support though. And I think Stair wants to swing again. That flashbang, though, will own him. And now Device being held and destroyed. Yakindar and Fallen scaling up the A site. It is just Yabby here on half HP already.
Oh my god.
Stair on the move gets that kill, sure, but it's all on the A side. It's all on Yabby here. Him versus Fallen, and of course, 34-year-old talent rifler, well known in the scene, of course. Will hard entry the site. It's 4-0 for Furia.
Yeah, his rifling has also been quite aggressive as well. You can see Yakindar and Fallen working as a pack right there to clear out that A side. And again, it just opens up more opportunities. It opens up more space here for some of your key pieces like Quesarado and Yuri to play a little bit more passive, to reel things in, because you have so many different aggressive elements on this team now. And even Quesarado working his way up Banana as Yakindar is taking space on the A side. I mean, Astralis are just left confused as to where that is even going. They can't rotate their players at all. They can't try and take map control back.
And it's Furia who are hitting some really good timings as well. You know, they're pushing, pulling back in towards Banana, so that makes Device, okay, think about, okay, do I need to third rotate? And on that timing, they walk out middle and slide into that off angle that Device isn't ready for. Gret to Yakindar, crosshair in the right place for the instant headshot. Device doesn't even get a chance.
Yeah, that push and pull is scary here. It's going to offer up Furia another good start. The same problem that Astralis faced here in that stage 1 matchup was very slow kickoffs here. I mean, down 2 to 10 in the first half of Nuke when they played up against Furia, and down 3 to 9 in the first half.
It's very interesting how Furia have decided to pick T-side in this map as well. You know, I'm sure Astralis have been all focused on their T-side so far. They've had some abysmal T-sides throughout this entire game. They've been facing down 9-3 halves off the start on almost all of their maps. And then Furia give them the CT end and are starting to rock them a bit early. Obviously, we have a little save. So, still guns available for Astralis, but maybe a even more confusion for Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's right now looking like really good push and pull, some really good timings being threaded by Furia so far, so that's a big difference maker. Maybe coming in with some preparation here onto the tendencies of these rotates out of Astralis, and they are pulling these off effectively. Yakindar with another challenge. Maybe a face-to-face here up against another Device op.
This one, Device would surely have the advantage, though. And Yakindar doesn't even want to peek. He needs to respect that off presence. They need to find where Device is first.
Just falling back him up once again as well here.
Another Molly, and seeing all this presence, they're like, okay, maybe Device's op isn't present.
This retake towards Banana looking good right now from Astralis. They're taking that control back away from the T side.
Yakindar's nailed the perfect timing, though. Senses that the Molly is a sign of weakness. He walked forward with Fallen.
Oh, man.
Yabby's in for a surprise. Surely his shoulder was seen. And now, well, dual setup spotted. Yabby going to be forced to leave. Double nades won't even catch him.
I mean, you gotta look at the panic rotate right now from Astralis here. They're instantly drawing back 2 players. When you spot a boost in apartments, that's going to ring some alarm bells here. That's what you're seeing right now in the map motion from Astralis.
I think seeing Arch. And now Device
take Banana right now.
He's also walking forward on lane and hits a perfect timing onto Yakindar. This time, not gun out. And so they might be able to scramble rotates back to be in time. But Stair burned his last Molotov just a little too early. He is in charge of the B site, entrusted as one of the stars of Astralis.
Fast flank also coming through from Stown, though, and everyone rotating in as this contact play is formulating.
It's made noise, though. The ult misses from Molodoy, and he won't get a second chance. Now pushing through the smoke. Hooksy helps out Stair, and it's just Quesarado on 6 HP, and you're right, that flank collapse is perfection from Astralis.
It's just a little too slow right there from Furia. They don't recognize the opportunity that they have on that B side, understandably so. They got all of the rotates and the utility baited out of Astralis' pockets, so when that is the case, you got to speed up before they can crunch in time, especially in those 4v5s. So a bit of a lack of acceleration right there from Furia, costing them big time.
Also a critical shot there missed by Molodoy. If he takes out the flank, he's there to hold the CT push, and that goes completely the other way. It's, instead of 2 kills from Molodoy, or maybe even more, it's 0. And it's Astralis with 1 on the board.
Absolutely. Big pickup right there coming through from Stown. Just the right amount of aggression. Risky business down Banana, though. Stair looking for some smoke spam. Testing the waters.
Focus on utility here for Furia. They still have a play in mind.
Yeah, they're already kind of wrapping up here towards brackets. Ready to take control. Remaining explosive. And tossing in that utility early. Looking to avoid a device op here that has been constantly trying to be proactive. Facing down middle, taking re-aggression. Device playing confidently to contain this space, but a Hall's pop lining up here for Furia.
And Yavi needs to get his molly down quickly, but it's too late. They're already in. Device does convert, but it's Yuri's AK. Hero dropping into the pit. At the moment, Yavi is alone, fighting for his life. Device can do nothing at the moment. Nade break to the smoke, and Yuri finds the kill. Hero AK and pit bomb planted.
Oh, they're going to recover as well. Good post-plant positioning already being formulated. Left outside looking in as the smoke is still in bloom, and another one gets recycled here. Astralis are left locked out for now and having to reroute this retake.
Okay, so finally, T-side utility has been expended. Will Astralis slingshot up the lane? They do have a smoke kit.
Double pit.
And the wallbang's not connecting. Yuri on 1 off angle. Great smoke, but good spam back from Yuri will stop them from getting into the site. The Hero AK gets 3 kills for Furia, and they continue their run. Now 5-1.
Yuri has to react so quickly right there. Not only finding access into the site, providing that opening pick, but also following it up on that pit player. While the HE is blowing open that smoke, he's still blind. Finding these duels. And Yabi looking for kind of a time-buying measure, ends up kind of being obsolete in the pit right there, as you can see. Smoke and bloom, he can't get anything going.
It's weird because, you know, he drops his smoke to try and stay alive, but it also just prevents him from getting any kills. It allows him to be isolated because Furia is just so perfect on that execute.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of leave him in pit right there. They focus on the site players. It's well adjusted.
Device is
really still looking down middle.
Wants this bad. The Kindar pops up and pops him. Missed shot for Device. Obviously one of the hardest shots to hit in all of Counter-Strike. Device still confident, but
they're going to take space off that as well. They're quick.
It's down. Solo on towards lane right now. One-man defense. And Yakindar wanting to pry that open. First is good, but a quick trade from Molodoy, and A-Site vaporizes again. Astralis are on the ropes.
And she can't get anything going right there. Device has been able to nail some nice shots down middle, but this time Yakindar reading into it, taking a long way around in towards that pit position. Gets a free headshot on the whack-a-mole. On crouching and deleting Device.
All these openers from Yakindar that are just so incredible. You know, I mean, he's been picking on Device a couple times now. Obviously, sometimes Device might be able to get away from that angle if he misses the shot. Yakindar has not let him escape, has punished him every time. We've already seen Device go for an arch peek. Yakindar's there. And really, Furia with a great read of the map and playing around Device.
Also interesting here, right? I think Yakindar's so used to being the heavy presence on Banana. Pretty typically.
Right
But I mean, it is interesting to see how much
for the
success that he has on the A side right now, dealing with brackets control.
That doesn't feel like Sunday school. I take it all back. Hopefully, Hooksy won't need any of those after this game if they get eliminated. Terrorists win. As yeah, the B side has seen barely any action. Honestly, it's been Device again getting picked on A. Down and Yabi unable to put up many site defenses here. So what's the idea for Astralis already burning through their second time out?
I think Yabby's still yet to lift off here in this matchup as well. Aren't able to find any kills on a lot of opportunities towards that A side, right? Getting chances to offer up some success, but always feels like left a little bit too limited or too late on some of his aggressive maneuvers, and Furia are just reading into those plays right now.
So Stair is kind of the flex player for Astralis. I wonder if he wants to get a little activated over towards the A site, maybe bring some more rifle presence towards the mid brackets instead of just having a solo op peek. I don't think Device even has an AWP this round, or now, never mind, he does. So get to play with the full kit again for Astralis and see what the switch up is in the game plan.
I'm kind of impressed. They still have so much economy still to work off of. I know they're saving with quite a bit of players, but right now their aggression getting punished by HEs.
I mean, Stair nearly goes down. I think the molly hit him in the face, but if it landed behind him, he would burn.
HEs continue to chew up at that B side aggression. So what you looked like was an early face there from the CT side ends up being some smokes deployed, utility dwindling out of their pocket, and the B side is left limited in defense. This is kind of a early call that's been made off the conditioning from Furia. Astralis feeling the need to help out and reinforce that A side.
And Kindar is just doing such a great job at selling presence. 3 players at Arch right now for Astralis.
And they're already working their way through here. Stair under pressure. Now the smoke gets recycled, but the execution following suit here, and it does seem like they're going to make a motion through the smoke.
Hard read here from Furia to walk into the site. Queserado's already in pool. Basically, the site has already been taken.
And they're going to have to play retake right now. They have
5v5.
limitations on the kits. It's a 5v5, yes, but...
OCT fades. A good flashbang from Molodoy owns Hooksy. Does that call it? Kindar still in the apartments, by the way.
It calls it.
Absolute nuisance right now. And Yabby's dead. 3v5.
They got to fight for their way out of this round at this point. I guess there's still a player in coffin. Stair gonna give this one last-ditch effort?
No, absolutely not. They don't have kits, Cole. I mean, they just got to get out of there, but there is a hunter on a wild safari for a unique species of Astralis players.
Another save forced out of their hands, man. Absolutely nothing given. Another perfect read coming through here from Fallen and the Furia camp. The exits here offered up. Not going to be the case. But that's just, I mean, again, constant conditioning. Kindar is able to draw the attention of 3 players on the Arch side, and it leaves the B site so weak. Stairs on half HP with a smoke to try and defend that site. That's never going to happen.
This is a huge difference as well from the way that Furia were winning rounds, even back on Nuke, back on Dust.
Yeah.
Furia's T-sides were also not great in that previous matchup. It was both comeback efforts from Astralis, but Furia would win their T-side rounds by Yakindar finding the double entry of a lifetime. This is just straight outplays happening in so many of these rounds. I feel like Furia are very prepared, even for this curveball.
Yeah, it's communication right now and coordination rolling through, all on top of some good momentum-based calling from Fallen that's stringing these rounds together. Able to perfectly condition the resources over towards that A side for a free B site, and now they have an opportunity to again capitalize on a small window right now. Yakindar doing a great job of drawing out attention, clapping his hands. This time an op posted up though. This is a difference maker. Now Device is containing a banana control deep, but the flashbang could force him off the line.
If he misses, which he doesn't, it could have cost him. Instead, good off angle from Device. Yuri will hit the pavement.
Able to instantly reposition as well, falls into safety.
And they stay 4A.
And he keeps his utility up as well. There now smoke just been deployed, and you're getting that extra help here, crucially buying time for that rotate. And now they're going to make a move in towards this A side. It is a bit of a vulnerability towards apartments,
Very much so. Yakindar could pop out and get a big entry, turn the game around, but Hooksy swings before the smoke blooms, down puts up a hold, and just Yakindar late walk, 1v3, 50 HP. He will have access to the bomb because Hooksy is still smoked out, but that smoke about to fade soon. And I think Yakindar looking less for the round and more for just the kills. Flash back in. 15 seconds. And Hooksy toying with Yakindar right now. Hooksy's been playing with extra confidence as of late for Astralis. We even seen him top frag a couple maps here and there.
That's been a big surprise for me. I didn't really anticipate that coming through here from Astralis, but you know, after a little bit of a break there, coming back in with the full momentum there. A little bit of motivation behind him is, I mean, this is a huge opportunity for him to kind of get a career revival. Been left on the sidelines for so long, so when you step back into the light here and such a big opportunity like Astralis, it's a chance to shine here.
I mean, he has already upped the stock of not just himself, but also Astralis since he's joined, as he is just full sprinting down Banana. Device on lane. Gonna be forced away, and
this is so much space right now, man.
This is devastating at the moment, but a huge kill from Hooksy. He divs K-Zerato in the head-to-head.
Oh man, now Yabi getting active right there. Big time play from Yabi to contain this A side, and the rotates are arriving on the scene.
Yabi drops the molly behind him, looking for the fight on the Yakindar, though. That's a big time kill. Stown trying to make a move behind the smoke, but look at this. It's already Hooksy on the backside. That's a bomb in the apartments, and Hooksy steps up, wins the round for Astralis, almost single-handedly. Stown, do whatever you must. Hooksy's done it.
A step up from Hooksy, fast on that flank there. Now still a little bit more to chew through. Can he stay surprising right now? Oh, that gives up his position completely.
I know what chat is full of right now. I don't even have to look at it. Multi-kill machine this guy is. And Yuri sees a shadow. Wait a minute, he's on for this clutch.
Bomb's still down, and Hooksy's still in resistance right now.
He's guarding off the apartments while Device does see him pop out towards lane. Hooksy is still staying steadfast. Huge off angle, and it's a Hooksy triple to lock it up for Astralis. Non-stop confidence.
Can't believe it right there. Just walking down B right there and absolutely destroying K-Zerato of all the players. Kind of watching that flank as well, but not a chance to deal with Hooksy. And transition helping out there as well with the fast flanks and good positioning to keep that round in safe hands. Astralis have a little bit of bite in this first half, something that we didn't really see versus Furia in stage 1. Or rather, Astralis that is, but we're seeing a timeout come through from Furia. They want to keep this half dominant again, and they've got a little bit of resources left in their back pockets to do so. AKs can come out from Maladoy, and you're rocking with the Galil.
We've already seen Hero AKs put in big work. Again, Furia have always been prioritizing the utility and have outplayed Astralis on a number of these rounds. It's finally when Astralis are shooting well is when it's going right. And Device back on an AWP can show a bit of that. As it's a 3B start for Astralis, but nothing committing down the Banana just yet. It's Furia putting on the pressure, though. Will that be realized, however?
So much utility here from this T side just to keep them at bay. Multiple mollies tossed in. That's going to separate Hooksy from his teammates right now.
Ooh, does Stare want to help his in-game leader in Hooksy? Not needed yet.
All that utility here for a little bit of a lack of play here up Banana. Multiple mollies dispensed right now out of the pocket, and Hooksy able to escape safely. He wants to stick around. He's not escaping. This control is of the utmost importance for him. He's keeping Banana contained here by himself. That's who they're trusting right now with these B-side setups. Fallen making noise on the A-side. Keeping attention turned here. Well, Hooksy's in such a forward angle. If he goes down, the rotates are going to be a little bit too long. It's a smart fall off from him.
He does have a molly ready to go to buy the extra time, but he dispenses it a bit early before any utility comes in.
There's another one.
Ah.
There it goes again here. And I think at some point you're going to toss in these mollies, and you're probably going to want to get a rotate going soon. That's the last bit of block utility right now, but there's no rotate.
It's crazy. They're actually saying, Hooksy, can you get at least one to make this retake possible? He's got a pop flash. He's going through this smoke. Can you believe it?
All right. Well, they're silent. Contact approaching.
He didn't throw a single flashbang. Now Hooksy's going to go. It is dodged out by Yakindar. And that actually might just win the round for Furia here. Yakindar gets a second one of the Stare inside the smoke. And, I mean, it's not even like, sure, Hooksy goes for the play, but it's like at the end of the day, he's solo on B. That's the only thing he really can do.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look at the way he tosses in those mollies right there as well. It almost felt like that's all a time buying measure for him to get at least one player rotating over, but no one on Astralis really budges. There was something in Astralis' mind that made them feel that that was going to be an A play guaranteed. And
I mean, they heard Fallen in the apartments as well, so they're still in their mind like, okay, they still have an apartments lurk right now. When is that guy going to fall back? Then, you know, something that Furia did there was keep apartments control away from Astralis, and I think that's what made them second guess that A site.
yeah, see some talking there from Hooksy sick play. It did feel like we were painting the picture there for a perfect Hooksy, you know, masterclass.
Yeah, because he was waiting for them to throw their flashbangs first, because that was the beauty of the contact walk there for Furia, is that they didn't throw any of their flashbangs, so Hooksy had no idea if they were actually through or not, or actually committing, because you can throw those fake smokes, but most teams save their flashbangs.
It's not the first time we've seen that move from Furia either.
Jesserado on the hold here, and Banana gets the double, both B players down. It's down as the third element, but about to be ran down by 3 Furia players. Molly locked in. Now Molly on top of him, too. And he should be done, but there's no trade right now. And then a banger flashbang, of course, tossed in by who else but Molodoy. And Fallen with his own makes yet another 9-3 half. Astralis have been full of them this entire tournament. It will be another comeback effort, but this time on the T side. As Vice, this is a hopeless endeavor. Seen and done. 9-3 again. Furia just outplaying Astralis on so many different levels, despite an attempted Hooksy masterclass.
Okay. Just the beginning. Let's go. Still have a safe side to go. Pistol. Similar to yesterday. Når vi går ind i midtravsen. Okay? Ja. Når vi begynder at spille.
They look like they can go on forever. And it's only the first match.
My brain feels like scrambled eggs after that marathon. Seriously, how do you recover from this?
I don't know, man. Looks like a long run. We need a quick reset.
Hey, cheer up, boys. It's only a best of 5. Refuel yourself.
Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are.
Oh, that was so saucy.
So creamy.
You were talking about the clutch, right?
Yeah. You?
Yeah, I guess.
And they said I couldn't keep it professional while casting Astralis. Yeah, it's Vi on the mic with Cole Extra McHenry as we're getting live here. 9-3 again for Astralis. They keep having to fight back deficits. Do we have another comeback in them? As they tried to pick Inferno and been really burned by Furia on this one.
Furia just looking so prepared here. They looked like they were ready for this sort of change-up and another dominant half for them. Now, Astralis have to pull back here. And that's been also a specialty of Astralis. They don't go down easy, but having to do so on the T side might paint a different story here. Need a pistol to activate. They're walking into a decent setup. A bit of an awkward one here. Forward angles, but dual Berettas close by as well, so the Furia camp has 3 players on this A-site defense.
It's going to be a decent lane apps pop, but Yuri's dualies are good. A flashbang from Fallen, because from who else could it possibly be from? Fallen's flashbangs are legendary, as Yuri will get 3, but thank Fallen for that one.
Dude, I mean, he's set up in a position where he's just ready to pop that utility off the back of the contact. Perfect counter utility coming through right there. And as you can see, Yakinda are able to survive. Yuri able to free fire. The trades are unavailable because of the counter utility coming through from Fallen and the quick kills from Yuri and the dual Berettas.
For like his entire career, Fallen has had the most ridiculous flash stats, and I believe back in stage 1, his average flash time per flashbang was 3 seconds. So on average, he is full blinding someone with a flashbang.
Oh man.
That one, he full blinds 2 people.
It's always just $200 well spent in that case, man. That is brutal. They could not make any work in that round.
He literally has a flashbang on this map named after him. Those deep banana flashes are called Fallen flashes that you throw over the B roof.
And they sure do work.
He is the Godfather. The Godfather of the flashbang, Godfather, Brazilian Counter-Strike, the sun. As Fallen's glowing right now. And it's not his new skincare routine.
I might need his glasses or sunglasses back on.
Yeah.
If that's the case. Bad Fallen might have to be revived.
No, he's still there, just waiting for a show match to come through. A stare, mollied out. This is a force buy from Astralis too.
Oh,
gotta win this if they want to even think about keeping their map big. And Yakindar's gonna hard clear it perfectly. And Astralis already have lost banana control. They're just on Tech 9s and armor. And they need a miracle.
Or duel here from Molodoi, but I don't think he's going to stick around for forever.
Yeah,
you already got the man advantage. You can fall back at the site. You're even getting a quick rotate, also joining forces here.
Yeah, you have Yakindar already on the off angle too. Yabi, no pre-firing that. Crossfire between himself and Caserado. And what is the Tech 9 supposed to do at this range? It's really nothing.
It's stalled out and their utility's going to fade here as well.
Last smoke deployed towards Library. 3 versus 5. It is looking doom for Astralis. Dreadful.
There's another lurk smoke here. How do you get the Tech 9s into the mix, though? You're just hoping that there's some sort of leverage provided right now by Stown and his Tech 9 at the moment.
I mean, you have Yuri still in pit, though. Trying to scale up on it, but getting a flying Tech 9 as well from Stown. Smoke deployed from Molodoi to try to keep him alive. He has the dualies and will be caught by Hooksy. There's a double kill here for Astralis, breaking back into the 3 versus 5, but they're delaying the plant. And this allows angles for Yakindar.
Fallen versus Hooksy coming up. Oh, he's going to take the long way around, though.
Already in apartments, but both remaining Ts have M4s. Elevated angle from device, though, is vulnerable even to an P9. Hooksy, is he watching for it? Oh, doesn't matter. Fallen's got the headshot now. Where's his flashbang? It's not quite connected there on the device. 36 HP round the site, and he can't hit it. It's Fallen run and gun, and it is Furia who rip away a hopeful round from Astralis.
Oh, you can see it kind of getting painted right there. Stown with that lurk smoke actually creates a way in for that round, but still unable to close it out in the 2v2. Fallen delivering in the closing stage. And despite that here, Astralis still providing a scare. It still keeps him in the money for that.
That's the kill.
That's a crazy pickup from Stown.
Even with Hooksy providing in the frag department too, like he got them back into the round with the hard entry onto Yuri. But still you're able to laugh it off because this Furia squad is a complete team. Yakindar 14-7. That feels like an automatic win for most Furia games.
I mean, that's what we kind of painted the picture. It's that rating that increases when Furia wins, when Yakindar is hitting his stride, and that's exactly what he's doing here on Inferno. Finding so many opening duels there, punishing Device with his plays in the first half here. And now you've got that late round presence coming through from Fallen in the clutch as well. Yakindar still hunting. Down Banana. Oh my god, that's nasty work with the HEs. 2 players go down to 50.
I mean, now as Yakindar drops his smoke too, that just makes his B-side hit so much less potent.
Now Fallen coming back with a full belt of utility. It's just going to be refreshed.
They got 2 smokes and a flashbang. Like,
only a single flash to get in is the big problem with B executes.
Whatever's
where your chances are limited.
Whatever's in your guy's wallet might be a better B-side execute than what Astralis have right now.
What about an A-side execute? A couple smokes can allow for an R-trap a little bit more effective.
And even a smoke deployed there into
Moto smoke. Oh, this is covered by Molodoy, though.
Oh, boy, that's an easy kill. And a Yabby's down next in line, but Molodoy will strafe out. He does need some backup, though. Getting wrapped and makes a great decision. Tucks away. Molodoy's here to put up his first highlight of the game. Down. And he gets the next. Molodoy up for the ace. If they're going to let him have it. 1 bullet remains in this AWP. Stare preying on these Astralis stars. And he will be answered as Molodoy smites down 4.
That's just beautiful from Molodoy. That is such a difficult position to hold off from. You can tell how panicky he is in that spot, but he's so composed in finding the kills. They're crunching in on him from multiple locations, but he finds safety, finds ways to find more shots, and will deny access. 4 kills in the mid to B that they attempt. Molodoy denies access, and this time Furia looking for a comfortable close.
They call him the truth over there in Brazil. They've also made jokes that he is the best Brazilian athlete of all time. He is from Kazakhstan.
Oh!
Well, he's keeping it up right now. Molodoy is all with the hype from the Brazilian fan base. He's doing it right now for his new adopted country. As it's also the follow-up from the Brazilians on the team. The actual ones on Furia. Queserado and Fallen. 3 combined together. And Stown left to complete a 1 versus 5. This was Astralis' map pick. This was their curveball in the veto. They didn't want to play their best map in Nuke. And well, here's where they stand. Stown strolling up.
Oh boy.
Fallen sees him. It is a potential for an open B site.
You just got to get past Fallen.
But Fallen's a hell of a rifler. At least as of late. Peeks out, but does fall.
1 point of damage. 1v3 here. The flank is already quick, though.
Oh, and he's getting spammed, too. Oh, and he burns in his own bowling to make it even worse. Inferno has the flames right now. And Furia with the fury as they slice through Astralis and even mind control them a bit.
Oh, man. Don't allow an opportunity for a comeback. Don't allow for a chance to pull the scoreline close like Astralis did in Stage 1. This time, they dominate in the second half. You see highlights from everyone on Furia finding their way to impact the round. Yakindar with so many opening duels here again. It's such a luxury right now for Furia that they have this guy activated. This guy that can communicate, that can bring home these quick kills, and that's exactly what he does in this matchup, man. Another great performance. Yuri also stepping up to the plate right now is a good sign. Here in Cologne, you want to have him impacting the server as well, and that's what you get. Yakindar are able to find these opening duels. You've got Yuri playing sneaky in these late rounds, and it just becomes a deadly force for any team to deal with.
And the only way Astralis were truly able to win these rounds was by individual moments from who else but Hooksy, honestly. Like a triple kill, double kill for him. And even getting them back into this 4 spot that they ended up losing. But everything else, Furia totally outplay, outshoot, out everything on Astralis.
Yeah, it's a scary sign right there. It felt like they knew Inferno was coming right now with the fact that Astralis kind of switched things up in the veto. And
not burning it.
Fully prepared.
I feel like that's the most Astralis way you could potentially lose a game these days. It feels like we've taken a little time machine back to late 2024.
That's not where they want to be here, right? They want to be, bringing in the performances that they did in Fissure and in Astana as well. They want to be able to carry forward some of that momentum that they had here in terms of a team that can do so much damage, that obviously can reach the heights here, and also, are showing a lot of improvement.
Yes.
Right there, it could be kind of a situation where, despite all that, they're still facing elimination, now down a map in dominant fashion.
Yeah, right. And, well, at least, they can give a little effort on Dust 2. They've kept it competitive in the past before with Furia, but Furia came through with a prepared game plan. Do they have another thing prepped here for Astralis in this elimination game? If Astralis fall here on Dust 2, it's going to be game over.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of a scary feat, right? Again, Furia coming through with so much preparation, ready to go on Inferno. They're seeing Fierce Molodoy towards the tail end, right? Wasn't really required to do a lot there, setting up good supportive utility for that T side. But then on that defense, really getting to show his stuff with the multi-kill ability that he brings to the table. And that's a scary sign for Dust 2 as well, which just feels like a map that he specializes in.
Yeah, Astralis, just realistically, they didn't get to play Counter-Strike, but I think Dust 2, it's a lot more open than that of Inferno, and we'll see if Astralis can come back shooting and keep this series competitive. We're going to bring this one off to a break. It's Astralis' tournament life on the line.
Humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice. Our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Oh, forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback!
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.
And it's Dust 2 here. Wrong teams, but definitely the same map, as it's going to be Astralis taking on Furia to fight on for their tournament lives.
Yeah, they got to live on here on Dust 2, a map that Furia were able to take again in that Stage 1 performance. They looked very confident. They had all of those same pieces hitting. You have Caserado finding big-time openings as well as Yakindar, and it just feels like there are some difficulties here for Astralis. But again, it's about the preparation here, right? Are you able to continue to develop here on Dust 2 versus Astralis that are going to be eager to bounce back on this map?
Yeah, and I think Astralis still have some life in them, but I think just tactically, like a map like Inferno, you can sometimes go around without seeing a person, and that was kind of Astralis's defense that entire time. The B side of the map was just kind of completely empty. Always the weak side was being hit. Yakindar pushing and pulling and dragging rotates over to A non-stop. And Astralis just got systematically outplayed in just the tactics alone, not just the firepower.
I think that's a scary factor, though, right? I mean, obviously, when you talk about Furia, you have a lot of these opening presences, right? And obviously, the calling's still very good with Fallen leading the charge, but when you're looking at an opportunity to bring this home, you've got to be able to, position yourself a little bit better. You have to have device striking here. That just never really wasn't a consistent factor for Astralis. It was Yakindo that was able to punish him on his aggressive duels.
Yep.
Even though Device, tried to remain confident, it just didn't feel like he could get that same leverage, the same opening duels that he's looking for, and that's a scary factor that's brought by this Furia team in that opening map.
Yeah, I think for the side of Furia, Device never got a chance to really get a clean shot. I mean, he was trying to force fights in middle and had one opportunity that he missed on Yakindar, and I think he just played passive the rest of the game. He never took another aggressive op fight. The only time we saw him really was towards that banana angle, at least, and they did go on to win that round. That was one of the 3 rounds that they did pick up. Yeah. The rest were picked up by Hooksy multi-kills. Like, are you kidding?
Yeah, that's maybe not something that you want to live on right there. If you're on the side of Astralis, you want to be able to keep things contained here. You see the game plan starting to be formulated right now.
Yep.
This is a chance to stay in Cologne, fighting for Astralis. They're back against the wall now, and Dust 2 is something you have to live on. You just watched Molodoi heat up on that CT side with that last little push that Fury needed across the finish line, and that also is another scary factor, that you do have a good op on the server that's ready to play on Dust 2.
Yeah, it was an op that was kind of diffing Device in certain ways as well. I mean, he was just going for doors peaks versus Device and just having a field day for Molodoi, even catching picks on crosses, and Molodoi is just a beast on Dust 2. It's just the fact of the matter here. And he wasn't even needed on Inferno. It's suddenly the whole breadth of Furia now can get unlocked on this map of Dust 2. And obviously the question is, we didn't really get to see any of the firepower from Astralis and what they were able to bring to the table. The only person you can kind of needle a bit was Yabby on that A-site pit area, and he was getting non-stop attacked and didn't really bring any output. He needs to turn that around.
Yeah, there was a couple of I mean, maybe just one solid defensive round coming through from Yabi that came through at the helm of him getting active and taking early fights, not allowing for Fury to get their aggression rolling and to get those opening duels. So when he played like that, when he disrupted the execution, he was able to surprise and catch them off guard, but that's something you need to see replicated time and time again here in this next map of Dust 2. As we talked about Molodoi, this also feels like a Yakindar specialty as well. He's already heated up on Inferno. He's hopping into another map where he feels so comfortable. He plays so confident. He's going to be taking those active duels in just the same vein and shutting him down on top of Molodoi's impact. It's going to be a huge challenge here for Astralis.
The nice thing here for Astralis is that they actually get to start on the CT side, and you can probably get a device op rolling on Dust 2. It's kind of hard to outplay an AWP on Dust 2. Eventually, you're just going to have to deal with it no matter the case. So, at least, Dust 2, again, I said it earlier as we started off, but it's a much more open map than something like an Inferno. Eventually, your players are going to have duels and fights that they can win. You can see Stare potentially come through with multi-frags and down actually activate.
It's just a little bit different than Inferno, where I think Astralis on the CT side were caught in a lot of periods of transition, right? They couldn't really lock down their sites or were having to rotate into these duels instead of, fighting for the control on the site. And that I think is one of the big differences that Dust 2 creates.
There is one more thing, and that the point on is that Furious T side last time they played against Astralis was on on the struggle bus, the only way they were really able to win those T-side rounds was through Yakindar once again, and him finding ridiculous double kills to open up rounds. Even though Furia did have a 9-3 half, once again, we were talking about this 9-3 half versus Furia. Astralis have been down to the deficit every time. Astralis nearly ran back the whole map, nearly brought it to a third map in the series. And so, I mean, Yakindar has been performing well. Can they continue to rely on that, or will there be extra elements here for the side of Furia?
Yeah, I mean, that was the difference that we saw. I think Fallen's calling on Inferno led them to a lot of T-side success. It was, good position. It wasn't on the sole entries to get their pickups, but on also finding the weak side in the map there. If you're looking at what happened in stage 1 and you're able to react to that, which it already feels like Furia are doing in this matchup, you kind of expect that same success and same good reads coming through from Fallen to formulate here once again, to be another challenge that Astralis face here. But like you said, it's more of an opportunity to see activity from Astralis. They have to be able to lift off in this map and actually get off to a decent start. I think that has been something that has haunted this team so far throughout this event is a little bit of slow starts here and there. So being able to lift off early, getting so on the CT side, trying to get Device and op as soon as possible, that just has to be something that comes through here for this map.
Yeah, I mean, just get Device on an 8 AWP. Like we saw yesterday, just how good he still is. Like, he is honestly still an engine of success, despite, his years that we've all talked about, and just, a decade of play being at the top of Counter-Strike with some breaks in between. But Device is still Device. Device can still hit those flicks and even deliver highlights on the rifle. Like, Astralis have one of the best oppers in Counter-Strike right now, and they just need the rest of the team just needs to give him that little bit of space, get an op into his hands to actually give him opportunities to show his stuff. Because we saw yesterday versus Vitality, even though the 0-2 loss, I've already talked about it so far in this series, but he's still impressed despite the L.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a key factor here. This is something that Astralis have to lean in on, right? Is trying to open things up, get the tone set here. Your riflers here, outside of Hooksy, having to press the issue and get active in these duels. You want to see the impact come through from players like Yabi and Stown to start off rounds, right? I mean, those are important factors in this team too. And the late kickoff that we saw from Yabi, the struggles that he had in anchoring down these sites, it can't keep rolling up here if Astralis want to continue to play on.
Yeah, I think Astralis are a team that many thought deserved to be here in Cologne. I even thought as a potential dark horse into playoffs, but obviously a opening matchup versus Vitality is no fun, and now a lower bracket opener, a rematch versus Furia that they haven't had a great time against. Can they reverse their fortunes here in Cologne?
Okay, here's the start right now. Oh my god. Just jumping up on top of the Xbox. That's confident stuff from Astralis. As a motion towards longest solo from Yakindar.
And now Quesarado as well moves forward. Perfect timing with the molly. Distracts down. And Device popping shots off, but no targets present themselves. He will back away. It's opening pick here for Furia.
Big time start right there. Not allowing for that aggression to lift off there. Stown watching from the sidelines with another pistol. And Quesarado already to open things up. You've got cat control contained here. Furia not left showing their full hand though just yet. Walking up catwalk for Quesarado.
Quesarado's
for the CT.
Yeah, he's dropping CT. They're going mid to B. Smoke even deployed there too to make life even worse. As now Quesarado facing two players and he's basically spray transfers the block. But Yabi's got two back. We're talking about this anchoring presence. Needs to bring it forward. He does. 3 kills here for Yabi. Guillotine that he is. Needs even more though. Still more challengers. Molotov getting shot in the back though. Stair missed. And now Molotov can get that kill on a Stair as Yabi also falls. Molotov was on 6 HP, but still surviving. Stair out of ammo. He didn't hit a single bullet out of the magazine, and now he might be in an unwinnable clutch.
Oh, is this heroic effort gonna go to waste right there? From Yabi, fast in rotation for Stair. He never gets a chance right there. Molotov ends up putting it to rest in the end. Stair with a missed opportunity to dunk in a kill, put it into a 2v1. And instead, there's no relief for Yabi.
Molotov is just laughing. He knows he should have been dead. And honestly, they should have lost that round off the back of that kill. Despite this incredible sequence from Yabi. 3 bullets, 3 headshots. How did he hit the last? But All you can do is try to grin it away, but it's pain on the inside as yet another bad start for Astralis. Forced by out towards long. Out in the open is Yabi. Yuri collects. Quesarado and Yuri firing off early. And Furia running on Dust 2. Device no headshot. And this force buy is over in the span of 30 seconds. As Stown about to be doomed.
Ooh, oh man, not a chance to breathe right there. I mean, on those force buys as well, you got to be able to provide some kills. And that's extra funding as well. And they just do nothing. They get tore through by Quesarado and Yuri on Dust 2.
And totally solid. Just letting the fraggers run free here for Furia. You know, they were known as the Fangs of Furia, but I think it kind of lost a bit of their punch. Oh, in that wildness. Full 5-man push up mid, smoke as well, but oh, goodness, yeah, this is not happening. This is shooting some ducks at the moment. As everyone goes down, another 30-second round played there by Astralis. It's a fast 3-0 start.
Oh man, 3-0. We've just gotten into Dust 2 right now. They're rolling on up, making these rounds quick, and trying to get that AWP that we mentioned out as soon as possible.
That one 15 seconds, actually. Sorry, my bad, folks.
Even quicker. Scout and Fallen's Hand op for Molodoi. What do we got rocking here in this one? Double up in towards Sui. Scout shot to rattle off here. That allows for Molodoi maybe to get a surprising
That's so
pick.
interesting. It's trying to bait in the fact that into Molodoi's op, it worked. The bait worked. The bait worked. It's like, oh, I'm just peeking into a scout. I've got an op. I've got a great advantage. Absolute bait there for Furia.
Oh, device bites, and now that op that we talked about that could be so influential is down early with an opening duel from Molodoi. It is recovered by Stown.
I just love these tricks from Furia. Somehow they're able to bring a new idea to the table on a map they pick so frequently. On a rematch. You know, they only played Astralis, what, 2 days ago?
Yeah, I believe so. Maybe 3 days ago. I'm not sure.
Yeah, 3 days ago.
But either way, it is so impressive that they're able to develop even more ideas. And oh boy, walking right into the
crosshair. There goes the op again.
Does not budge. Held the line for forever, and another op hits the floor.
Fallen should get credit for Molodoi's kill. I'm just saying.
An assist, maybe?
Yeah, at least an assist, right? Yeah, something like that. Maybe some ADR. You know, share like 25% of the ADR. Oh, it's Yabi. Hold on. B-side play. Yabi on the anchor duty. Currently isolated fights. Doesn't matter. Because Furia are just fragging their way out of disadvantageous situations.
Drop on them. They're moving the bomb up catwalk.
And
there's surprised.
And
oh boy.
Jesus, these rounds are flying by fast, man. Astralis's fuse here on their exit to the Cologne is burning away fast.
Oh, I mean, it came through late, but Molodoi just holds the line for forever. Device hoping he can sneak a pick. I mean, especially when you don't see that mid-smoke ever bloom, you're kind of anticipating that there's still going to be a duel that presents itself at some point.
Here's a boost up. Tricks here from Molodoi.
I'm watching lower here. Not going to catch anything. It's the long stack is present from Astralis.
I mean, this honestly feels brutal for Astralis. I think what we've seen from them, even at this tournament so far, I think is kind of undeserving of a potential last place exit here, at least in the main stage, right? They did come from stage 1, but you know, you expect them to do just a bit better and be a contender in the world stage. But it is Furia who are just playing pristine Counter-Strike. That's a B-side open, by the way.
Just containing all of CT. Loves to work through the mid doors. That's one of his, I think, best positions on opening duels. And the B side is fully clear. They're going to identify this. I mean, right now you're looking at the kill totals here. Yabi with the brilliant hold on the pistol round. And that is all. It's only been Yabi. Okay.
Literally,
it's just Yabi.
Literally only Yabi.
He looked so good in the pistol, right? It was so impressive, but Yabi not going to be able to add to his kill total instead. Quesarado feasting.
My God. Oh no. Not even one for Device. What does 4 zeros in binary translate to? I think that's 16. So I mean, if in
I don't know.
I don't know what it is. I
have
think
no
it's,
idea.
But it's some number in binary, whatever that is. That's how many kills Astralis have at the moment.
Yeah,
if you think about it, for the robots, Astralis are going absolutely crazy right now.
Fortunately, they have 5 zeros. 0 in the round total here. Furia.
Oh God.
Counted up here. The money is just unbelievably stacked as well.
The worst case scenario right now for Astralis, right? They lost the first gun round just instantly. No one's getting started strong. This is the exact opposite we were talking about in the pregame. It's kind of brutal to watch, honestly.
Yeah, all those kind of win conditions that we highlighted, getting off to a good start, being able to get a device op out. They have come through, but they haven't really provided. I mean, good start, not so much, but the op has come through, and it's just been plucked out early.
And missing firepower as well. As just Yuri able to hard entry out B.
With the round they have here.
They're already pressing the mid doors. They're already worked up towards Cat. Kindar does eat a grenade, but has a flashbang from Fallen.
He's feeling the resistance on Catwalk. Double HEs. This is revealing so many players here now.
Surely they just spring on B. An excellent grenade on a Hooksy right back, but mid to B is a massive weakness right now.
And they want to press it here. The re-aggression on Catwalk is valuable. That's something you got to lean on for Astralis, but they've got to beat him to the punch right now.
And Yakindar lining up flashes. Is gonna jump and see the players on Cat. Oh no! And he still gets a kill, and B side's been opened up. Yabi was only good for 1, but Stown makes a play, keeps it level at least. Man advantage right now for Astralis, gives him a chance, but smoke to the doors. Ooh. Molly to window. Yuri inside of the smoke, pushing past. Stown is inside of the site right now. Molodoy does not know. It comes down to Yuri in the clutch.
Oh my God.
Moving through smokes. And being watched for by Stare, it will be Astralis on the board.
Oh, smart move from Stare right there. Nothing else to look at. You gotta be aware of those moves, those risky positions. They're able to recover. Stare bringing home that multi, and there's a little bit more input from the rest of the squad. The fast flank rolling up Catwalk provides a lot of coverage. And some risky maneuvering. Stown pushing past multiple smokes. The mid to B smoke gets ignored by him. Able to cut off another player.
They almost lost that round. That round was almost Furia's too, if it wasn't for that push from Stoud. And Astralis has some playmaking in them. They still have some confidence to make some bold moves.
Double op here brought out here from the CT side. Stown rocking the secondary.
They're already flashing through mid doors right now. Stown is, again, solo B defense for Astralis. But he does convert on the first, but they're about to be flying in through the tunnels. Or will they?
Though. They're stalled. Locked out here. A chance to capitalize onto Stown with an op. And now long aggression rolling through as well.
Perfect.
Hooksy able to capitalize.
And Hooksy on the board. No agent for him. And Device with the pick on to Yuri, and Astralis are alive in this map. Flashbang forward. Yakindar does spin, but not in time. It's Astralis' turn for a flawless round. Just K-Serrato to ruin that trend.
If you can drop any extra guns, that'd be nice, but stuck it towards lower tons.
In T-spawn.
Be a challenge.
Chickle peeks here from Yabi. I think he did see K-Serrato. And now smoke, they close in the box. Here's Hooksy with the double kill, and now I think everyone on Astralis has a kill now.
They're all good. They're back here. They're a little bit revived, and also they're dictating the pace right now. They're not allowing for the aggression from Furia to capitalize and catch them off guard. This is great awareness coming through from Stown. I mean, risky business again from him. He's vulnerable to the B side entry, but when you're solo B, you've got to take some risk, and you got to force fights on just one front. And sets his focus correctly here. Furia forced into a timeout. They're not happy with this little resurgence that we're getting out of Astralis, and it all comes down to some more confidence coming through from individuals. Stown playing more forward-facing, taking risk. And I've got Hooksy pushing through long doors. That's a huge difference.
And have been cutting down these players on their untradeable moves at the moment. You know, I think Furia have a lot to talk over because they have tactical advantages, but they haven't been slowing down to take advantage of those situations. And so I wonder if we're going to see some slower gameplay. How about a tag on the Stout already? Going back in for the mid-fight, opening pick given to Furia instantly.
That's B. That is B. Now, unidentified right now, but I feel like there's 2 B players
They're going to send
running
them
through
in.
tunnels.
Yep, here we go. And it should be already done. Hooksy's trying to sprint into the play, but doors smoke already in. Stakes set down for Furia. Yakindar's even holding the long smoke. Yabi can't push this. It's just going to be a save at like a minute 30 for Astralis.
Yep, they're calling it off.
That is
here.
crazy. That round literally ended
with a mid pick.
And that's it.
Now, I got a question here, Astralis, right? You're doing a good job of at least taking some risk right there. But this is back-to-back rounds we've seen Stown stay solo towards the B side.
Oh, Yakindar's holding this. Is Hooksy clear this? He got the shot in him? Yep, he does. Yakindar moving and shooting a little. But yeah, I mean, Stown isolated, and he doesn't want to actually hold the B side in low HP, so he just takes the risk, goes for the mid pick. And I wonder if that's just part of the plan for Astralis, or that's Stown trying to call on himself individually.
I think it's also probably Hooksy reading in that, okay, we've gotten a lot of attention towards mid to B. I mean, mostly B site takes coming through here from the side of Furia, so I think you're expecting them to change it up and throw, you know, kind of a surprising long attack off of spawn, but that is still Furia avoiding that A side up against these gun rounds completely. We'll see if they go back to a more standard approach, but that's kind of a tone setter. This time, not overcomplicating the matter.
Another trick here. Here comes the decoy. That device. He's trying to peek over the smoke. He's trying to get at lines into
you
Siri.
hear 4 or 5 op shots and you kind of realize that
he would be out of bullets by this point.
Maybe there's 2. You never know. There's some mid collapse rolling through it. Some semblance of it. Blowing open that.
Oh my god!
What?
Fallen rifler by trade, surely. He's been doing that for 15 years, I'm pretty sure, Cole. Fallen, flashed up cat. Oh my god, it's Fallen double entering right now! Dude, he's looking like Donk right now! But he's double his age!
Oh my god. You just can't breathe here if you're Astralis. Now Fallen stepping up into the server. More to do though. And around like this, and Stown on the op. Oh, they're just giving over this catwalk though, and the timing might be perfect.
Oh,
he's give away your shadow, but nothing on this A side.
Oh, they've given up. Yep, there it is. It's Fallen about to walk up A for free. Flashbang forward. But Quesarado realizes, hey, A side's good, folks.
They're out long as well.
And Yuri jumping up Xbox could be caught. Instead, dropping it off mid doors. That is well literally with the bomb top mid.
Made a wise decision there to go long. The cutoff is a little bit too late. Now the fast cat flank is coming through. Hooksy's got to be the hero again.
Yuri is holding though. Oh, but Hooksy hard entry as well. In-game leaders can frag, I suppose. But now Molly for Hooksy. He just has to go in. He can't run back, but he tries anyways. 2 versus 4. And it's time to bail for Astralis.
That was one factor I didn't fully expect Fury to be able to call upon. Fallen just diffing device in the middle fight with an AK in hand and finding the 2 kills to follow up to secure the round. Talk about the Yakindar opening presence, Quesarado, who's playing a lot more aggressively here on Dust 2 as well.
But, oh, he just one-tapped device. He one-tapped device. Katie and eat your heart out. This is a real rifling IGL now.
Oh my god.
Terrorists win.
Just destroyed him, man.
Nice.
Just destroyed him.
Is this the long round, buddy?
Oh my god.
Oh, is this a long round? Is this the time that they go out long? I mean, Astralis have been trying to predict it with the multiple, you know, solo site defenses from Stown. But is this the long round?
Yeah, a lot of teams like CT sides have defaulted to taking long control, so if you never go for a long play, you'll never run into the risky long fight. I think the only time Furia did it was on the anti-force buy. So the ultimate curveballs right after the timeout. Yep, we're running out long, guys.
Seems to be called here before that timeout was even brought out. But I mean, Astralis have failed at predicting that kind of stacked presence already before, so we'll see what sort of direction Fallen, maybe lining up that smoke already. Yakindar, he has the spawn, so this just might be it.
And here we go, of course, off the timeout, but it's going to be a car crash at long. 4 players here, Yakindar between the smokes, though no good. And Furia will be cut down. Yes, the long setup still stays here for Astralis.
They knew it was coming. Oh, but it's not over. Quesarado cracking it open through the smoke. And so 1 kill on the outro to close the distance just a tad here. A sacrifice of a lot of health, though, right now.
You're taking mid.
Maybe it's not the long round. Maybe you have to open up your eyes to new sights here. First, you don't succeed. Go somewhere else.
That's not the phrase, but I like the enthusiasm. It is. I think this might just be a save for Furia.
I don't think so. They've got money for the rest of the half, surely. Plenty of economy to stack up. I mean, I guess you don't want to give over tools here to the CT side. They're preying on some re-aggression, and Astralis, to be honest, when they've been in a position of power, they have been a little bit antsy on the re-aggro.
Ooh, and Device just cleared mid. He just swung all the way across. On a timing, though, they've missed the catwalk up. Device throwing utility
back, though.
B. And he hits that shot on a Yuri. Beautiful.
Man, oh man, okay, that prepares you a little bit better. Hooksy still in a position of power. Throws the flash early, though. Already has to reposition. He kind of showed his hand at the moment.
Yeah, Hooksy does reposition towards the ramp. He still needs to deliver this kill. Oh, Molodoy's actually posted. Molodoy can just make sure that Hooksy can't stop this plant. There's a very weird 2 versus 4 post plant right now. Smoke on the site as well to buy some space. Quesarado together here, but Molodoy will get cleared by Device. And that leaves Quesarado in an unwinnable 1v4, and Device is just going to expedite it by jumping up on the boxes. And, well, Astralis have at least gotten 3 for a 9-3 half.
Turns out that wasn't the long round. Astralis again stacked 4 players on the A side at the very get-go. They're still saying down, hey, good luck at B. It eventually pays off, man. They were playing some risky business there, but eventually rewarded for their efforts. And a big shot there, all 3 from Device to keep this round in safe hands. The 4v2 was looking scary with the way that they were trying to activate in that round the smoke to play spoiler. But it turns out it wasn't the long round. Gonna rethink the setup here. Another shot from Molodoy, another 4-man stack for this long side. Astralis. Maybe no rounds are the long round from this point forward.
I mean, that would honestly be the best case scenario here for Astralis. Because the T sides also just haven't been great and much to look forward to for Astralis. At least against Furia.
They do get some extra help on this B side. Deviant's down. This time a combo deal on B instead of just a solo defense. I think smart of Furia to kind of avoid what has been a pretty hefty setup on this A side.
Is this still what you want, though, even if you are Furia? Because there's no CT player at the moment. There's no one who can actually disrupt your mid to B, and then suddenly the 2 defenders on the B site will have 3 angles to look forward to. And here comes that exact play. Nade to the smoke too. Yabi does tuck away. And now running forward in front of the smokes here. Yabi fighting. Stout also brings home a kill. And Stare the same. There's that CT player rotating in. And there's the round for Furia. Unless Fallen has got a masterclass. It's close, but no cigar. It's 4 rounds for Astralis.
I mean, one of their best first half. It is their best first half that they've had up against Furia in stage 1. They only got 3 rounds in the first half. They're able to provide a little bit more here. And Furia left a little bit frustrated. Setup holds together like glue. And playing Disruptor before they can ever get through that smoke. Yabi on the scene. Yeah, it's still the solo B setup.
B again.
I mean, if Furia only knew.
I mean,
every round was played out.
The long control at the moment, they might start reacting for a fast mid to B. You see Device is scrambling back into middle.
That's kind of been the theme here. You've had a late scramble back into recovery of this middle side and of B. But they get there in time, and that's when I think Astralis' defense gets buried with a cutoff from Molodoy.
Slides back. Device dealt with. Has been a non-factor on this CT side. Oh, and a nade onto Hooksy. And an inevitable cat swing that's coming through. No flash is necessary. They're just contact walking up. Hooksy did not see anything.
Oh my god.
And so that flashbang does nothing. Yabby's looking at long as they're already basically on the A side. Hooksy's just dead. Not even that. Yabby's probably dead here. As Quesarado swings, there he goes. A side open and the round's over. 8-4 half. Basically a guarantee as Yuri also has a dual backstab. Down instantly headshot at 8-4 for Furia. Total outplay of Astralis. And the stars are burning out a bit here in Cologne. It is another deficit at the half for Astralis, this time 8-4. And Furia just keep leveling up in every game that they play against Astralis. First map was just total domination. Will it stay here on Dust 2?
Don't want to allow them any room to come back here in this second half like Astralis have had to do so far.
Fallen P2K. Pops off a couple. It's a double car setup though.
Man.
Fallen setting up his team as he always does. Fallen will go down. It will lure them forward into a double headshot triple from Yakindar. It's absolutely
destroys him. He's just the bait. They don't even need the switch. He does it all. Quick kills coming through off the back of the counter flashes rolling out, and he destroys them. Complete destruction. Astralis don't get a chance to lift off. They don't get a chance to fire back on this pistol.
Oh my goodness. Yakindar is called the win condition for this team. Every time he steps up in a game, it's automatic. He even drops an op over to Molodoy. Kind guy that he is.
It's okay, Molodoy got him back with the rifle as well. Oh man, what an electric start for Yakindar in the second half. Tags landed, Molodoy getting his chance to fire down range.
Talk bad on this guy one more time, he says. I mean, honestly, the reject, he was benched for 6 months. They left this guy on a bench for 6 months. No one wanted to pick him up except for Furia. And now, I'll say tomorrow Team Liquid is also fighting for their life.
I mean, I've talked plenty with Yakindar especially after Dallas when they really were able to rise to the occasion. He just says there's a lot more trust. There's just a lot more setup. His communicative ability right there comes through in this team, and they listen a lot more effectively.
They trust that, you know, okay, I'm going to go for this crazy play. And Furia say, go for it.
Just seems like an environment that he can thrive in right now, and as you can see, he is thriving.
That ace is one of the highlights of the tournament right there already. I mean, this Cologne especially has been filled with highlights. Well, I mean, Mongols are just out there clip farming today, and Furia want a little bit of that action too. Astralis 3 rounds away from exiting Counter-Strike's most storied event.
Oh man.
And Molodoy wants to put them 1 round closer.
In your face. Stair, can you avoid this, and for how long is the question? They're committed to this setup. You can't stick around for forever. You know counter utility and mollies are going to rain back in reaction, so that is a good move to fall away while you can.
I'm waiting for him just to hit a no-scope headshot through the wall.
Pulamonisi?
Pulamonisi.
I think he has something up his sleeve here.
Well, there's no op as well for the T side. Molodoy can take whatever angle he likes.
I mean, it's smart for him to recognize that as well. Confident mid duels here. Misses the cross on the stair. And is going to reposition here. Or maybe
I know.
Catwalk is completely overlooked.
Are anticipating a long pop at the moment. With 2 players over towards long, they've left the A side completely empty.
Yeah, the bomb still in a very neutral location right now. Molodoy, how much effort does he want to go for in covering off middle? Because right now he needs to rotate, he needs to scramble back towards this catwalk. Otherwise, it's going to be more of a retake-centric setup.
It's interesting.
Long aggression coming through right now. Now, this should queue up some rotates here. You're calling it clear.
Yeah, Yakindar is actually just going to get in the pit. They know it's coming up towards the catwalk, especially as these smokes come through. Yakindar just going to try and be annoying. A great flashbang blinding multiple players. He's going to get up towards the ramp. He's going to fight this solo. Yakindar believing in his aim right now. Does he have it for another highlight? Fallen gets the first kill in this round. Yakindar, though, maybe not even needed. Fallen just solo entried up cat with just an MP9. Does he have another one in him? Versus Hooksy. And a flashbang forward. Fallen, not quite, but of course it's going to be traded. 2 versus 3. Molodoy has a challenger inside a CT. He misses, though, on to Stown. And now 2 players scaling up the cats. Yuri and Quesarado, the fangs of Furia, sliding through the catwalk, looking for their incision as Stown is just 7 HP. Will get wall banged out perfectly by Quesarado. The kit is available. Stown in the clutch. Now just 13 HP, but can't find the headshot. It's Furia who keep advancing on Astralis. Nothing can go right for the Danes.
And Fallen continuing to provide, allowing for access up the catwalk. A little bit chaotic in the late round there. They even get exploited on the weak side of the defense. But Fallen covering all angles there, dealing with the lurking presence and allowing for space up catwalk for those fangs to sink their teeth in.
As just another brutal round as well. For the side of Astralis, what did Fallen do up the catwalk, man? Just a double entry with the MP9.
He dealt with the lower lurk right there, and then, I mean, again, you're keeping that space on catwalk. You're trying to spoil those rotates in that position, but they don't get a chance to. Fallen reading into it. He comes through prepared. And even when you think Furia are caught off guard, they have that X factor able to bring rounds back. A 5v5 up the catwalk is not an easy round to win right there for the CT side. It felt like they were too far out of position.
The genius wallbang, though, from Case too. And that's the only spot you can wallbang on those boxes is right between them.
Right down the middle.
Yeah, and otherwise it is too heavy. You can't actually pen that with the AK-47.
And the way that ends as well.
How did Stan... Where are the bullets going?
He couldn't track it, man. It felt like he just lost his mouse pad. The aim just stopped. Had the tip of his head shown, but couldn't quite find the kill necessary. And the round stolen by Furia. And this series could look even more one-sided than the last.
It's a pretty sad way for Astralis to potentially head out of Cologne. They need another comeback. Honestly, they've seen this scoreline all tournament. Oh, and it gets worse. Hooksy plucked out of the round immediately. All 4 players for Astralis are in the upper tunnels. This is a last gambit.
Okay.
The B site leaping forward. Yakindar on the hold. And then there's Yuri as well, supporting from above. Perfect flashbangs from Molodoy. And Astralis go in and hardly get a kill. Nothing there for Astralis. As Furia, 8 chances to boot them out of Cologne.
Yeah, I mean, Yakindar stepping up to the plate right there. Quick transition defense coming through. Not only the opening duel from Molodoy, but having multiple B-side players ready to go. And now they find themselves on series point. And this time they're not allowing Astralis to slip their way back into this game. It's systematic in the shutdown. Yakindar had 3 kills at the turn of the half. He's now on 11. With the ace on the pistol and the 3K just there.
He's back at long now. Holding it by himself, he did it.
No
He's
way.
going for the double. There's no way Yakindar just did that to them. On death's door. He's going to slam it shut.
A sneaky double right there. Now a chance, but Yuri already on the scene. They've got this one boxed up towards long. Unrelenting here is Furia. And they're looking to eliminate Astralis with the quickness.
Yakindar, you want a 4K to end it all. Shoulder scene as well. Oh, Hooksy's down to 3 HP. Yakindar sat on the bench for 6 months, and now he's advancing through the lower bracket of Counter-Strike's most storied tournament.
Everyone here. I mean, Yakindar, unless Hooksy's real tall, or rather stare, you know that there's multiple players seen towards long. Desperation fights inside the pit, man. This is all they have to live on.
I mean, they knew they were both long, right? Because he saw the boost. And now Stare is down to 2 HP. A 5 HP 2v5. I don't think there would be anything more legendary than that for Astralis in their entire organization's history, not to mention Molodoy, the truth. Here for Furia, it's Hooksy 1v5. It's the last we'll see here of the Giga Chad as he swings into 3 players. That's it. It is a fast speed run. 2-0 for Furia. 7 rounds lost across the whole series as Astralis have been bulldozed out of Cologne.
Yeah, they have to replicate their success from stage 1 there. You think that Astralis is going to come through ready with reactions. They switch things up in the veto, but Furia are that much more prepared here, and they completely ice out this Astralis team. Not a chance to step up here. The individuals can't quite rise to the occasion. They left them limited early on and never gave them an inch back into this matchup.
I mean, credit to Astralis for what they've been trying to build for this season. They've had some decent chances to actually impress.
Yeah.
We had some expectations for them going into this tournament, but when you run into Vitality first round, and then this game happens, you get no chances, and you're out here.
And unfortunately, the success that they've shown here, right, it hasn't necessarily been opportunities versus the best of the best rosters, right? That's still something that they've yet to be able to crack through. And when you have an opportunity like this versus Furia, a chance to scale through the lower bracket, you got to be able to claim it. The impressive back-to-back grand finals is with a big gap of a huge tournament right in the middle of the major. So when you step into Cologne and you have to show yourself up against what is essentially Astralis' major after the back of the offseason.
Yeah.
You want to see them come through a little bit more successful. And instead, stage 2 has some painful news for them.
Yeah, I mean, does this finish, say Astralis have even moved since the addition of Hooksy? Is this an expected result for Astralis? I had some actually some higher hopes, believe it or not. Obviously, some people know my brand out there, but I even thought they could have been a dark horse to potentially even make playoffs. I think the draw, but I was gonna say the draw, but now that you like look at just what Furia were able to show, I don't even think it's Astralis' fault that they really lost. Furia just played a perfect game.
Yeah, you got everything you could ask for right there. That's a good T-half coming through from Furia as well, with Yukindar on 3 kills. You had Caserado providing a lot more opening duels, Fallen providing a lot more opening duels right there. It did just feel like everyone came to play there. And then that second half, obviously Yukindar rising and ensuring that that's an easy victory. But what we kind of determined as a big win condition here for this Furia team ends up being just a multifaceted way to close out this series.
Yeah, Furia are going to have to keep up this pace, though, because they're playing against a very terrifying team down in the lower bracket, as our games have been settled as well for the day. We also had on the A stream just wrap up Vitality. I'm saying this. What do you think of the G2 team so far as well?
They already showed some impressive signs, right? I didn't expect them to be able to challenge Vitality as you know, everyone comes into the mix expecting. So I think they have a decent opportunity. They still have a pretty deadly side of things to try and tear through, right? Maybe you can handle 3D Max, but you know, in the future, can you handle Falcons? You know, in that case, to try and lock in a playoff performance, I think they're already showing that they can surpass expectations with how they sent Furia into that lower bracket, but obviously a lot more work to do. But I mean, G2 is exciting, right?
Okay, so what do you think about Falcons right now? We got our first impression today with their matchup versus the Mongols. Mongols able to do very Mongols things, hit some clutches, bring back some disadvantages. Do you think Furia has a shot versus Falcons?
Well, if they keep on firing like they did today, and you watch Falcons still with some of those same classic mistakes that you get when a new player joins up into the team, or maybe even the old guard there, no matter what the case is, I think there's still some vulnerabilities in Falcons despite all the firepower that they fill those gaps with. And when you kind of watch Nico and Monesi have some small struggles in that matchup versus the Mongols, you just question, you know, is there any room there for a team like Furia to cause some ruckus?
Yeah, I mean, it's still very possible if Molodoid and, I mean, Yukindar especially keep playing the way they do. We're looking at here at Group B as well. Mao's knocked down Liquid very quickly to that lower bracket. That lower bracket is quite brutal, as it's Team Liquid versus FaZe Clan for last place. That's going to be one that can burn the house down, and our playoff qualification matches as well happening here as well.
Yeah, some big opportunities right there. I mean, expectations for Maus is that they can continue their efforts in these group stages. There's obviously high expectations for them, but also for Spirit, they can kind of slide their way through. Aurora, we know the situation with them is coming through, but they've shown some serious improvements in their map pool maybe during that offseason that can kind of redeem it.
I honestly think that Spirit looked pretty weak today as well. They should have lost a map to Heroic, which could have been a big-time surprise as we're taking a look at the schedule here. Here is Stream A. It's all the ones that are going to burn the house down there, as it's Maus versus Natus Vincer to open up the day. Team Liquid versus FaZe Clan, definitely the fan favorite. And Falcons versus Furia to close out tomorrow. But, I mean, obviously...
Elimination matchup there is the big factor, right? There's no question. I mean, both elimination matchups right there on Stream A. Going to be electric. That's going to be something incredibly exciting. The fact that, you know, either Liquid or FaZe could exit last place is definitely a shock.
Yeah, and here on Stream B, it is NIP versus Heroic, another rematch from Stage 1 to see who will be knocked out of the event. And then we also have Aurora versus Team Spirit. We'll be there for that one, I believe, tomorrow, and G2 versus 3D Max here on Stream B.
Yeah, playoffs on the line there for Aurora and Spirit. I mean, the fact that Aurora's in the contention for a pretty, you know, easy coast to the playoffs, if they can win this best of 3. Maybe not easy coast, I should say, when you talk about the competition they're playing, but still a chance. And striking distance of playoffs without Xantares is already impressive, and could continue the conversation of Aurora being able to make it into playoffs consistently there.
Yeah, I think, you know, of Aurora, known last season for just making playoffs of every single event. Obviously, you don't have Xantares in there, but you had some extra elements step up just yesterday versus the Ninjas in Pajamas. You had Wakadia playing like Xantares, so maybe that's good enough.
Yeah, exciting stuff. And then we get to see the conversation continue with G2. and seeing how they're able to do. 3D Max still, you know, causing some upsets. Still kind of considered the gatekeeper of playoffs. You have to get through them if you want a chance to strike. So that's something this new look G2 roster is going to have to do.
Yeah, some exciting matchups tomorrow, eliminations, playoff qualifications, and all the drama will be continuing. But that does it from us here, from the B stream and for the day of IEM Cologne. But come back tomorrow for all these awesome matchups of Counter-Strike's most storied event. It's IEM Cologne 2025. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. Astralis win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Novi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
From humble beginnings in Hanover to greatness in Katowice, our journey is our legacy. As we arrive at what we thought was our peak, we instead discover a whole new chapter.
Right, then, left. That's the shot. Forgot my keys.
I'll cover you. Flashback.
Oh my, what the
Don't worry, Bob. I got your back.
Here at Face It, we try our hardest to get you the best POVs. Faceit.com/watch.